Are you ready to explore the principles of true economic freedom and take control of your financial education? Economics and Freedom brings you powerful resources that will transform the way you think about the economy. Check out our ebooks and courses, where complex ideas like Austrian economics are broken down into clear, actionable insights. Whether you're a beginner or looking to sharpen your knowledge, Economics and Freedom is your guide to understanding the economy in a whole new way. Learn how markets really work, why sound money is important, and how individual freedom shapes prosperity. It's not just theory, it's a practical approach to understanding the forces that impact your life every day. Join a growing community of people who value knowledge, freedom, and the power to think independently. Visit www.economics-freedom.com and start your journey today.
This is Audible.
Thomas Edison, Life from Beginning to End, All His Inventions and Secrets, written by History Academy, narrated by William Harvey Jr. Introduction. The modern world was not invented by Thomas Edison. However, he was present in creation, a significant figure in organizing and developing the national markets, communications and power systems, and entertainment industries in America. His name stands for imaginative innovation 150 years after his birth and years after his death, and his electric lamp symbolizes a bright idea, much enjoyed by cartoonists and marketers. Any other inventor remains unchallenged over patents. That many people think we owe our way of life to his ideas is a tribute to his skills as an entrepreneur, businessman, and promoter. What made Edison so incredibly successful? He was by all accounts a genius inventor, but there were several other fine, smart contemporary inventors, largely forgotten now. Elijah Gray and George Phelps in telegraphy, Emil Berliner in telephony and sound recording, Edward Weston in electrical instrumentation, Elihu Thomson, Frank Sprague, and Nikola Tesla in electrical power and lighting. In the breadth of his achievements, Edison outshone them all, and the public reputation he received. He expanded the notion of creativity to encompass much more than just embodying a concept in a working artifact. His dream included what the 20th century will call innovation, invention, science, production, and marketing. Also, he combined a prodigious imagination with a canny sense of the mainstream press's emerging power, and the secret to its historical significance lies therein. Chapter 1. Childhood and Early Life. Since he was a little boy, Thomas Alva Edison exhibited the characteristics of a true American prodigy, fundamentally curious and restless at the same time, hungry to discover the limits of his life, and intrigued by the new age of technology that flourishes around him. He would come to represent not only the age of innovation and technology, an era of science-based manufacturing, but the American dream itself, growing from humble beginnings in a canal city to a corporate billionaire whose son would become his adopted state's governor, New Jersey. But none of this was evident to Sam and Nancy Edison on the night of the birth of their son, Thomas. The birth of Edison was outstandingly inauspicious. However, the winter could not dampen the enthusiasm of the Edison family at the birth of a healthy baby boy on February 11, 1847, in their brick home on a bank overlooking the Huron River Valley in Milan's small northeastern Ohio town. Sam and Nancy Edison named their seventh child Thomas Alva, an adorable round face, dark eyes, and a dark hair surprise. He may have looked like many other babies, but he was meant to be different. He was interesting even as a newborn, and seemed particularly intrigued by the world around him, by its colors and sounds, and also by the touch of the fabrics that swaddled him up. He was among the first generation in the Edison family of natural-born Americans. In 1837, Samuel Edison had fled Canada to avoid capture for Ohio in a frontier revolt. He was followed by Nancy in 1841. They settled in Milan, where the population had increased from 500 to 1,300 between 1849 and 1851. This fast development was due in part to the building of the Milan Canal, which opened in 1839 and transported tons of grain, corn bushels, and thousands of pounds of other products and goods back east. Milan on the Huron River, also became a shipbuilding center, a significant manufacturing center when a network of canals linked the region, requiring barges to move goods. Once the railroads were developed and prospered, however, rail transported more and more of the goods, which was faster and cheaper. Like many river towns in the mid-19th century, Milan had been bypassed by the railroads and lost trade. The importance and profits of the Milan Canal decreased, and companies suffered from waterway transportation, construction materials, and barge construction. As a result, residents started losing jobs and searching for other places where they could find work. That year, 1847, the Edison family was not very well off. It was a time when tragedy and bereavement were two common aspects of daily life in the 19th century, when death often came in the early years. Many child illnesses were fatal at a time of poor medical treatment. Infant mortality rates were high, and mother deaths from infections and hemorrhage were often the result of childbirth. Thomas Alva was born the same year, and 3 other Edison kids died. The Edison family followed the exodus as Milan's population shrank, headed west, and settled in the larger community of Port Huron, Michigan. There, Sam Edison restarted the lumber and grain company in Milan, which had once been profitable. Due to the influence of the railroad on rising towns and new cities, demand for building materials was a growing business, and the Edisons did well. While Samuel tended to the construction supplies company, Nancy took care of her husband and children. This was a typical Midwestern family of the 19th century, devoted to industry, religiously conservative, and upwardly mobile. She hoped that some formal education would be offered to Thomas in Port Huron, because he seemed very bright and inquisitive. Once his mother enrolled him in a local school run by a pastor and his aunt, who was the sole teacher of the school. Edison was no more than 6 or 7. During that time, the classes were typical of schools and centered on rote learning, religious studies, basic arithmetic, and reading. Most of the lessons were memorizing and reciting details, things that didn't arouse young Thomas. There's no doubt that Thomas was intelligent and had a great memory, but the training always made him anxious and bored. His conduct was, however, born out of curiosity. He was an inquisitive boy, full of ideas, unable to sit still in the classroom, as his mind raced beyond his years with questions and thoughts. Educational dogma of the 19th century claimed that children should be disciplined and obedient to authority, like robots. They were not supposed to interrogate their teachers, only to answer questions from their teachers. Thomas did not fit easily into this unyielding classroom behavioral framework. He was just too inquisitive and too curious to find out what was being served on the other side of the classes. He was too busy to sit still and just take in the lessons. One day, Tom was fidgety and frustrated as the schoolroom slowly dragged on. It was clear that he was not listening anymore, at which point the teacher directly took restive actions from Tom. She blurted out that he was addled, disturbed, or muddled. Today, a teacher might have responded to young Edison as distracted, or even indicated that he had a deficit disorder of attention. Yet Edison's interruption back then has been considered a disciplinary issue. As Tom told his mother about the remark made by his teacher, she became angry, expelled him from kindergarten, and from that point on, her son was homeschooled according to her convictions. His formal education had only lasted a few months. The mother of Edison was an attractive and highly educated woman whose influence was profound and enduring on her attitude and intellect. Raised in 1810 in Chenango County, New York, she was the daughter of Reverend John Eliot, a Baptist minister and son of an old Revolutionary soldier of Scotch descent, Captain Ebenezer Eliot. The old captain was a picturesque and fine sort. Throughout the long War of Independence, 7 years, he fought and then seems to have settled in Stonington, Connecticut. At any rate, there he found his wife, Grandmother Eliot, who was the daughter of a Scotch Quaker, Mercy Peckham. Then came the New York State House, with final removal to Vienna. For the old soldier, though drawing his pension at Buffalo, lived in the small Canadian area and died over 100 years ago. The family was one of great culture and deep religious sentiment, for two of Mrs. Edison's uncles and two brothers were also in the same ministry as the Baptist. She became a teacher at Vienna's public high school as a young woman and met her husband, who lived there. Mrs. Edison, who had once been a teacher, completely took over her son's education, introducing him to natural philosophy, another word for 19th century science, and chemistry, his favorite subject. Often she encouraged him to explore by himself. Young Edison was so passionate about the sciences and his freedom of discovery that he designed his laboratory in his parents' home basement. He performed his experiments there and wrote all that he could learn in the sciences. Finally freed from school restrictions, Tom was voracious in reading and playing with household chemicals. In reality, he conducted small experiments even before he was 10 to test the reactions of various chemicals he found around the building. But he was educating himself under the tutelage of his mother and his experiments, though mostly by trial and error, a method that would serve him well later in life. Chapter 2. Growing Up and Boyhood at Port Huron, Michigan. The home owned by the Edison family in Port Huron, where Thomas spent his brief boyhood before becoming a telegraph operator, was sadly destroyed by fire just after the Civil War ended. Socially, at a time when there was much more prosperity and general development than today, the Edison family stood high in Port Huron. The town was a great lumber center in its pristine prime and hummed with the multiple sawmills industry. There was an enormous quantity of lumber created annually until the surrounding forests and the industry with them vanished. The community's capital, invested primarily in this company and in allied transportation companies, was accumulated rapidly and is freely expended in St. Clair County during those days of prosperity, bringing with it a high standard of domestic comfort. The Edisons shared in all of this on equal terms. On moving to Port Huron, Samuel Edison became a grain and feed dealer and spent many years attentive to that company. But he was also involved in the Saginaw District lumber industry and many other items. It was difficult for a man with such a mercurial, restless nature to remain constant to any occupation. If he had been less visionary, he would have been more prosperous, but then he would not have had such a talented son with insight and imagination. Within the first 2 months, Edison's father took in $3 and felt deeply sad about the prospect, and the lonely pleasures of the outlook and the enjoyment of the telescope with which it was built were left to young Alva Edison and his relatives. Although engaged in business and obsessed with schemes of this character, it may be assumed that Mr. Edison was to blame for the negligence of his son's education. That wasn't the case, though. The circumstances had been unusual. It was at the public school in Port Huron where Edison had all the daily scholastic education he'd ever enjoyed in just 3 months. He might have spent the whole term there, but, as has already been pointed out, his teacher considered him addled. He was always at the foot of the class, according to his recollection, and had come almost to look at himself as a dunce, although his father had vague anxieties about his incompetence. Electricity couldn't be alluring to a young mind at that moment. Crude telegraphy reflected what was essentially known of it, and the books read by young Edison were not redundantly informative about that. Even if that had not been so, Edison's barely 10-year-old inclinations were against chemistry, and 50 years later no improvement of predilection was seen. It sounds like blasphemy to say that Edison has become an electrician by accident, but it is the grim fact that there is still the possibility of a wonderful truant holiday to this preeminent and brilliant pioneer in electrical achievement escape into the chemical realm. One of the earliest events concerning his boyhood is related to the incident when he induced a lad employed in the family to swallow a large quantity of Seidlitz powders in the belief that the gases produced would enable him to fly. The victim's agonies attracted attention, and Edison's mother indicated her frustration with an application of the switch kept behind the grandfather clock of old Seth Thomas. The tragic outcome of this experiment did not at all deter Edison, as he attributed the failure to the lad rather than motive power. Young Alva soon acquired a chemistry outfit in the cellar of the Edison homestead, constituting the first in a long series of labs. In the past, the term laboratory had always been synonymous with alchemists. But as with filament, this untutored Edison added to it an iconoclastic practicability, even before he understood the significance of the new departure. No such unusual change was required in the Edison laboratory, for he had youth, fiery strength, and a grimly realistic resolve that would not question the objective of something of real benefit to mankind. The home at Port Huron thus saw Edison's first laboratory. When he was about 10 or 11 years old, Edison started experimenting. He had a copy of Parker's School Theory, an elementary physics book, and he tried about every experiment in it. Young Alva, or Al as he was called, thus early showed his great passion for chemistry and collected no less than 200 bottles in the cellar of the building, gleaned in baskets from all parts of the city. They were carefully stored on shelves and all labeled poison, so no one else could touch or harm them. These included the substances he'd always played with. To others, this diversion was both enigmatic and pointless, but he had quickly become acquainted with all the chemicals that could be purchased in the local drugstores and had checked many of the claims he had noticed in his science reading for his satisfaction. Edison has said that he has often wondered how it was that he did not become an analytical chemist rather than concentrating on electricity, for which he had no great desire at first. His mother once told him to clean everything out and restore order, deprived of the use of a large part of her cellar, fatigued by the mess that was always to be found there, and somewhat afraid of performance. The thought of losing all his possessions was the source of so much ardent anguish that his mother relented, but insisted he must get a lock and key, and keep the embryonic laboratory locked all the time, except when he was there. It was over. An early acquaintance with the design of electrical batteries and the generation of current from them emerged from such research. Much of his spare time was spent in the cellar, as he did not engage in the sports of the neighborhood's boys. His chum and chief companion, Michael Oates, who was a lad of Dutch origin, several years older, who worked around the house, and who could be recruited as a general utility for Edison's experiments on Fridays. He was not attending school regularly and had read all the books within control. It was through this that he turned newsboy, overcoming his parents' reluctance, particularly that of his mother, by pointing out that by this means he could earn all that he wanted for his experiments and get free fresh reading in the form of papers and magazines. He would be able to spend his leisure hours at the public library in Detroit. He applied in 1859 for the privilege of selling newspapers on Grand Trunk railway trains between Port Huron and Detroit, and, after a brief delay, received the concession, during which he made an essay on his mission of selling newspapers. Edison had already had some commercial experience from the age of 11. The reservation's 10 acres provided an excellent opportunity for truck farming, and the family's flexible head couldn't resist trying his luck in this branch of work. A large market garden was laid out, in which, with the help of the Dutch boy, Michael Oates, he of the flying experiment, Edison worked relatively steadily. These boys had entrusted them with a horse and small wagon, and they would load up with onions, lettuce, peas, etc. every morning in the season, and pass through the region. The hours of this occupation were long, but the job was not particularly heavy, and Edison soon found the opportunity to experiment with his favorite avocation, chemistry. His earnings were also excellent, so fine that $8 or $10 a day were always earned in, and $1 went to his mother every day. He felt entitled, thus promoting himself, to spend any other income left over on chemicals and apparatuses. And spent it was, for Edison gave up all his spare time and money to chemistry, with access to Detroit and its large stores, where he purchased his supplies, and to the public library, where he could quench his thirst for technical information. The nation certainly could have given no more striking example of the enthusiastic pursuit of knowledge and difficulty at that moment than this newsboy, barely 14 years old, with his jars and test tubes mounted on a railway baggage car. The incredible equipment did not stop at batteries and bottles either. This precocious youth soon converted the same little room, a few feet square, into a newspaper office. The outbreak of the Civil War gave a great boost to the market for all newspapers. Finding that he was being successful in publishing his local newspaper dedicated to the news of that portion of the Grand Trunk Road. A small printing press used for hotel fare bills was picked up in Detroit, and the type was also purchased, some of it being put on the train so that the composition could begin in leisure spells. It was quite easy to learn the rudiments of printing art to one so mechanical in his taste as Edison. And thus, the Weekly Herald came into being, of which he was composer, pressman, writer, publisher, and news dealer. The price for regular subscribers was 3 cents a copy, or 8 cents a month, and circulation ran up to more than 400 copies of an issue. This was by no means the product of pure public interest, but attested to the sheet's reputation as a legitimate newspaper to which many people were eager contributors in the railroad service along the route. In fact, with the aid of the railway telegraph, Edison was often able to print essential late news of local origin that the distant daily papers like Detroit's, which he handled as a newsboy, could not get. It's no wonder that this clever little sheet earned English engineer Stephenson's approval and patronage while inspecting the Grand Trunk system, and no less esteemed a contemporary than the London Times was noted as the world's first newspaper to be printed on a train in motion. Edison often cleared this unusual journalistic undertaking as much as $20 to $30 a month. But all that extra work required attention, and Edison also solved the difficulty of attending to the newsboy business by hiring a young friend, whom he educated and handled as an understudy liberally. In the early days of the war, when the news of combat triggered tremendous anticipation and high paper sales, there was also plenty of work for Edison. With native shrewdness already so vividly displayed, would telegraph the station agents and carry them to the front to announce the event of the day, so that excited customers were waiting when each station was reached. In particular, he remembers the uproar created in April 1862 by the Great Battle of Shiloh, or Pittsburgh Landing, in which both Grant and Sherman were engaged, in which Johnston died, and in which there was a ghastly number of 25,000 killed and wounded. In explaining his entrepreneurial activity that day, Edison says that when he entered Detroit, the newspaper office's bulletin boards were overwhelmed by large crowds, who read the news that 60,000 people were killed and injured, and that the outcome was unknown. According to Edison, who said he knew that if the same excitement were reached at the various small towns along the route, and particularly at Port Huron, it will be great to sell papers. He then conceived the idea of telegraphing the news ahead, went to the depot operator, and for 3 months gave him Harper's Weekly and some other articles, agreed to telegraph the matter on the bulletin board to all the stations. He hurriedly copied it and sent it, asking the agents to show it on the blackboards used to indicate train arrival and departure. He decided he could sell 1,000 papers instead of the normal 100, but not having enough money to buy that number, he vowed in his desperation to see the publisher himself and get credit. Back then, the great paper was the Detroit Free Press. He walked into the office called Editorial, telling a young man that he wanted to see the editor on important business, important to him anyway. He was taken to an office where there were 2 people, and he said what he had done to the telegraph, and he wanted 1,000 articles, but only 300, and he wanted credit. It was denied by one of the men, but the other asked the first spokesman to let him have them. This man, he discovered afterward, was Wilbur F. Story, who later founded the Chicago Times, and was famous in the world of newspapers. He lugged the papers to the train with the aid of another child, and began folding them. The first station, called Utica, was a small one where he sold 2 papers in general. He saw a crowd on the platform ahead, and thought it was an excursion, but when he arrived there was a rush for him. He realized that the telegraph was a wonderful invention. There he sold 35 journals. The next station was Mount Clemens, now a watering place, but then a community of around 1,000. There he generally sold 6 to 8 journals. He concluded that if he saw a similar crowd there, the only thing to do was to raise the price from 5 cents to 10 to correct his lack of judgment in not having more papers. There was the crowd, and I had raised the price. There were corresponding crowds at various towns. It was his custom at Port Huron to leap off the train at a point about 1/4 of a mile from the station, where speed was usually slackened by the train. By this stage, he had drawn several tons of sand by hop-on and had become very expert. At this point, the little Dutch boy with the horse came across him. When the wagon reached city outskirts, a large crowd awaited him. He then shouted, "25 cents per mail, gentlemen. I just don't have enough to go around." He sold everything out and made what to him then was a large amount of money. These incidents contributed considerably to his income, but did not automatically increase his savings, for he was then, as now, a complete spendthrift, as long as any new machinery or experimental materials could be had. Indeed, the wheel laboratory quickly became crowded with this equipment, and expensive chemicals were purchased. If I was in a telegraph office, I could hear only the device directly on the table I was sitting at, and unlike the other operators, the other instruments did not disturb me. Once I had to boost the transmitter in playing on the radio, so I could hear it. This made the phone commercial, as Bell's magnetotelephone receiver was too poor to be used commercially as a transmitter. The phonograph was the same. The major defect of that instrument was the rendering of the musical overtones and the hissing consonant's voice. I worked over a year, 20 hours a day, Sundays and all, to have the word specie captured perfectly and replicated on the phonograph. When this was done, I knew it was possible to do everything else which was a reality. My nerves have been kept intact again. To me, Broadway is as quiet as a country village is to a normal hearing person. Saddened, but not completely disheartened, Edison quickly reconstituted his home laboratory and printing office. Although there was some apprehension and protest on the score of fire on the part of the family after this episode. Yet Edison promised not to carry anything of a dangerous nature. He has not stopped the Weekly Herald publication. On the contrary, he prospered in both his businesses until he was convinced by the printer's devil in the Port Huron commercial office to change the character of his newspaper, extend it, and issue it under the name of Paul Pry, a happy appointment for this or similar projects in the field of journalism and society. There can now be found no copies of Paul Pry, but it is known that his style was distinctly personal, that gossip was his specialty, and that no small offense was given to the people whose peculiarities or peccadilloes were addressed by the two boys in a frank and breezy manner. Until leaving this period of his life, it should be remembered that it has offered Edison many favorable chances. He was able to spend regular hours in the public library in Detroit. And it is a matter of record that he began his liberal knowledge of his contents by grappling bravely with a certain section and trying to read it through consecutively, shelf by shelf, irrespective of subject. This is strikingly reminiscent in a way of the serious, aggressive, frontal assault approach with which the author has since tackled so many problems in the arts and sciences. Port Huron's Grand Trunk Railway machine shops were a great draw for Edison, who seems to have spent much of his time there. He who had much to do with the evolution of the modern electric locomotive was intrigued by the steam locomotive's mechanism, and whenever he could get the chance, Edison rode with his train's engineer in the cab. He got acquainted with the intricacy of firebox, boiler, valves, levers, and gears, and enjoyed nothing better than managing the locomotive himself during the run. During one journey, when the engineer lay asleep while the train was being piloted by his enthusiastic partner, the boiler primed, and a deluge overwhelmed the young driver, who held to his post until the ride and the ordeal was over. This may have helped ruin a locomotive engineer who went on to become a great master of the new motive power. Steam is half an Englishman, Emerson claimed. Chapter 3. The Young Telegraph Operator. While being a newsboy on the railroad, Edison says, I was very interested in electricity, perhaps from visiting telegraph offices with a chum who had similar taste to mine. It will also be remembered that he used the telegraph to get things for his little newspaper and to post his unique Civil War news along the street. The next step was natural, and having no difficulty setting up his batteries with his knowledge of chemistry. The difficulties of securing equipment were primarily those connected to the circuits and the instruments. American youth are given to amateur telegraphy or telephony today, if of a mechanical turn of mind, but seldom, if ever, should any part of the system be installed. It was quite different in the boyish days of Edison, and the telegraphic supplies were difficult to obtain. But he and his chum had a line constructed of traditional stovepipe wire between their homes. The isolators were bottles that were mounted on nails driven into trees and short poles. The magnet wire was wrapped to insulate with rags, and spring brass parts were used for keys. With an idea of cheaply capturing current, Edison applied the little he knew about static electricity and played with cats, which he handled aggressively as frictional devices until the animals fled in dismay. And Edison had learned his first great lesson on the relative value of electric energy sources. Nevertheless, the line was made to work, and Edison innovatively received practice, in addition to the messages that the boys interchanged. His father insisted as a proper bedtime at 11:30, which left on the train after the long day, but a short interval. But every evening, when the boy went home with a bundle of papers that hadn't been sold in the market, his father would sit up and read the returnables. Edison therefore left the papers with his friend on some pretext, but indicated that he might get the news from him by telegraph, bit by bit. The scheme was in his father's interest and put into effect, the messages being written down and passed on for perusal. This yielded good practice nightly, lasting between 12 and 1 o'clock, and was continued for a while until Mr. Edison was willing to have his son stay up for a reasonable time. The papers were then brought home again, and the boys were amused to the content of their hearts until a stray cow roaming through the orchard pulled down the line. Better instruments had been obtained meanwhile, and the telegraphic rudiments had been reasonably mastered. The mixed train on which Edison was working as a newsboy was doing the way freight work and shunting at Mount Clemens Station, generally spending around half an hour in the service. One morning in August 1862, while the shunting was underway and a laden boxcar had been driven out of a siding, Edison, who was walking around the platform, saw the station's agent's little boy, Mr. J.U. McKenzie, playing with the gravel on the main track along which the car was rapidly approaching without a brakeman. Edison dropped his papers and glazed cap and made a run for the child, whom he picked up and carried to safety without a second to spare, as the car's wheel struck his heel, and the gravel ballast on which they fell cut them both around the face and hands. The two boys were picked up by the train hands and taken to the platform, and immediately the grateful father decided to teach the rescuer, whom he knew and liked, the art of train telegraphy, and to make him an operator. Needless to say, the plan has been approved with eagerness. Edison found time for his new studies by having one of his friends take care of the newsboy job on the train for part of the journey, reserving the run between Port Huron and Mount Clemens to himself. That he was already well trained as a beginner is evident from the fact that he had learned the telegraphic alphabet's Morse code and was able to bring a cool little set of instruments to the station that he had just completed at a gun shop in Detroit with his own hands. It was possibly in itself a rare achievement by railway operators of that day or later times. The student's practice mainly involved the study of the different signals used in railway research, including the numerals and abbreviations used to save time. Some of these have passed into the slang of the day. 73 is well known as an expression of congratulations or good wishes from a telegrapher, while 23 is an accident or death call, and has been given broader universal meaning as a general synonym for hoodoo. All of this came easily to Edison, who, however, as his herald has shown, had an extraordinary experience with train movement along that section. In this course of study, the youth spent 3 or 4 months happily and profitably, and Edison took it with passion, making it no less than 18 hours daily. He then put up a short telegraph line from the station to the village, about a mile away, and opened an office in a drugstore. But the company was of course very small. Port Huron's telegraph operator, recognizing his abilities and wishing to join the U.S. Military Telegraph Corps, where the pay during the Civil War was high, succeeded in convincing his brother-in-law, Mr. M. Walker, that the position could be filled by young Edison. Naturally, Edison was well acquainted with the operators along the road and at the southern terminal, and very easily took on his new duties. The office was in a jewelry store, where magazines and journals were also sold. Edison was to be found, sleeping there, at the office both day and night. I was pretty valuable to Mr. Walker, After working all day, I always worked at the office evenings, because the press report came over one of the wires before 3 a.m., and I would cut it in and copy it as fast as I could. The rural telegraph operator's objective had to be able to pick up the news. Mr. Walker tried to get my father to teach me at $20 a month. The role bore a monthly salary of $25. His family did not raise any serious concerns, but the distance from Port Huron was not large, and Stratford was close to Bayfield, the old home from which the Edisons had come, so there were certainly friends or even relatives in the area. This was in the year 1863. Mr. Walker was an enthusiast who built many waterworks systems. He saw that Edison was very interested in his research and science reading and was oblivious to his duties as an operator. This office was not particularly busy, taking from $50 to $75 a month, but even the messages that were taken in would stay unsent on the hook while Edison was trying to solve some chemical problems in the cellar below. The boss would sometimes see him writing an essay in such a paper as the Scientific American, and then vanish to buy some sundries for experiments. He would not be seen again returning from the drugstore with his chemicals until his duties were required, or until he had figured out for himself, if possible, whether or not what he had read was correct. After completion of his experiment, all interest in it was lost, and the jars and wires would be left to any ruin that might come after them. Likewise, Edison would make free use of the tools of the watchmaker that lay in the front window on the little table, and take the wire pliers there without much thought as to their worth, as distinct from the tools of a lineman. The one idea was to do quickly what he wanted to do, and it was noticed at all stages of the inventor's career that the same swift, almost headlong trial of anything that comes to hand while the fervor of a new experiment is felt. Someone has told of Puglisi's recklessness, as he used the very furniture of his home for firewood in his attempts to make the enamel melt on his pottery. Edison points out that very little variation existed between the telegraph of that time and today, except for the general use of the old Morse register with the dots and dashes registered by indenting paper strips, which could be read and checked at leisure later if necessary. He says, "The telegraph people couldn't explain how it worked, so I always tried to get them to do it. I guess they couldn't." I know the best answer I received was from an old Scottish line repair working by the Montreal Telegraph Company, who handled the railroad wires. He said if you had a dog like a dachshund, long enough to stretch from Edinburgh to London, if you pulled his tail. He is not alone, though. At the banquet given to celebrate his jubilee in 1896 as a professor at the University of Glasgow, Lord Kelvin, the greatest physicist of our time, admitted with tears in his eyes and the note of sorrow in his voice that when it came to understanding the essence of electricity, he understood only as little as when he started as a student, and felt almost as though his life had been lost while trying to catch it. Another episode of this time is fascinating when it shows the tenacity with which Edison, with a sense of personal connection, had always kept some of his oldest possessions. While working at Stratford Junction, he says, I was told by one of the freight drivers that there were some boxes of old broken-up batteries in the freight house at Goodrich. I went there and found over 80 cells of the well-known Grove nitric acid battery. The operator there, who was also an agent, when asked if I could have the electrodes of each cell made of platinum sheet, gave it to me. A night operator's work hours are usually from 7 p.m. Around 7 a.m., and to ensure focus while on duty, the operator is often given every hour from 9 p.m. The signal 6 shall be sent to the train dispatcher's office until the day operator is relieved. Edison showed the opportunity that his long hours of daytime freedom gave him to research and experiment, but he needed sleep just like any healthy youth. Confronted with the necessity of sending in this watchman's signal as evidence that he was awake and on duty, he installed a small wheel with notches on the rim and connected it to the clock in such a way that the night watchman could start it when the line was quiet, and at every hour the wheel turned and correctly sent in the dots needed for 6. In due course, identification and a reprimand came, but were not taken very seriously. A serious incident that might have led to an accident drove him out of Canada soon after, though the youth could hardly be held to blame for it. Edison says, "This night job just suited me, as I could have the whole day for myself. I could sleep in a chair at any time for a couple of minutes at a time. I taught my call to the night yardman, so I could get half an hour of sleep between trains now and then. And if the station was called, the watchman would wake me up. Upon entering the manager's office, his trial for neglect of duty was luckily interrupted by the call of two Englishmen. And as their conversation proceeded, Edison slipped quietly out of the room, hurried to the Grand Trunk Freight Depot, met a driver he knew to take a freight train to Sarnia, and was not satisfied until the Sarnian ferry landed him on the Michigan once more. The Grand Trunk still owes Mr. Edison the salary which he owed at the time he retired from his service, but the argument was never pressed. The same winter of 1863 to 1864, Edison had another chance to show his ingenuity while at Port Huron. An ice jam had broken the light telegraph cable laid in the riverbed across to Sarnia, and thereby disrupted contact. The river is a mile wide 3/4. It could not be crossed on foot, nor could the cable be fixed. At once, Edison proposed using the locomotive steam whistle, and by adjusting the lever, converts the short and long shrill sound outbursts into the Morse code. An operator on the shore of Sarnia was quick enough to catch the sense of the odd whistling, and messages were sent wirelessly through the river's ice floes. It is said that military telegraphers have interchanged these signals during the war, and perhaps Edison may have heard of the practice. But however it may be, he certainly showed creativity and skill in adopting such a system to meet the need. It is important to note that the Grand Trunk now has its St. Clair Tunnel at this point, through which electric locomotives move the trains under the riverbed. Edison had now unwittingly begun the wandering and traveling that took him through the Middle States during the next 5 years, and that could well have ruined any less diligent and industrious career. It was a time of his life that corresponded to the German artisans of Wonder Jars, and was a convenient way to gratify a travel taste without the risk of being deprived. Today, there is little incentive for the telegrapher to go to remote parts of the country on the chance that he will be able to secure a key living. The ranks are well filled everywhere, and the telegraph as an art or industry has shown a relatively slight expansion of late years, owing mainly to the telephony growth. Therefore, if vacancies occur, there are plenty of operators available, and salaries remain so small that they led to one or two formidable and costly strikes, which unfortunately did not take into account the economic conditions of demand and supply. But there was a great dearth of skillful key manipulators in the days of the Civil War. On the federal side alone, 1,500 of the country's best operators were at the front, and several hundred more had enlisted. This produced a severe shortage, and a domestic operator going to any telegraph center would be sure to find an open place waiting for him. At the end of the war, a majority of those who had been with the two opposing armies stayed at the key in a more peaceful environment, but the rapid development of commercial and railway networks fostered a new demand, and then it seemed almost impossible to train new operators fast enough for a while. However, in a few years, the telephone sprang into vigorous life, dating back to 1876, pulling off some of the most daring spirits from the telegraph field. And by 1890, the telephone's deterrent effect on the telegraph had become felt. 5 years after, the expiry of the leading Bell telephone patents accentuated the inspection carried out on telegraphy even more dramatically, as hundreds and thousands of private telephone companies were then mobilized to launch a vast network of toll lines across Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Iowa, and other states, and to provide cheap, instantaneous means of communication without necessity. It will be seen that the times have radically changed after Edison became a telegrapher. And a chapter in electrical history has certainly been closed in this way. There was a day when the art offered a distinct future to all its practitioners, and young men of ambition and good family were willing to begin even as messenger boys, and were ready to endure a serious ordeal of apprenticeship with the expectation that they could eventually attain positions of responsibility and benefit. Around the same time, operators have always been wise enough to see the telegraph as a stepstone to other life careers. A bright fellow joining the telegraph service today finds the experience he can gain valuable in it, but he soon realizes that there are not enough good-paying official positions to go around to give a chance to every worthy man after mastering the essentials of the craft. Therefore, he feels that remaining at the main entails either stagnation or degradation, and that he will have lost ground after, say, 25 years of practice relative to friends who began in other occupations. An operator's craft, mastered without much difficulty, is very enticing to a youth, but for a man of mature years, a role at the key is no place. With rare exceptions, his abilities are becoming less important as he ages in age, and he is being broken down by nervous pressure. By comparison, men engaged in other careers generally find that they are developing and progressing with practice, and that age brings greater rewards and opportunities. Indeed, the list of well-known Americans who were important students is an exceptional one, and there is no department in our national life in which they have not distinguished. The difference between them and their European counterparts is extremely significant in this respect. The telegraph networks in Europe are all under government control. The operators have strictly limited advertising areas, and at best, the change from one type of job to another is not made as easily as in the New World. But we've seen Rufus Bullock become governor of Georgia in the United States, and New York Governor Ezra Cornell. Marshall Jewell was President Grant's Cabinet's Postmaster General, and Daniel Lamont was President Cleveland's Secretary of State. Past President of the Western Union Telegraph Company, General T. Eckert, was Assistant Secretary of War under President Lincoln, and Robert J. Wynn later served as Assistant Postmaster General. Old telegraphers, including messengers W.C. Brown, President of the New York Central Railway, and Marvin Hewitt, President of the Chicago and Northwest Railroad, are a very large proportion of the presidents and leading officials of the major railway networks. Through industrial and financial activity, the chairman of the Bell Telephone System, Theodore N. Vail, took part. L.C. Weir, late chairman of the Adams Express, A.B. Chandler, chairman of the Postal Telegraph and Cable Company, Sir W. Van Home, synonymous with Canadian development, Robert C. Clowry, chairman of the Western Union Telegraph Company, D.H. Bates, chairman of the Baltimore and Ohio Telegraph for Robert Garrett, and Andrew Carnegie, the world's greatest ironmaster, as well as his girlfriend. There have been pioneers in journalism like Edward Rose, Water, founder of the Omaha Bee, W.J. Elverson of the Philadelphia Press, and Frank A. Munsey, editor of half a dozen major magazines. George Kennan achieved fame in literature, and as dramatists, Guy Carleton and Harry de Saussure flourished. These are but representative of hundreds of men who could be identified, who came up at the key from work to become respected leaders of different spheres of operation. But roving was never conducive to developing steady habits. The young men who thus drifted around the country from one telegraph office to another were always genius operators, renowned for speed in sending and receiving, but they were undisciplined, without the controlling effects of home life, and so highly compensated for their work that they could openly indulge in dissipation if they were inclined to do so. Unfortunately, many of them, subjected to nervous stress at the key for hours together, took to drink, and having ended one engagement in a city by a debauch that closed the office doors to them, would drift away to the nearest city, and their secure work would repeat the performance. In fact, at one time, these men were so numerous and so much in evidence that they constituted a form that the public was willing to accept as representative of the telegraphic fraternity. But as the circumstances that produced him had ceased to exist, the tramp operator also passed into history. It was, however, among such characters that in these early days of aimless wandering, Edison was largely thrown into discovering anything, perhaps about their nonchalant philosophy of life, sharing beds and boards with them under all sorts of adverse conditions, but always retaining a stoic abstemiousness, and never feeling anything but a deep regret at the waste of so much genuine skill and kindness. Such a class or community of people can often be portrayed by an individual sort, and this is certainly best represented by Milton F. Adams, one of Edison's earliest and closest friends, to whom reference will be made in later chapters, and whose life has been so full of adventurous episodes that he may well be called the modern Gil Blas. That career, to use the Kipling expression, is certainly worth telling as another story. Edison says of him, Adams was one of a class of operators never happy to operate anywhere for a long time. He had the wanderlust. After enjoying hospitality in Boston in 1868 to 1869 on the floor of my hall apartment, which was a paradise for the entomologist, while the boarding house itself was operated on the flesh reduction banting scheme, one day he came to me and said, "Goodbye," referring to the start of his career. He cites a curious fact that sheds light on his unceasing application. After I became a telegraph operator, he says, I trained for a long time to become a quick reader of print, and became so expert that I could feel the significance of a whole line at once. I believe that this skill should be taught in schools, as it seems to be easily learned. Then one can read 2 or 3 books in a day, whereas if only each word is felt at one time, reading is laborious. Chapter 4. Edison in Manhattan. Thomas Edison was ready to take over the Manhattan market by early 1881. His lawyer, Lowry, in anticipation, founded the Edison Electric Illuminating Company, but before he could continue, the great inventor was still facing what he called a stupendous obstacle. He needed a large steady supply of bulbs, generators, wires, and other assorted components to set up his commercial market system. However, his creditors were reluctant to provide any more capital to produce those products needed. Edison had little choice. If he wanted to get his system up and running, he had to go build himself, with his own money, to fund the project. As he said, I must collect and supply the money needed because capital is timid. The problem is factories, or death. Under the leadership of his trusted friend Upton, he had already set up a light bulb factory in Menlo Park. By the end of 1880, hundreds of bulbs were being produced a day. In early 1881, the founding of Edison Electric Tube Company and Edison Machine Works expanded his industrial empire. Edison and a few close associates all sponsored the pipe, tube, and machine factories. Working at 65, by the spring, Edison spent most of his time at the new Manhattan headquarters of his business, nicknamed 65 after their street address, 65 Fifth Avenue. A mansion in the city's most trendy neighborhood, 65 had plenty of room for his growing workers, including engineers, designers, electricians, and lawyers. Edison prided himself on his spacious offices. "We're up in the world now," he shouted. "I remember 10 years ago, I had just come from Boston. I had to walk all night through the streets of New York because I didn't have a bed price. Just think about it now. I'm going to occupy an entire house on Fifth Avenue." Edison relocated his wife and kids a few blocks away to a spacious townhouse, but the inventor never spent any time at home, just as he had at Menlo Park. Edison was able to find little time for anything else, including his children, overwhelmed by his work. Once 65 was up and running, Edison was able to focus on his next goal: wiring the place he called First District in southern Manhattan. This district of 51 blocks had been carefully selected. He had sent agents out to meet the people who lived and worked there to assess their desires and needs for lighting. His researchers found that some 20,000 gas jets illuminated the district and housed 1,500 potential customers, most of whom were willing to convert to electric light. Such door-to-door interviews were helpful to salesmen from Edison, who were updating their sales pitch based on what the people told them they needed. Edison was able to begin wiring the first district in the spring of 1881. From the onset, Edison was keen to hide the wires underground. He was disturbed by what he called a wilderness of electric wires hanging from poles above the streets of the American city. An array of telegraph, telephone, and arc light companies formed these overhead wires. Because each company set up its wiring, a chaotic tangle of hundreds of wires was hooded over busy streets. When a company went out of business, it was not generally bothered to take down their wires. Such discarded wires sometimes frayed with daily wear and tear, often falling in the street and hitting pedestrians by with sparks. Edison was adamant to be secure in his lighting system, which meant burying his wires below the streets of the town. The hard work of digging trenches alongside the First District streets started with teams of laborers. The trench had a depth of about 2 feet. They put wires inside which had been wrapped in hemp and inserted into iron pipes. The pipes were filled with a mixture of heart paraffin and beeswax for further insulation, which hardened as it cooled. Edison claimed confidently that his insulated wires will last 50 years, a prediction that would prove true. The Pearl Street Station. While the wires were being laid, Edison was searching for a building to house the generators, which would provide the First District with electricity. The place had to be in the district center. Edison's machine used direct current flowing in one direction, low voltage. Direct current could not go far, so every customer had to be only half a mile away from a central power station. Edison found the perfect building in a rundown neighborhood in May 1881 for a cheap price. The large building, which is situated on Pearl Lane, had 4 floors and a basement. Edison's company stored coal in the basement, which powered first-floor steam engines. The steam in effect powered second-floor generators, producing electricity. Over the upper floors, lamp banks were used to test the system and calculate the electricity generated by the generators. It was tremendously difficult to get the Pearl Street Station up and running, as Edison later recalled. It was a gigantic problem, with many repercussions. All of our appliances, devices, and parts were handmade and homemade. Our men were completely new and had no experience at the central station. What could happen if a major current pulled through the conductors under New York streets, no one could say. It was just as impossible to tell when the lights of the First District would continue. Difficulties with cabling, generators, and other system components caused delay after delay. By December, the press and the public had lost their faith with the promises offered by Edison. The New York Times wrote, "Much grumbling has been done recently by First District businessmen and residents because there appears to be no prospect of Edison Electric Light Company putting in the lights they claim to have burned by November last year." The paper further snipped that while Edison's company had laid a considerable amount of wire, so far as it is concerned to light up the downtown district, they are as far away from it as ever. The criticism stung Edison, even though he sensed the public's impatience. As he explained once, there's a big gap between completing an invention and selling the produced item. The public, particularly the journalistic public, stubbornly refuses to acknowledge the difference. It was years after the inventing of photography before the first photograph was taken. Years after the inventing of the steamboat and the telegraph before they were set to go. 10 years before he made his rocket run from Liverpool to Manchester, George Stephenson designed his first locomotive, and he and Robert Fulton were branded idiot, charlatan, cheat, lunatic, all they could think of. They requested that he hurry up or consider himself as a humbug. Electrifying mansion amid the grumbling about delays, Edison and his staff trudged ahead. The wiring began to move rapidly in the spring of 1882, as the cold ground thawed to warm weather. However, at the same time, Edison and some of his engineers became involved in other projects, taking their attention away from the Pearl Street Station. Edison had founded the Edison Company for Isolated Lighting in the fall of 1881. This company installed independent generators for lighting individual buildings including hotels, warehouses, and offices. Though diverted from the central power station's development, the isolated systems brought in a lot of money. They also led the engineers at Edison to introduce other technological innovations that made it easier for consumers to run their lighting system and for the Edison Company to work. But for Edison, the biggest benefit of the isolated systems was the attention they brought to his company, particularly from rich investors. A house wired up for energy has become a new status symbol for the richest New Yorkers. The corporation wired from Edison's first private residence was owned by William H. Vanderbilt. William H. Vanderbilt was the richest man in America at that time, having inherited $100 million from his father, the railroad magnate Cornelius Vanderbilt. The younger Vanderbilt had a crew of 600 men spending 2 years building a 58-room mansion on Fifth Avenue to show off his money. It was furnished with expensive furnishings from around the world, including fine art, bronze doors, and jewel-decorated wallpaper. Not surprisingly, Vanderbilt saw the new invention of Edison as the ideal way of highlighting its riches. By the spring of 1882, the lighting system at Vanderbilt was set. But when the lights turned on, what was supposed to have been a moment of triumph for Edison turned into an embrace. The steam engine that powered the independent generator created enormous noise. As Edison told later, Mrs. Vanderbilt became hysterical. We told her that we had a plant in the cellar and that she said she wouldn't inhabit the house when she heard that we had a boiler in there. She was not going to work over a boiler. We had to tear out the whole building. Edison was luckier with his next residential project. Investor J. Pierpont Morgan has asked Edison to wire his mansion on Madison Avenue. Wanting to stay in the good graces of Morgan, Edison took on the job with eagerness. By early 1882, 385 Edison bulbs illuminated the Morgan building. Morgan was initially impressed with the device and began welcoming friends and associates to his home for the sole purpose of showing it off. But the Morgan family soon discovered the drawback of living lit up by electric lamps in New York's first home. Their neighbors began to complain loudly as their houses were rattled by the engine and generators. Also, the engine shot smoky fumes into the lane. Edison executive Edward H. Johnson finally came to the house at Morgan's insistence to personally update the device. But the wires he put under the short-circuited board, setting the library on fire at Pierpont. Illuminating the First District. In the late summer of 1882, workers in the First District laid the last line of wiring. After connecting to the network, Edison's company then started hooking up construction. They also secretly began testing the lights they had installed. Edison was worried about releasing the results publicly, realizing how much could go wrong in such a complex system. But every successful test gave him more confidence. He began talking in the press about his system, emphasizing its advantages over gas lighting. Edison persuaded the public to trade the nauseous dim flicker of coal, frequently overshadowed and darkened by gritty, unclean globes, for the sweet radiance of electric light. At last, on September 4, 1882, Edison was ready to reveal what he had done. He spent the morning at Pearl Street Station, rolled up his shirt sleeves, tinkering until the last minute to ensure that everything was fine. He'd driven to Jay in the early afternoon. Pierpont Morgan's office at the Drexel Morgan & Company financial firm, where Edison's company's board of directors had met. Instead, Edison himself connected the lamps to the main station circuitry. Lighting the Times building. Well aware of the influence of the public, as part of his Pearl Street Station initiative, Thomas Edison wisely made it a priority to wire the New York Times office building. The Time building wiring meant that his First District lighting system would get coverage from the newspaper. Also, because Times workers operated well into the night, it demonstrated how useful its lighting system might be for other companies that remained open after dark. On September 5, 1882, the day after Edison's popular Pearl Street Central Station demonstration, a Times columnist sang the praises of his new electric light, as Edison had hoped. Yesterday, the building was illuminated with electricity for the first time. Mr. Edison had eventually mastered his incandescent light, put in order his machines, and set up his engines and powered up the Times building. Chapter 5. Edison the Entrepreneur. Commerce and Manufacturing. It is a common experience-based concept that an inventor is typically not a businessman. Perhaps one of the exceptions proving the law can be met in Edison, though everything depends on the perspective. He's had a lot to do with finance and trade all his life, and looking at the size of the large industries he's helped create, it wouldn't be unfair to expect him to be one of the multimillionaires. That he is not because of the absence of certain attributes, of which Edison himself is the first to admit. Those qualities might not be pleasant, but without them, great wealth is hardly ever produced. If he hadn't been so eager to invent, he would have made more of his great opportunities to get rich. If this absolute detachment from any love of money for its own sake has not been already demonstrated in some of the narrated events, one or two stories are available to underline the argument. They do not involve the higher business acumen which goes to the proper conduct of matters. It has been said of Gladstone that he was the Exchequer England's greatest chancellor ever seen. But he would soon have ruined himself as a retail merchant with his bookkeeping. Edison acknowledged that he never made a cent of his patents in electrical light and power. In truth, they were a cost to him, and thus a gift to the world. This has been true of both the European and the American patents. According to Edison, I tried to sell my lighting patents in various European countries and signed a contract with a few people. Due to their poor business ability and lack of practicality, under the patents, they distributed all rights to different companies, but in such a way and with such confusing wording of the contracts that I never got a penny. Edison was more circumspect in later life, but he constantly got into some form of scrape in his early career. He says of one experience, "In the early days I was experimenting with metallic filaments for incandescent light and sent a certain man out to California in search of platinum. He found a considerable quantity in the Cherokee Valley Mining Company's sluice boxes, but just then he also noticed that fruit gardening was the thing and dropped the subject. I had two men working for me, one a German, the other a Jew. They wanted me to put up a little money and start them in a New York shop to make improvements and so on. I put up $800, and I was going to get half the income, and each one a fifth. I never got anything for it. A few years later I went to see them and asked what they were doing, and said I wanted to sell my interest. I had an interview with one of the wealthiest men in New York. He wanted me to sell my associates in the electrical lighting industry, and offered me all I was going to get, and $100,000 besides. Of course I wouldn't do it. I find out that the reason for this offer was that he had problems with Mr. Morgan and wanted to get even with him. When I was operating my ore mine, he says, and got to the point of making shipments to John Fritz, I didn't have enough capital to bring the ore, so I went to J.P. Morgan and Company and said I wanted them to send me a letter to Citibank. I wanted to raise some money. I got a letter to Mr. Stillman and I went over and told him I wanted to open an account and get some loans and discounts. It will be known from all that has been said above that Edison's true and remarkable business potential does not lie in the ability to take care of himself, nor in the direction of normal office operation, nor even in ordinary administrative matters. In short, to pay attention to the mere possession of a desk, he will and does regard it as an unreasonable waste of his time. In 1887, within a few months of establishing himself in the present laboratory, Edison began one of those highly productive periods of research which had been so typical of his methods of selling his other inventions. His labors, in this case, were aimed at improving the phonograph so that it could be put in a fully practical form, worthy of ordinary public use at large. The net result of this research was the general machine form, in which today's well-known phonograph is a refinement developed through many years of continuous development and progress. The phonograph and its wax records were produced to a sufficient degree of perfection after a considerable period of strenuous activity in the 80s to warrant him in making arrangements for their production and commercial release. At this time, the Orange Laboratory surroundings were distinctly rural. Immediately adjacent to the main building and the four smaller buildings, which constituted the laboratory site, were grass meadows that extended in all directions for some considerable distance, and ducks, so to speak, paddled around at its back door and quacked untouched in a pond. Being now ready for manufacturing but needing more facilities, Edison expanded its real estate assets by purchasing a significant portion of land adjacent to what it already owned. Two unpretentious brick buildings were constructed at one end of the newly acquired land, equipped with first-class machinery and built as shops for the manufacture of phonographs and the record blanks. While the large hall forming the laboratory's third story, above the library, was fitted and used as a music room for record making. Thus, the modern Edison phonograph made its debut in 1888, in what was then called the improved type to differentiate it from the original system design he invented in 1877, in which the record was made on a tinfoil sheet held in place on a metallic cylinder. The improved model is the general type that has been so well established for many years and is currently sold. It didn't take long to find a market for the newly established factory's products, but the presence of newspaper articles from time to time had generated a worldwide public interest in the instrument, announcing Edison's near completion of his improved phonograph. The original tin-foil machine was sufficient to illustrate the fact that it was possible to record and replicate the human voice and other sounds, but such a form of machine had sharp limitations in general use. Hence the advent of a model that any ordinary person could manage was sufficient in itself to ensure a market. As the companies formed to manage the company expanded their lines, demand for the new machines and wax records grew rapidly. A review of the newspaper archives of the years 1888, 1889, and 1890 would show the great excitement generated by the release of the new phonograph and how often and effectively it was used in public entertainment for the whole or part of an evening. It became popularized to a still greater extent in this and other ways. This led to the demand for a nickel-in-the-slot computer, which became enormously popular across the country when it was created. The improved phonograph in its earlier forms was not capable of such general non-expert handling as is the machine of the present day, and therefore there was a constant effort on Edison's part to simplify the machine's construction and operation. Because innovation was going on incessantly and changes were made in the processes of evolution, the result was an even greater measure of perfection. There was thus created a continuous slow and steady growth of the industry in various ways, causing many additional buildings to be built as the years passed. During part of the last decade there was a lull, mainly caused by the inability of corporate interests to carry out their contractual ties with Edison, and he was thus forced to resort to legal proceedings, at the end of which he purchased in the outstanding contracts and took personal control of the business. After being free from many irksome constraints that had hung heavily on him, Edison now continued to move the phonograph company under a wider strategy than that achieved under his previous contractual relationships. With the ever-increasing simplification and reliability of the system and the extension of its application, the effects of this strategy were reflected in an even faster business growth that required additional additions to the manufacturing facility. And so things continued until the early part of the present decade, when the factory facilities became so rapidly outgrown that drastic changes were necessary. It was in those conditions that Edison came to the front with the sagacity and breadth of business ability. He designed the erection with characteristic boldness and foresight of the series of impressive concrete buildings that are now adjacent to and around the facility and in which the manufacturing plant is located. In designing such structures, there was no narrowness in his opinions, but, on the contrary, great faith in the future, as his ambitions included not only the phonograph industry, but also the future development of motion pictures and the main and storage battery companies. There are 12 structures in the aggregate, including the administration building, 6 of which are of immense proportions, ranging from 200 feet long by 50 feet wide to 440 feet wide by 115 feet wide. All these larger buildings, except one, being 5 stories high. They are built entirely of reinforced concrete with Edison cement, including walls, floors, and stairways, thus eliminating fire hazard to the fullest degree and ensuring a high level of protection, cleanliness, and sanitation. Because 3/4 of the area of their exterior frame consists of glass, an abundance of sunshine is assured. Combined with high ceilings on every level, these many advantages provide ideal conditions for the thousands of working people engaged in this enormous factory. In addition to these 12 concrete structures, on the grounds there are a few smaller brick and wooden houses, in which some special operations are carried out. Nonetheless, those are few and will be concentrated in one or more additional concrete future buildings. It will provide a better idea of the scale of industries clustered around the laboratory immediately when it is mentioned that the total floor space occupied by them in all of these buildings is equal in the aggregate to over 14 acres. It would be instructive to lead the reader through this extensive facility, but barely within the framework of the story, and see its many fascinating operations in detail. Nevertheless, it must be sufficient to notice its total and wide-ranging equipment with modern machinery of all kinds relevant to the work. Its various, and some of them wonderfully ingenious methods, procedures, machines, and devices specially designed or developed for the manufacture of special components and additional equipment for the phonograph or other Edison products. And also note the interesting variety. Edison's plans for this manufacturing plant was reasonably well developed to provide enough room for the natural growth of the business, and although that capacity, as far as phonographs are concerned, has reached a production of more than 6,000 full phonographs per week and over 130,000 molded records per day, with a payroll of more than 3,500 workers, including office force, an employee, and about $45,000 a week, volume goals have not yet been achieved. The continuous outpouring of goods in such large quantities means a massive and busy sales organization's unremitting activities to provide for the marketing and distribution. This important department, the National Phonograph Company, has around 200 employees in its office payroll in all its branches, from the president to office boy, and makes its headquarters in the administration building, which is one of the larger concrete structures mentioned above. The company's policy is to dispose of its wares through regular trade channels rather than dealing directly with the public, depending on local interaction as encouraged by a liberal national advertising policy. Thus, a very extensive company was slowly built up until now an immense inventory of phonographs and records is sold to retail consumers in the United States and Canada by the number of around 150 employees and over 13,000 dealers. The thus structured Edison phonograph industry is assisted by regular conventions of this great commercial power. Also, the National Phonograph Company has special staff to carry on the business with foreign countries. Although this department's overall transactions are not as vast as those for the U.S. and Canada, they are of substantial volume. As the Foreign Office generally distributes a very large number of phonographs and records to selling companies and agencies in Europe, Asia, Australia, Japan, and indeed all civilized world countries. Like the English drumbeat, the Edison phonograph's voice is heard all over the world in 24 hours of undying strains. In addition to Orange's main manufacturing plant, we must not neglect another important adjunct, namely the recording department in New York City, where the master records are made under the guidance of experts who have learned the intricacies of art with Edison himself. This department occupies an upper floor in a lofty building, and in its various rooms many famous singers, vocalists, actors, and vaudeville artists can be seen and heard studiously and busily engaged in making the original records, which are subsequently sent to Orange, and which, if accepted by the expert committee, are passed on to the appropriate department for large quantities of reproduction. The market prices have risen by leaps and bounds after Edison concluded his final series of investigations on a storage battery and took it to its present state of perfection. The battery, as it was originally set out, made an enviable reputation for itself, but with its enhanced design, a vast increase in business has come about. Although the largest of the concrete buildings in which its manufacture is carried out is more than 400 feet long and 4 floors in height, it has already become necessary to schedule extensions and expansions of the plant to provide for the production of batteries to meet the current demands. It was not until the summer of 1909 that Edison was able to pronounce the final verdict of satisfaction about this improved form of storage battery. But his decision was justified by subsequent commercial performance, and it is not too much to expect that the company would assume gigantic proportions in just a few years. The Edison storage battery enterprise is in its early stages of growth at present, 1910, and its standing can be contrasted with that of the electric light system about the year 1881. There is one more industry, though comparatively small, that is included in the Orange Works activities, namely the manufacture and sale of the Bates numbering machine. This is a well-known trade tool used for stamping consecutive, identical, and multiple numbers on checks and other documents in mercantile establishments. It is not Edison's invention, but the company that owns it, along with the patent rights, was bought by him some years ago, and since then he has continued and expanded the business both in scale and volume, also, of course, to developing and perfecting the device itself. These machines are known all over the world, and while annual sales are comparatively moderate compared to the other Edison industries at Orange, they represent a comfortable and encouraging business in the aggregate. The facts, it is claimed, provide a full refutation of the notion that an inventor cannot be a businessman in this summary analysis of the thriving and comprehensive commercial enterprises based around the Orange Laboratory. We also bear abundant evidence of the compatibility in the same individual of these two widely divergent gifts which exist, even to a high degree. In the present case, a striking illustration of the correctness of this proposal is given, bearing in mind that these various industries mentioned above, whose annual sales amount to many millions of dollars, owe not only their very development, except the Bates machine, and life to the innovative and commercial initiative of Edison, but also their continued growth and prosperity. In publishing this year's portrait of Edison, one of the popular magazines put this caption under it: "If the age were called upon to pay Thomas A. Edison all that it owes to him, the age would have to make an assignment." This chapter will have shed some light on Edison's idiosyncrasies as a financier and as a producer, and will have shown that while the argument thus suggested may well be very plain. Chapter 6. The Phonograph. At the opening of the New York City electrical display in October 1908, to mark the Atlantic Cable Jubilee and the first quarter of a century of lighting with the Edison service on Manhattan Island, the exercises were all performed through the Edison phonograph. This included Governor Hughes of New York's devoted speech, Mr. Edison's humble remarks as president, the president's congratulations to many national electrical bodies, and a variety of operatic vocal and instrumental selections. All of this was heard by a huge audience and was repeated on other evenings. At the Electrical Exhibition in Chicago in 1909, the same speeches were again used phonographically, and now documents are preserved for reproduction 100 or 1,000 years later. This tour de force, never before attempted, was merely an indication of the phonograph's importance, not only in establishing the truth of history firsthand, but in preserving the human voice. What wouldn't we offer to listen to the very voices and sounds of the Sermon on the Mount, the Demosthenes prayers, the First Pitt's plea for American freedom, the Washington farewell, or the Gettysburg Address? Until Edison made his wonderful invention in 1877, the human race was absolutely without the means to maintain or pass on its linguistic utterances or any other vocal sound to posterity. We have some idea of how the ancients looked and felt and wrote. The ample evidence brings us back to the inhabitants of the cave. But all the old languages are dead, and their embalmment in the literary form. We certainly don't even know how the plays of Shakespeare and Goldsmith were performed on stage in the theaters of the time, while it's only a guess that Chaucer would sound much more modern than the Scans. Contrary to the common notion, very few of the great modern developments were the result of a sudden inspiration by which, like Minerva, they fled from the brain of their creators, but on the contrary, they progressed by slow and incremental steps, so that sometimes the final advance was almost imperceptible. The Edison phonograph is a significant exception to the general rule. Not present-day phonograph with all its technical excellence, of course, but as an instrument capable of capturing and reproducing sound. Its invention was often credited to the discovery that, under the influence of sound waves, a point attached to a telephone diagram would vibrate with enough force to prick the finger. The tale, while intriguing, is not based on fact. However, if real, it is hard to see how the discovery in question could have made a material contribution to the ultimate achievement. It is absurd to assume to a man of Edison's intellect that the consequence of the so-called observation would not have been made as a matter of intuition, even before the actual sensation had been felt. Indeed, the phonograph's discovery was the result of pure intention. Edison had been working on an automatic telegraph some time before 1877, in which the letters were shaped by embossing strips of paper with proper dot and dash arrangement. The latter was actuated by drawing the strip under a touch lever to control the circuits and send the necessary signals over the surface. It was found that the vibration of the lever resulted in the creation of an audible sound when the strip was pushed very quickly. With these facts before him, Edison reasoned that if the paper strip could be filled with sound wave representative elevations and depressions, a diaphragm could be actuated to replicate the corresponding sounds. The next step in the creation line was to create the required undulations on the strip, and it was then reasoned that original sounds could be used to shape a graphic record by actuating a diaphragm, and thus causing a cutting or indenting point to vibrate in contact with a moving surface to cut or indent the record. Therefore, as unusual as it may seem, and contrary to the general belief, the phonograph was retroactively made. The development of the sounds being before the idea of actually recording them. Edison's account of the phonography discovery is of great interest. I was experimenting, he says, with an automated method of capturing telegraph messages on a paper disc laid on a rotating platform. The same as the today disc-talk machine. The platform had a spiral groove on its surface, like a disc. A circular paper disc was placed over it. An electromagnet with an embossing point attached to an arm moved across the disc, and any signs were placed. This pulley was attached to a small paper toy depicting a man who saw wood through a string. Therefore, if one shouted, "Mary had a little lamb," and so forth, the paper man would begin to see the wood. I concluded that if I could record the diaphragm movements correctly, I could trigger these records to replicate the original motions imparted by the voice to the diaphragm, and thus succeed in recording and reproducing the voice of a man. Instead of using a disc, I constructed a small machine using a cylinder fitted with grooves across the surface. I had to put it over tin foil, which was easily obtained, and registered the diaphragm's movements. A sketch was made, and the piecework price, $18, was marked on the sketch. I used to mark the price I would pay for each sketch. If the worker lost, I would pay his daily wages. If he earned more than the salaries, he would have it. John Crucy was the worker who'd got the sketch. I had little confidence that it would succeed, hoping I could maybe hear a word or so that would give hope for the possibility of a future. When he had almost finished it, Crucy asked what it was for. I told him that I was going to record talking and then talk back to the machine. He found it ridiculous. It was done with the foil that was placed on. Then I yelled, "Mary had a little lamb," etc. I changed the reproducer, and it reproduced perfectly by the computer. In my life, I've never been so overwhelmed. Everyone was taken aback. I've always been scared of the first things that worked. Long experience has shown that there were many disadvantages generally found before they could be commercialized, but there was something there was no question about it. The original Edison phonograph, thus designed by Crucy, is preserved in the South Kensington Museum, London. That repository can have no greater treasure of its kind. He wanted to know what it was. I told him that I had a computer that would record and replicate the voice of a man. I opened the package, set up the computer, and said, "Mary had a little lamb," and so on. Then I repeated it, so it could be heard throughout the house. They held me at it until Mr. Beach got so big that the audience thought the floor would collapse, and we were forced to stop. The papers held columns the next morning. None of the authors seemed to understand how this had happened. It was so easy, I tried to explain, but the findings were so shocking that they probably made up their minds that they would never get it, and they didn't. The phonograph has now been legitimately introduced as a world phenomenon, and a reference to the 1878 newspapers will show the extent to which it and Edison were subjects of universal debate. Some of the period's press reports were extremely, and funny. As if this young man's actual accomplishments, barely 30, were not concrete and substantial enough to warrant respect for his talent, the period's yellow journalists started busily constructing an Edison myth, with gross absurdities of claim and attribution, from which the modest topic of it all has not ceased to suffer with unthinking people yet. A beautifully vicious example of this form of treatment can be found in that year's Paris Figaro, which under the fitting title of "This Amazing Edison" made the most shocking disclosures as to the life and character of the inventor bare before the French public. "It should be known," said this newspaper, "that Mr. Edison does not belong to himself. He is the property of the telegraph company that lodges him in a beautiful hotel in New York, holds him on a comfortable footing, and pays him a considerable salary to learn and benefit from his discoveries. You're talking to a jet of vapor. A previously told friend will address you with the same process." In this wild exaggeration, American journals were not backward. The phonograph's earning capacity then rested in its display quality, as is now largely the case. The Boston Prophet's ever-awake mentality and eager for something different went as high as $1,800 a week. There was an unceasing demand for it in New York, and with the aid of Hillborn L. Roosevelt, a successful organ builder, and ex-President Roosevelt's brother, concerts were offered at which the phonograph was featured. James Redpath's services were sought with great success to handle this novel show business. Redpath, famous as John Brown's friend and biographer, as a correspondent for the Civil War, and as the founder of the famed Redpath Lyceum Bureau in Boston, divided the country into territories, each section being leased for exhibition purposes based on a percentage of the gate revenue. By 203 Broadway from all over the Union flocked a swarm of showmen, cranks, and in particular of old operators. At the top of the building was a floor on which these novices graduated in machine use and care, and then they were sent out on the road with the tinfoil equipment and other supplies. While it lasted, it was a diverting experience. The enthusiasm over the phonograph was sustained for many months, until it was seen by a large proportion of the country's inhabitants, and then the display receipts declined and diminished. Many of the old technicians, brought on from good nature, were bad exhibitors and poor accountants, and gradually they and the machines they were entrusted with fell out of sight. But meanwhile, Edison had learned many lessons about this practical side of technology that was not forgotten when the phonograph's revival began a few years later, leading to the present huge and steady demand for both machines and records. Among the many applications to which the phonograph was used, the following were: 1. Letter writing and all sorts of dictation without the aid of a stenographer. 2. Phonographic books that will communicate to blind people without effort on their part. 3. Teaching eloquence. 4. Replication of music. 5. The family record, a record of words, reminiscences, etc. Nevertheless, the other uses that were expected early on for the phonograph were not yet generally figured out, although the time does not seem far away when its general usefulness will be extended broadly. Both dolls and clocks were made, but they have not been taken seriously by the world so far. The original phonograph, as invented by Edison, existed for almost 10 years in its primitive and incomplete state, still the object of philosophical interest, and as a simple textbook example of the effect of sound vibrations. This continued to be a topic of curious interest to the imaginative and the focus of a great deal of fiction, although its overlooked commercial possibilities were alluded to more or less vaguely. Despite this delayed growth period, Edison continued to work on the invention and commercial production of the incandescent lamp. His time was comparatively free in 1887, and the phonograph was then taken up with renewed energy, and efforts were made to solve its mechanical deficiencies and to supply a commercial instrument to fulfill its early promise. The substantial changes made up to 1890 from that period turned the phonograph from a science device into a functional technological apparatus. Another innovation that followed the lines embraced by Edison for the phonograph's commercial development was to make sapphire stylus recording and reproducing an extremely hard, non-oxidizable gem, so that these tiny instruments would always maintain their true shape and resist wear effectively. Naturally, many other things have been done in this work that can still be found on the perfected phonograph as it stands today, and many other suggestions have been made that have been accepted at the time, but have been abandoned later. To the curious-minded, reference is made to the Patent Office records, which will indicate that up to 1893, Edison had received more than 65 patents in this art, from which his line of thought can be traced very closely. The today phonograph, except for the excellence of its mechanical features, can be considered identical with the 1889 system in its elegance of manufacture and design, and in small details, except that with the latter, the rotation of the record cylinder was affected by an electric motor. The essential use as contemplated at that time was as a replacement for stenographers, and the most lavish fancies were indulged as to their usefulness in this area. The patents were sold to Philadelphia capitalists who exploit the system commercially, who formed the North American Phonograph Corporation, through which leases were given for limited periods to local businesses operating in special regions, usually within the boundaries of a single state. Under that scheme, similar to the 1878 methods, the machines and blank cylinders were manufactured by the Edison Phonograph Company, which still maintained its factories in Orange, New Jersey. The marketing company was early doomed to failure, primarily because the instruments were not well known and did not have the requisite refinements to suit them for the particular field they were to be used in. For first, they leased the instruments, but it was noticed that the leases were seldom renewed. At that time, efforts were made to market them, but the costs were high, from $100 to $150. Amid these difficulties, the company's chief promoter, Mr. Lippincott, died. And it was soon noticed that the sanguine promoter's rose-filled hopes of success were not to be realized. The North American Phonograph Company failed, its key creator being Mr. Edison, who, having acquired the properties of the bankrupt company, formed the National Phonograph Company, to which he handed over the patents. And with characteristic zeal, he again tried to build a corporation with which to successfully establish his favorite, and to him, most fascinating invention. At the very beginning, the National Phonograph Company decided to withdraw at the field of stenographic use, at least temporarily, and to use the phonograph as a music box rival for musical purposes. It was, therefore, necessary to discard the fairly heavy and expensive electric motor for such work and to create a simple spring motor with a sufficiently sensitive governor to allow precise musical reproduction. Such a motor has been developed and is now used on all phonographs, except on special instruments that can be made with electric motors, as well as on the popular equipment that has been designed and installed for stenographic use in recent years. Improved manufacturing facilities have been introduced, new tools have been produced, and various machine models have been built, so that phonographs can now be purchased at prices ranging from $10 to $200. Even with the improvements thus made in the two machines, the business development work was slow as demand had to be created, and the public's early prejudice against the phonograph had to be resolved because of its failure as a stenographic device. From this point of departure, the tale of the phonograph as an industrial enterprise is itself full of interest, but embraces so many specifics that it is inevitable. We must return to the days of 1878, when Edison, with at least 3 first-class innovations to his account, the quadruplex, the carbon telephone, and the phonograph, had become a man of mark and a world character. As usual, the phonograph's innovation was immediately followed by the introduction of several other incidental and auxiliary devices, some of which were patented. One of these was the phonograph, a combination of a remote station telephone with a phonograph. The phonograph mouthpiece's diaphragm is actuated by an electromagnet, in the same manner as that of an ordinary telephone receiver, and thus a record of the message spoken from a distance can be produced and converted to sound at will. Such a method is reversible, and the phonograph will send a message to the remote receiver. This concept was beautifully illustrated in practice by Mr. W. J. Hammer, one of the earliest and most competent associates of Edison, who carried on telephonographic correspondence between New York and an audience in Philadelphia in February 1889. The record on the Edison phonograph made in New York was replicated in an Edison carbon transmitter, transmitted over 103 miles of wire, including 6 miles of underground cable, received by an Edison motographer, repeated to a phonograph, transferred from the phonograph to an Edison carbon transmitter, and sent to the enthusiast Edison motographer. In real practice, this amazing playing with sound waves could be greatly simplified, as if they were lacrosse balls to throw between the goals. The modern megaphone, now widely used to make announcements to large crowds, particularly at sporting events, is also due to this time as Edison's mastery of many background devices, perhaps far beyond the mythical funnels by which Alexander the Great is said to have sent orders to his outer powers. The improved Edison megaphone for long-distance work consisted of 2 horns of wood or metal about 6 feet long, tapering to a small aperture supplied with ear tubes from a diameter of 2 feet 6 inches at the muzzle. Such converging horns or funnels are mounted on a tripod, and the megaphone is full with a large speaking trumpet in between. Conversation with this megaphone can be carried on at a distance of more than 2 miles, as with a ship or a balloon. The new megaphone now employs the receiver type, thus introduced as its very efficient transmitter, with which the old-fashioned speaking trumpet can possibly compete, and the term megaphone is universally applied to the single, side-flaring horn. Another step along this line took Edison to the aerophone, in which the Figaro's fanciful depiction was weaving. The same form of the tympanum is used in the construction of the aerophone as in the phonograph, but the reproduction of the human voice, or the transmission of sound, is achieved by the rapid opening and closing of valves mounted within a steam whistle or organ pipe. The diaphragm vibrations transmitted to the valves cause them to act in synchronism, so that the vibrations are thrown on the fleeing air or stream, and the effect is an instrument with the power to magnify the sounds 200 times and to hurl them intelligibly at great distances, like a massive fog siren, but with incredible clarity and penetration. All this study of sound propagation over long distances without wires led to the consideration and development of pioneering wireless telegraphy equipment, but that is another chapter as well. Yet it is important to remember yet another innovative invention of this era, Edison's vocal engine, the patent application for which was executed in August 1878, the patent being issued the following December. Reference to this was already noted by Edison himself. The voice engine, or phonomotor, transforms speech or music vibrations acting on the diaphragm into motion that is used to move a secondary appliance, whether as a toy or for a useful purpose. So a man can talk through a board about a hole. Edison leaped enthusiastically at the opportunity in the summer of 1878 to make a westward journey, somewhat tired of all this labor and anticipation, and having not enjoyed any cessation from toil or rest period for 10 years. Only 30 years later, he jotted down some of his reminiscences for this volume on a similar journey over the same land. The 1878 attraction was an opportunity to test his delicate taximeter's capability during the sun's complete eclipse, July 29. His admiring colleague, Professor George F. Barker of the University of Pennsylvania, with whom he had been acquainted for some years now, proposed the trip and was himself a member of the party of excursion that made its rendezvous in Rawlins, Wyoming territory. Edison had tested his taximeter and was confident that it would measure up to 1/1,000,000th of a Fahrenheit degree. It was only 10 years after he left the West in poverty and obscurity, a penniless man searching for a job, but now he was a great scientist and famous, a welcome addition to the band of astronomers and physicists gathered to observe the eclipse and the corona. The phonograph also made its way to Europe during the year 1878, and lots of money was paid to secure the rights to its production and use. For example, in England, the microscopic company paid down $7,500 and agreed to a royalty, while arrangements were made in France, Russia, and other countries as well. The commercial development had to wait several years in every case, as in this region, for in the meantime another great art had been brought into being, requiring exclusive attention and exhaustive labor. And when the work was done, the reward in the practice of salvation was a new heaven and a new earth, in the art of illumination. Chapter 7. Edison and Women. A few words about the domestic and personal side of Edison's life, to which there are already many incidental references in this book. He married Miss Mary Stilwell, who died in 1884, leaving 3 children, Thomas Alva Jr., William Leslie, and Marion Estelle in 1873. Mr. Edison was again married in 1886 to Miss Mina Miller, daughter of Mr. Lewis Miller, a renowned pioneer inventor and manufacturer in the field of agricultural machinery, and equally entitled to renown as the father of the Chautauqua concept and the founder of the original Chautauqua, with Bishop Vincent, who now has so many replicas throughout the world, and who started one of the T's in motion. There are 3 children by this marriage: Charles, Madeline, and Theodore. For over 20 years, dating from his marriage to Miss Miller, Edison's pleasant and ideal domestic life was spent at Glenmont, a lovely property purchased at that time in Llewellyn Park, on the higher slopes of Orange Mountain, New Jersey, within easy walking distance of the laboratory at the foot of the West Orange Hill. As already noted, the latter part of each winter is spent at Fort Myers, Florida, where Edison has a plantation home on the banks of the Chattahoochee River, which is in many ways a miniature replica of the house and laboratory up north. Glenmont is a rather lavish and florid Queen Anne English-style building of brick, stone, and wooden beams, with an array of gables and balconies appearing on the outside. It is set in an area of woodland and lawn sweeps, flanked by exceptionally large conservatories, and with sparkling flower beds still light in the summer. It would be hard to imagine Edison in a stiffly formal home, and this massive, cozy 3-story rambling mansion has a simple freedom about it, without and inside, quite in keeping with the inventor's creativity, yet revealing traces of feminine taste and culture at every turn. The ground floor, consisting mainly of large drawing rooms, parlors, and dining hall, is particularly noteworthy for the den or lounging room at the end of the main axis, where the family and friends are likely to be found in the evening hours, unless the party has retreated to the interesting and fascinating private library on the floor above for more intimate social intercourse. The lounge room on the ground floor is more or less an Edison museum, because it is filled with great people's souvenirs and travel-related memories, all related to an event or episode. A large cabinet includes honors, decorations, and medals given to Edison, which accumulate over a long career, some of which can be seen in the opposite example. A bronze copy of the Edison Gold Medal created at the American Institute of Electrical Engineers, the first of which was presented to Elihu Thomson during this year, 1910, might be seen close by. There are serpentine marble sculptures, gifts of Russia's late Tsar, whose appreciation is also reflected by a magnificent inlaid and enameled cigar case. There are traditional bronze vases from the Society of Japanese Engineers, and a stunning desk, set of Krupp's writing apparatus, all of which are made from tiny yet huge Krupp steel weapons and shells. In addition to such bric-a-brac and bibelots of all sorts, there are many pictures and photos, including the initial sketches of the Paris Figaro reception given to Edison in 1889, and a letter from Madame Carnot putting Mr. and Mrs. Edison at the disposal of the presidential opera box. One of the room's most noticeable features is a phonograph device, on which the greatest singers and musicians can still hear the new and finest productions, but in which Edison himself experiments eternally, under the incurable illusion that this domestic refuge is but an extension of his laboratory. The large library, semi-boudoir upstairs, is also very descriptive of Edison's home life, but again representative of Edison's existence and temperament, as it is hard to overlay his many technical books and scientific periodicals with a sufficiently thick crust of popular magazines or current literature to prevent their outcrop into proof. Similarly, the talk and conversation here, however slightly it may begin, always turns to big questions and deep problems, particularly in the fields of discovery and invention, and Edison, in an easy chair, will sit through the long evenings until 1 or 2 in the morning, pulling his eyebrows meditative, quoting something he has just read important to the discussion, listening and telling. He's incredibly clever with the pencil, and occasionally he'll have fun when chatting, making all kinds of fancy bits of penmanship, turning his signature into circles and squares, but still drawing straight lines, so straight they couldn't be truer. It was a matter of getting Edison to bed a lot of a night, for he'd rather try a question than eat or sleep, but at whatever hour the visitor retires or gets up, he's sure to find the master of the house on hand, serene and restful, and just as brisk in the morning as he allowed the conversation to break up at midnight. Naturally, the ordinary routine of everyday family life is frequently disrupted by meetings and parties, visits to the billiards room, visitors' entertainment, the departure and return of young people from college during holiday periods, and issues related to the many social and philanthropic causes in which Mrs. Edison is strongly interested, but Edison's round of townships are interrupted. Edison, at the age of 63, had a fine body and should carry on the values of his long-lived ancestors, as do a healthy old age, free from serious illness of any kind. His hair has whitened, but is still thick and abundant, and while he uses glasses for some work, his gray-blue eyes are as sharp and bright and intensely lustrous as ever, with the direct, searching look they've ever had in them. He stands 5 feet 9.5 centimeters high, weighs 175 pounds, and has not changed in weight in a quarter of a century, though he was lean to gauntness as a young man. He is very abstemious, hardly ever consuming alcohol. He cares little for meat, but is fond of fruit, and never averse to a strong cup of coffee or a good cigar. He takes very little exercise, but his good color and swiftness of step would indicate to those who don't know better that he's in the best of fitness, and one who lives outdoors. One would be in awe of seeing him with a bright hat, a loud check jacket, or a fancy waistcoat, yet there is a strange sense of fastidiousness about the simple stuff he delights in. Maybe he is not completely personally responsible for that state of affairs. In conversation, Edison is straightforward, courteous, ready to discuss a subject with anyone worth talking to, and an outstanding listener given his sore deafness. No one ever goes away from Edison in doubt as to what he thinks or says, but if the talk focuses on himself rather than on his job, he is always quiet and diffident to some degree. Another and second attribute of Edison's personality contributing so strongly to his achievements is an intense, not to say courageous, optimism in which no thought of failure can enter. An optimism born of self-confidence, and becoming more and more a sense of assurance in accomplishing achievement after 40 or 50 years of experience. When confronted with a problem requiring all the efforts of his skill and experience to solve it, he has the same intellectual pleasure as the chess master in overcoming difficulties. He has no obsession with progressing along smooth and friendly routes, facing no challenges, fighting without difficulties and hardships. He encounters opposition with the keen joy of a strong man battling with the waves and resisting them in sheer pleasure, and the greater and more seemingly formidable powers that might try to sweep him off, the more intense his own attempts to overcome them. After the ore milling trials, when virtually all his money was sunk in an endeavor that had to be deemed unlikely, when at the age of 50 he looked back on 5 or 6 years of intense effort that seemed to have been expended for nothing, when everything seemed most bleak and the financial clouds were rising rapidly on the horizon. The key experiment was good. He had achieved what he was looking for. Nature had outstripped him at another stage, yet he had prodigiously broadened his amount of information. It was only during the last summer, 1910, that one of the writers spent a Sunday riding in an automobile over the magnificent roads of New Jersey. Edison in the highest spirits, and pointing out the many beautiful views of the valley and forest with the greatest enjoyment. The wanderings led to Edison's old ore milling factory, now basically a mass of abandoned buildings, all decaying. It was a disturbing sight, marking battles with nature as titanic but futile. To Edison, though, there was no sign of remorse or regret, and apparently the entire ruins were as much a matter of unconcern as if he were staring at Pompeii's remains. Sitting on the White House porch, where he lived during that time, in the light of the setting sun, his fine face in repose, he looked over the scene as placidly as a satisfied farmer over a field of mature corn. All he said was, "I never felt better in my life than in the 5 years I worked here. Hard work, nothing to disturb my mind, clear air, and simple food made my life very good. We learned a lot. It will gain another time." Likewise, in connection with the storage battery, after 3 years of continuous testing, it was noticed that it dropped below his own. Hundreds of thousands of dollars had been expended on the tests, and the battery had been very widely used in the newspapers, often without Edison's approval. Stopping meant not only pocketing a great loss already incurred, facing a bleak and uncertain future, but it meant more than anything else an injury to personal pride to most people motivated by ordinary human sentiments. Praise? Pooh-pooh. This had little to do with a very serious practical problem, and the writers may testify that, at the moment when his decision was reached, work stopped and the long-awaited view was peered into. Edison was as unconcerned as if he had decided that, after all, peach pie could be better than apple pie for present diets. He has often said that time meant very little to him, that he had but a tiny understanding of his passing, and that when contemplating the creation of a critical innovation 10 or 20 years were as nothing. Such personal pride references reflect another characteristic of Edison, in which he varies from most people. Many individuals derive an extreme and not inappropriate gratification from posing before their friends and neighbors in royal or military clothing, with plenty of gold braid and brass buttons, and thus arrayed. Putting the man who appeals to public attention solely because of the beauty of his plumage at the head of the procession, and passing the ranks through the multitudes with a gradually decreasing sense of pride in their accomplishment, Edison would be at the very end of the procession. Reference has been made here to the fact that one of the 2 great English universities wished to confer on him a degree, but that he was unable to quit his job for the short time required to accept the honor. It was pointed out to him on that occasion that he should make every possible effort to go, that the praise was wonderful, and that but few Americans were so remembered. It was hopeless, a field-based appeal. Before him, there was something important, the job to be done, a question to be solved. Beyond that, there was a reward as elusive as the Legion of Honor ring, which he withheld from his friends that they may not believe he was showing off. The truth is that Edison cares little for the world's acceptance, but that he cares about everything for his approval. Difficult as it might be, perhaps difficult, to trace its origin, Edison possesses what he certainly would term a well-developed case of New England consciousness, for whose approval he is constantly engaged. These, then, can be taken as Edison's characteristics that allow him to accomplish more than most people. A strong body, a coherent and active mind, a creative imagination, a highly concentrated mental and physical ability, an ironclad nervous system that knows no ennui, extreme determination, and courageous self-confidence. Anyone having developed these capacities to the same degree, with the same use opportunities, would probably achieve the same amount. And yet there is a peculiarity about him that he has never previously been mentioned in print, as far as is understood. He seems to be conscientiously afraid of becoming indolent, and therefore frequently exposes himself to needless suffering. Working all night is rarely necessary, or till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, but he persists on his strength in such tests even now. Recently, one of the writers had the opportunity to present him for his approval with a lengthy typewritten text of over 30 pages. Glenmont was taken home. Edison had to make a few minor corrections, perhaps no more than a dozen of them all told. In the usual way, they might have been expressed by interlineations and marginal notes, and probably would have taken no more than 10 or 15 minutes of his time. And yet, what was he doing? He copied out painstakingly the entire paper in longhand, embodying the corrections as he went along, and the following morning delivered the results of his research. At the very least, a job like that would have taken up many hours. How can such a trait, and dozens of similar experiences, be clarified, except by the fact that he felt the need for special schooling in the industry, that under no circumstances could he allow an indolent thought to invade his mind? His sense of humor is strong, but none of the overdeveloped type of the hothouse. One of his favorite jokes is walking into the legal department with an air of great modesty and applying for an inventor's position. He's never so stressed or concerned about cares that he won't drop all thoughts about his work for a couple of moments to listen to a new story, a ready smile all the time, and a hearty boyish laugh at the end. In reality, his laugh is sometimes almost aboriginal, delightfully slapping his hands on his knees. He rocks back and forth and shouts his joy equally. Recently, a daily report of one of his companies that had just started, including a large order amounting to several $1,000s, and was returned by him with a miniature sketch of a tiny person looking through a telescope at that particular item. His ability to produce precipitous yet vividly detailed drawings is timeless. He delights greatly in imitating the New York street gaming's lingo. A dignified person named James may be accepted with the following words: "Hully gee, Jimmy, when did you blow in?" He likes to mimic and imitate styles that are usually distasteful to him. The sanctimonious hypocrite, the elegant speculator, and others he undoubtedly met in life, was done to the taste of the Queen. He entered the laboratory library in good spirits on a very cold winter day, playing the decayed dandy, with imaginary cane under his belt, trying to put on a pair of tattered imaginary gloves, with a self-satisfied smirk and leer that would have attributed. That particular bit of acting was heightened by the fact that he wears thin summer clothes, normally acid-worn and more or less disreputable, even in the coldest weather. He varies the number of his underclothing suits for safety, often wearing 3 or 4 pairs, depending on the thermometer. If one could detach Edison from the concept of work and regard him as an inventor and man of science separately and apart from his embodiment, his temperament could be said to be fundamentally mercurial. He's often in the best spirits, with all the youth's spontaneity, and once again he is anxious, moody, and violently furious. Nevertheless, anger with him is a lot like the tale attributed to Napoleon. "Sire, how is it that your decision is not tainted by your great rage?" one of his courtiers asked. "Because," the emperor said, "I never let it rise above this line," running its hand across its throat. Once Edison was seen almost beside himself with indignation at a stupid mistake or inexcusable supervision on the part of an employee, his voice raised to a high pitch, sneeringly voicing his feelings of disdain for the perpetrator, and yet when the offender, like a bad schoolboy, left the room, Edison immediately returned to his usual poise, and the incident was a thing of the past. The unsettled condition continues at certain times, and his spleen is vented not only on the initial instigator, but on anyone who may have the ability to see him, even hours later. When such a fit is on him, the word is passed around easily, and yet few of his associates find it necessary to meet with him at the time. The genuine anger can usually be distinguished from the article of imitation by those who know him personally by the fact that, when his forehead is angry between the eyes, he partakes of a strange rotary movement that cannot be properly represented in words. It's as though the storm clouds inside pass like a whirling cyclone. As a general rule, Edison does not become genuinely angry at his subordinates' errors and other human weaknesses. He merely simulates frustration at best. Yet woe betide the one who commits an act of bad faith, treachery, dishonesty, or ingratitude. Then Edison will prove what it is for a strong man to get straight crazy. But he's singularly safe in this regard, and his frustration spells are rare. In reality, those who know him best are constantly surprised at his modesty and composure, often when great provocation has been posed. People who come into contact with him, and who may have an opportunity to challenge his views, can leave with the impression that he is hot-tempered. Nothing could be further from the truth. He argues with considerable vehemence on his case, pounds on the table to demonstrate his opinions, and explains his theme with a multitude of fitting similarities. However, owing to his deafness, it is hard to make the argument two-sided. Before the visitor can thoroughly justify his side of the matter, some question is posed that sets Edison off again, and fresh claims are poured out from his point of view. Some take this relentless disruption to mean that Edison has a tiny opinion of any theories that contradict him, but he's only deeply in earnest to show his hand. When the visitor continues until Edison has seen the debate on both sides, he is also able to admit honestly that his own opinions might be unsound, and his critic is right. Indeed, after such a controversy, both sides hammer and tongue after each other, the arguments to him being carried on at the very top of one's voice to allow him to hear, and from him being equally loud in the enthusiasm of the discussion. He has always said, "I see now that my position has been rotted." Chapter 8. Menlo Park and Edison, a bond too strong. From the spring of 1876 to 1886, Edison lived and did his work at Menlo Park, and at this stage of his life, amidst that fascinating and eventful era, it is fitting to give a few notes and jottings on the site itself, around which history already weaves its fancies, just as at the time the outpouring of new inventions from it suddenly gave the name prominence. I moved to Menlo Park, New Jersey on the Pennsylvania Railroad, many miles below Elizabeth in 1876, says Edison. The transfer was due to the trouble I had about renting. I rented a small shop in Newark on the top floor of a padlock factory by the month. I gave notice that I would give it up at the end of the month, paid the rent, moved out, and returned the keys. The move was a good one, as Miss Mary E. Stillwell had been married by the inventor, and was now able to establish himself comfortably with his wife and family, while having full access to the new laboratory. Each moment thus saved has been worthwhile. Today, the place and the area have fallen to the insignificance from which the genius of Edison so shockingly raised them. A view from the windows of the car shows only a gently rolling landscape, dotted with modest homes and unpretentious barns, and there is nothing in sight as a monument to indicate that this place has been the scene of the most focused and fruitful imaginative phase the world has ever known for almost a decade. There is a group of gaunt and abandoned buildings near the Menlo Park train station, shelter from the casual tramp, and gradually crumbling away, but not ruined by the carelessness of some ragged smoker. This silent collection of buildings comprises Edison's famous old laboratory and workshops, historic as the birthplace of the carbon transmitter, the phonograph, the incandescent lamp, and the place where Edison often worked out his electrical distribution systems, his industrial dynamo, his electric railway, his megaphone, his taximeter, and many other inventions. Also, he continued his earlier research on the quadruplex, sextuplex, multiplex, and automatic telegraphs, and did his groundbreaking pioneering work in wireless telegraphy here. The purest hamlet was Menlo Park. Omitting the buildings of the facility, it had only about 7 homes, the best of which Edison resided in, a location that had a windmill pumping water into a tank. One of the stories of the day was that Edison had his front gate so attached to the pumping plant that every person who opened or closed the gate accidentally contributed to the reservoir supply. 2 or 3 of the houses were occupied by staff members' families. In the other boarders, the laboratory was taken, of course, furnishing all the patrons. There was a small lounge near the railway station, owned by an old Scotchman called Davis, where billiards were played in idle moments, and where the hot stove was a center of attraction for loungers and storytellers during the long winter evenings. The reality is that under the strenuous conditions that existed at the laboratory, where rest was enjoyed at odd intervals of exhaustion and waiting, there was very little social life of any sort possible. The central laboratory was a spacious 2-story, wooden building. At first, the office was in this building, and after that was over, it was transferred to the brick library. There, S.L. Griffin, Edison's old telegraph friend, served as his secretary, and was in charge of a large and beautiful correspondence. The office employees were the brothers Carman, and then the late secretary John F. Randolph. According to Mr. Francis Gell of Budapest, then one of the employees, to whom the writers are indebted for a great deal of valuable data on this period, it was in the upper story of this laboratory, that the most significant experiments were carried out, and where the incandescent lamp was created. There was the Thomson reflecting mirror galvanometer and electrometer, while there were the normal cells modified and standardized by the galvanometers nearby. This measuring table was connected to all parts of the laboratory and machine shop using wires so that measurements could be made easily from a distance. As in those days, we did not have any compact and direct reading instruments, as now exists. Later on, we constructed our photometric chamber opposite this table, which was based on the Bunsen theory. We had the chemical laboratory with its furnaces and stink chambers a little way from this table and divided by a partition. Then another chemical laboratory was located near the photometer room, and this Dr. A. Haid was in control of. Next to the significant laboratory was the machine shop, a large and well-lit brick building, at one end of which there was the boiler and engine room. This store contained light and heavy lathes, boring and drilling machines of all kinds of planing machines. Also, all tools find much to do in the various innovations in art, and when I look back now, I often wonder how we achieved so much in such a short time. Mr. Gell, in his reminiscences, adds another name to the above mentioned, namely that of John W. Lawson, and then goes on to say, "These are the names of the pioneers of incandescent lighting who have been continuously at Edison's side for a few years, day and night." All of these men had full faith in his ability and stood by him as on a pillar, protecting their work with a burglar-proof secretiveness. Any time it leaked out in the world that Edison succeeded in his research on the electric light, spies and others came to the park. It was therefore of utmost importance that the experiments and their results should be kept secret until Edison had obtained the security of the Patent Office. This staff was acquainted with the first Mr. E. H. Johnson, whose work with Mr. Edison lay chiefly. Then there were William Holzer and James Hipple, both of whom took an active part in the practical development of the laboratory's glass-blowing department, and subsequently at Menlo Park's first Edison lamp factory. Subsequently, Messrs. Gell, Hipple, and Force helped Mr. Batchelor build the French Edison Company's lamp works at Ivry-sur-Seine. There were then Messrs. Charles T. Hughes, Samuel D. Mott, and Charles T. Mott, who dedicated their time mostly to business affairs. Mr. Hughes carried out most of this work and later took a prominent part in Edison's experiments on electric railways. His business skill was at a high level, while his character endeavored him to all of us. Among those now well-known men who came to us and helped in different kinds of research were Messrs. Atkinson, Worth, Crosby, Herrick, and Hill, while Dr. Haid was named by Mr. Edison to be in charge of a special chemical laboratory. Andrews, Mr. Vail, had responsibility for the dynamo room. He had a strong general knowledge of machinery, and quite soon was so acquainted with the dynamos that he could skip among them with incredible agility to control their brushes or throw rosin on the belts when they started squealing. Later, he took an active interest in Edison Light Company's affairs and installations. Mr. Francis R. Upton, who early worked as a mathematician for Mr. Edison, offers a friendly, vivid picture of his chief associates engaged in the unforgettable research at Menlo Park. He says, Mr. Charles Batchelor was the principal assistant of Mr. Edison at the time. He was an Englishman who came to this country to set up the thread weaving system for the Clark Thread Works. He was Mr. Edison's most knowledgeable, diligent, professional, and trustworthy assistant. I remember clearly seeing him working several hours to install a small filament. And at the end of those many hours, his hand would be as steady and his composure as unyielding as it was at the beginning, despite repeated failures. He was a great mechanic. He had wonderful control of his fingers, and his eyesight was perfect. The wisdom and good sense of Mr. Batchelor still stood in evidence. Mr. Creasy was the superintendent, a Swiss trained in the finest Swiss ideas of accuracy. He was a marvelous mechanic with a robust temper and a wonderful ability to work constantly and get work out of men. It was a perfect combination, that of Edison, Batchelor, and Creasy. Mr. Edison, with his wonderful flow of ideas, which was clearly defined in his mind, as can be seen in some of the sketches. After the brief distasteful duration during the implementation of his lighting system, when he spent much of his time at the offices at 65 Fifth Avenue, New York, or on the actual work connected with the construction in New York, Edison, he settled all over again in Menlo Park. Mr. Samuel Insull explains the business methods that existed throughout the earlier Menlo Park days of storm and tension, and the peculiar circumstances with which he had to contend as a private secretary. I never tried to systematize Edison's business life. Edison's entire working method would disrupt the system of any office. Foremost in the first group was Mr. E.H. Johnson, who was, in reality, the most intimate friend of Edison and was needed for constant consultation, but whose vigorous involvement, exceptional grasp of electrical concepts, and extraordinary exposure capacity contributed to his regular detachment for long trips, including those leading to the implementation of telephone, phonograph, and electric light. A less frequent visitor was Mr. S. Bergman, who had everything he needed to spend his time exploring and manufacturing, and whose contemporary letters Wooster Street marketed Edison's inventions as being made there. Among the scientists was Professor George F. Barker of Philadelphia, a brilliant, well-natured philosopher, whose valuable advice Edison highly appreciated. In sharp contrast to him was Johns Hopkins University's sincere, extreme Rowland, then his day's leading American physicist. Professions: C.F. Brackett. C.F. Young of Princeton University was often received, often interested in what Edison was doing, and pleased that one of his students, Mr. Upton, took such a prominent part in the work's growth. Soon after the success of the lighting experiments and the construction at Menlo Park became public, Edison was overwhelmed by persons from all over the world, eager to protect their respective countries' rights and concessions. Among them was Mr. Louis Rao of Paris, who founded the French Edison Company, the earliest Edison lighting company in Europe, and who built lampworks and a machine shop at Ivry-sur-Seine, near Paris, in 1882, with the aid of Mr. Batchelor. It was there that Mr. Nikola Tesla entered the field of light and electricity, and started his career as an inventor. And there he received his early training from Mr. Etienne Fodor, general manager of the Hungarian General Electric Company at Budapest. It was he who designed the first European Edison station on the now universal three-wire network at Athens. Another guest from Europe, a little later, was Mr. Emil Rathenau, the current director of Germany's Grand Allgemeine Elektrizitätsgesellschaft. He won the empire rights and established the Berlin Edison network, now one of the world's largest. The company has made enormous strides through its exceptional energy and entrepreneurship, and Mr. Rathenau has become one of the most prominent industrial figures in his native land. Professor Colombo, later a cabinet minister, came from Italy, with his Milanese friend, Signor Buzzi. The rights for the peninsula were secured. Colombo and his friends founded the Italian Edison Company, and the first central station in that country was erected in Milan. Mr. John W. Lieb, Jr., now vice president of the New York Edison Company, was sent by Mr. Edison to run the company technologically, and spent 10 years building it up with such brilliant results that King Victor later decorated him as Commander of the Crown Order of Italy. Another young American enrolled in European service was carborundum inventor Mr. E. G. Acheson, who developed many plants in Italy and France before returning home. Mr. Lieb has since become president of the American Institute of Electrical Engineers and the Edison Illuminating Companies Association, while Dr. Acheson is president of the American Electrochemical Society. Among other frequent visitors was Mr. Edison's father, one of those friendly patriarchal characters with a Horace Greeley beard, traditional Americans of the old school, who would often enter the laboratory with his two grandchildren, a little boy and girl called Dash and Dot. He preferred to sit and watch his brilliant son at work, with an expression of pride on his face that indulged him. The old Scotchman was one of the place's naive, chartered libertines, with an endless supply of good jokes and stories, but never of any practical use. However, on one occasion, when everything possible and impossible was carbonized for lamp filaments under the light, he permitted a handful of his bushy red beard to be taken for the purpose, and his laugh was the loudest when the Edison-McKenzie hair lamps were brought up to incandescence. Their richness in red rays was slyly attributed to the existence of the filamentary content. Curiously enough, a few years later, some inventor took out a patent for filaments to create incandescent lamps with carbonized hair. Once again, other guests visited the spot, and with the following reminiscence of one of them, from Mr. Edison himself, this section of the chapter had to close. At Menlo Park, one cold winter night, a strange man in the most pitiful condition came into the laboratory. He was almost frozen, and asked if he could sit by the fire. In a few moments, he asked for the head man, and I was brought in forward. He had an odd head, with highly intellectual features, and a very thin, emaciated body. He said he suffered greatly, and asked if I had any morphine. Since I had about everything I could buy in the chemistry, I told him I had. He asked me to give him some of them, so I got the morphine sulfate. He poured out enough to kill 2 people when I told him we weren't keeping a hotel for suicides, and he had better cut down the volume. He then bared his legs and arms, and because of the use of hypodermic syringes, they were practically riddled with scars. He said he had taken it for years, and a large dose was required to have any effect. I've let him move on. He seemed like another guy in a short time, and started telling stories, and there were about 50 of us who sat around listening until morning. He was a man of great intelligence and education. He said he was a Jew, but to check this claim there was no distinctive feature. He kept hanging around until he finished every morphine mixture I had with an acid, perhaps 10 ounces all told. He then asked if he could have strychnine. I had sulfate on 1 ounce. He had taken enough to kill a horse, and said it affected as strong as morphine. The only thing I had left when this was gone was a piece of cheap opium, maybe 2 or 3 pounds. He chewed that up and went home. I was very upset because I'd put in another morphine stock to keep it in the laboratory. Around a week later, he was found dead in a Perth Amboy barn. The laboratory notebooks of the period bear ample evidence of the systematic and exhaustive existence of these experiments and investigations, and the hundreds of pages of notes, sketches, calculations, and tables made at the time by Edison, Upton, Batchelor, Gell, and others who from time to time were entrusted with unique experiments to elucidate some particular point. Mr. Gell says, "The tests on armature winding were also very interesting. Edison had made many small wooden cores, at both ends of which we inserted small brass nails, and we wound the wooden cores with twine as if they were wired on an armature. In this way, we learned armature winding and matched where each of us had a core while betting on who was the first to finish was made. Care must be taken that the wound core corresponded to the current direction, assuming it was put in a field and revolved. Upton made sketches and tables after Edison had agreed on this issue, from which the actual armatures were wound and attached to the commutator. All this seems easy to a student of today, but in those days the art of building dynamos was about as dark as air navigation is now. Edison also strengthened the armature by separating it and the commutator into many more parts than the custom had been up to that time. He was also the first to use mica to separate the switching parts from each other." This chapter could well end with a comment by Mr. Gell, shrewd and observer, as a participant in all the early work of the Edison lighting system's development. Those gathered around him in the old Menlo Park laboratory enjoyed his confidence, and he was theirs. Nor was the confidence ever violated. He was treated with a regard that only great men can receive, and he never demonstrated by any word or action that he was in their boss in a way that would hurt the feelings, as is often the case in the ordinary course of business life. He conversed with us all, debated and disagreed as if he were on the same ground as a colleague. It was his winning ways and manners that bind us all so loyally to his hand and made us always ready with boundless devotion to execute every request or wish. Chapter 9. The Social Side of Edison. Edison never pursued society, but society never stopped searching for him. A generous invitation came from one of the great English universities to be given a degree, but he was deep in research on his new storage battery at that moment, and nothing could move him around. He would not drop the job, and while highly appreciative of the proposed honor, let the stern drudgery of digging for the fact and the facts go by, rather than leave for a week or two. Whether or not one agrees, it is at least admirable stoicism that the world has too little of. A similar event is that of someone entering the laboratory bearing a gold medal from a foreign community. It was a very hot summer day. The visitor was in full social regalia of silk hat and frock coat, and insisted that he could only drop the medal into the hands of Edison. Edison, stripped almost down to the buff at that moment, was at the very crisis of a significant experiment, and refused to be disturbed absolutely. He had neither wanted nor anticipated the medal, and he could take it away if the delegate didn't care to give. Edison was eventually convinced, and as disgusting as abrupt as he was, he got the trophy instead of encouraging the tourists to come back. On one occasion, Edison lost it on the ferry boat, receiving a plaque in New York, and left it behind him. Many years ago, when Edison was awarded the Royal Society of Arts Albert Medal, one of the present authors called to see it at the laboratory. No one knew where it was. Hours went by before it could be found, and when the corresponding letter was eventually produced, it had a date stamp right over the royal president's signature. A laboratory guest who won one of those medal awards asked Edison if he had any other. "Oh yes," he said, "I've got a few quarters more up at the building." All of this sounds like a lack of respect, but it's something else. While in Paris in 1889, he wore the Legion of Honor decoration whenever appropriate, but tucked the badge under his lapel at all other times, because he despised making fellow Americans believe he was showing off. And anyone who knows Edison must bear witness to his complete lack of ostentation. It may be noted that, in addition to the 2 quarters of medals in the room, there will be many other signs of respect and goodwill. A lovely cigar case from the late Tsar of Russia, bronzes from the government of Japan, steel trophies from Krupp, and a host of other memories in Glenmont, one of which he refers to as follows. When the experiments with light took place in Menlo, some were pure consumers of time, others were welcomed with joy, as was Lord Kelvin, the greatest physicist of the last century, with whom Edison was always in friendly contact. The first time I met Lord Kelvin, he came to my laboratory at Menlo Park in 1876. He commented most positively on Edison's automatic telegraph system at the Philadelphia exhibition in 1876, and I experimented with transmitting 8 messages simultaneously over a wire by synchronizing tuning forks. I would take a wire at both ends with similar devices and throw it over one end of the wire. He had to attend several dinners, but a man who ate little and heard less could derive virtually no gratification from them. Naturally, Edison met several of France's celebrities. At Eiffel's invitation, I visited the Eiffel Tower. We went to the top where there was an extension and a small spot where Eiffel's private office was located. It was a piano. When my wife and I arrived at the top, we noticed that Gounod, the composer, was there. We stayed for a few hours, and Gounod sang and performed for us. And I attended the Luxembourg, with modern masters that I greatly enjoyed. In my opinion, the old masters are not art, and I believe that many others agree, and that their interest is in their scarcity and the variety of men with lots of money. A shrewd remark on one aspect of the exhibition is very similar to this. I spent many days at the Paris exhibition. I remember going to the Kimberley Diamond Mines exhibit, and they kindly allowed me to take diamonds from some of the blue earth they were washing through machinery to show the mine operations. I found some lovely diamonds, but when I picked them out, they seemed a little lightweight to me. These were diamonds for show purposes, probably stone. Edison had met Sir John Pender, the English cable king, while in Paris, and had received an invitation from him to visit his country residence. Sir John Pender, the master of the world's cable system at the time, I met in Paris. I think he must have lived among many serious people, because I went to the Bois de la Boulogne, riding with him and started telling him American tales. He was a Scotchman, because he chuckled immoderately. He had the faculty to understand and see the point of the stories quickly, and I couldn't get rid of him for 3 days. I finally made him a promise I'd go to his country house near Footscray, near London. So I went there and was telling him stories for 2 or 3 days. When I met some of Ferranti's supporters at Footscray, I set up a gigantic alternating dynamo near London to bring 10 or 15,000 volts up to the city's main district for electric lighting. I think Pender was interested. At any rate, the people invited to dinner were very interested, and they asked me about what I felt about the idea. The numerous central stations in Edison throughout the country represented far more than that sum, making a splendid outlet for the factory's product. A few years later, restructuring came with the Thomson-Houston interests in the General Electric Company, which, under President C.A. Coffin's brilliant and robust management, has become one of the country's largest manufacturing organizations, with an appliance production of up to $75 million per year. Nevertheless, the net result of both financial operations was to separate Edison from the particular field of innovation to which he had given so many of his most fruitful years, and to close that chapter of his life very certainly, leaving him free to develop other ideas and interests as set out in these volumes. At the surface, it may seem strange, but one of the reasons that most motivated Edison to regret in connection with the big trade of 1889 was that it split him from his old friend and ally Bergman, who saw a great future for himself in Germany when he sold it out, went there, and discovered it. Edison's respect for Bergman has always been humorous, and his social side is also made clear by his desire to share stories about those days of struggle. Some of the stories for that volume have been published. Bergman came in as a child to work for me, Edison says. He started on stock quotation printers. Because he was a quick worker and didn't pay much attention to the clock, I took a fancy to him and gave him a piecework. He produced so many small tools to make the work cheaper that he made a lot of money. I even helped him pick up tools before it happened to me that this was too fast a method of getting rid of my money, because I didn't have the heart to cut the price when it came to me. That had confused me for years, but one day I was let into part of the secret unexpectedly. Mr. Edison had found for a while that he was somewhat troubled with reading print, so I asked him to give him an oculist reading glasses. He agreed in part, but never took the time to attend to it. He and I were in the town one day, and as Mrs. Edison had spoken to me about it, and as we had an hour to spare, I convinced him to go with me to an oculist. Using no names, I asked the latter to look into the eyes of the gentleman. He did so very conscientiously, and it was an interesting experience, because he was kept busy answering the numerous questions that Mr. Edison asked. When the oculist stopped, he turned to me and said, "I was in the business for many years, but never saw an optic nerve like this gentleman. The thickness of a thread is about an ordinary optic nerve, but he is like a chain. In some walks of life, he has to be a remarkable man. Who is he then?" It certainly required great bodily vigor and physical capacity to maintain such exhaustion as Edison had put on himself all his life, to the point that, on one occasion, he went without sleep for 5 days. In a conversation in 1909, he commented, as if it were nothing out of the way, that up to 7 years earlier his average daily working hours were 19 and a half, but that there was nothing out of the question. I don't live with the past. I live for tomorrow and today. I'm involved in every scientific, arts, and manufacturing department. I've been reading on astronomy, chemistry, biology, psychology, music, metaphysics, mechanics, and other branches all the time. Political economy, energy, and indeed, everything that is making progress in the world. I get and read all the proceedings of the scientific studies, the major journals of science and commerce. I always read the Clipper, the Police Gazette, the Billboard, the Dramatic Mirror, and several more publications, because I want to learn what's going on there. In this way, I keep up to date and live in my great moving universe, and what's more, I enjoy every minute of it. Referring to some cases of the past, he said, "I'm not interested in spilled milk. I've spilled a lot of it, and while I've always felt it for a couple of days, it's quickly forgotten, and I'm turning back to the future." Edison was mentioned during another talk about kindred affairs that, as he'd worked so hard all his life, it's time for him to think about the pleasures of traveling and the social side of life. I expect to keep more or less busy with my regular work from now until I am 75 years of age, but not working as many hours or as hard as I have in the past. I expect to wear noisy waistcoats with fancy buttons at the age of 75, even gaiter tops. At 80, I intend to learn how to play bridge and to talk foolishly to the ladies. At 85, I intend to wear a full dress suit at dinner each evening, and at 95, I'm never dreaming more than 30 years ahead. Edison has never had a taste for amusements, but he's going to indulge in the Parcheesi game, and his house has a billiard table. The arrival of the automobile was a great boon to him because it gave him a sort of outdoor sport in which he could engage in a spirit of exploration, without the feeling of shame that he was wasting valuable time. He has made long tours in his automobile, and has particularly indulged his taste for botany with his family. That he had the usual experience of operating machines can be demonstrated by Mr. Mallory's following little story. About 3 years ago, I had a car made in which Mr. Edison already had 2 cars, and when the car was received, I asked if any repair parts had been brought by either of the various garages in Easton, Pennsylvania, near our cement works. I heard that the car in Easton was the only one. Knowing that Mr. Edison had 2 or 3 years of experience with this particular car build, I decided to ask him for details on repair parts. So the next time I was in the laboratory, I told him that I could not get any repair parts in Easton, and that I wanted to order some of the most necessary parts so that I would not be forced to lose users in the event of a breakdown. I asked his advice as to what I should order, to which he replied, "I don't think it's going to be appropriate to order an extra top." Since that episode, which most automobilists will probably appreciate, Edison has taken over the electric car. It is now using it as well as improving it. One of his battery-equipped cars is the Bailey, and Mr. B tells the following story in Look Up. Mr. Edison, who had been working all night, was asleep on the cot in the library when he arrived at the laboratory. As a rule, we never wake Mr. Edison from sleep, but as he wanted to see Colonel Bailey, who had to go, I thought there was to be an exception, so I went and tapped him on his shoulder. At once he awoke, smiled, jumped up, was instantly, as usual, himself, and advanced and welcomed the visitor. The very first question was, "Well, Colonel, how did you get this experiment out of?" referring to certain suggestions he made at their last meeting a year earlier. Colonel Bailey did not remember what had been alluded to for a minute, but a few words from Mr. Edison brought it back to his attention, and he confirmed that the findings justified the expectations of Mr. Edison. It could be expected that Edison would have drastic and even revolutionary ideas on the subject of education, and he has, as well as a complete readiness to articulate them, because he believes that time is wasted on items that are not essential. "What we need," he said, "are people capable of doing work. I would not give a penny to the ordinary graduate of college, except for those from the technical institutes. Those from the ranks are better than the others a darned sight. They're not packed with Latin, philosophy, and the rest of that ninny stuff." Another comment from him is, "What the country needs now is the realistic professional engineer who can do it all. The literary men will have time in 3 or 4 generations when the country is settled and commercialism diminishes. Currently, we want engineers, industrialists, good business-like managers, and people on the railroad." It is hardly shocking that these views would cause warm protest, summed up in the comment. Mr. Edison and many such as him see the course of human development in reverse. Invention does not smooth the way and make it possible for the real people. The danger of neglecting thoughts for things, ideas for machinery, is always too big. No education theory that exacerbates this danger is compatible with national well-being. Edison is slow to speak about the great mysteries of life, but he has a reverential disposition of mind and is very respectable of the views of others. In the context of turning to forms and creeds, he is not a religious man. However, as might be predicted, he is inclined as an inventor and maker to claim from the basis of creation, and hence to infer a God. "After years of studying nature's processes," he said, "I can no longer doubt the presence of an intelligence that runs stuff than I do of the life of myself. Take, for example, the material water that shapes the crystals known as ice. Now, there are hundreds of variations that make up crystals, and each one of them, including ice, sink in water. Ice, I say, doesn't, and for us humans it's pretty lucky, because if it had done that, we'd all be dead. Why? For what? Simply because if ice sank as fast as it froze to the bottoms of rivers, lakes, and oceans, those places would be frozen up, and there would be no water left. That's just one example out of thousands which proves to me beyond a doubt that some vast intelligence is governing this and other planets." Chapter 10. The Boston Life. Due to the fact that it was constant, continuous work, which interfered with the studies and inquiries that could be carried out in the intervals of ordinary commercial telegraphy, Edison had a dissatisfaction with taking press reports. In some way, he wasn't lazy. Though he did not have a very lively interest in a telegraph office's pure routine work, he had the deepest curiosity about the basic electricity concepts that made telegraphy possible. And he had an unflagging ambition and confidence in his ability to improve the equipment that he worked every day. In this shy, awkward, studious youth, completely oblivious to clothes and personal appearance, but ready to spend his last dollar on books and scientific paraphernalia. Boston's entire intellectual environment was favorable for the creation of the brooding genius. It's a matter of record he once bought a new suit in Boston for $30, but the suit was ruined on the following Sunday while playing with acids in his little laboratory. "That's what I get for putting so much money into a new suit," was the youth's laconic comment, who was more than happy to pick up an entire collection of Faraday's works about the same time. Adams says that Edison took those books home at 4 a.m. He read continuously before breakfast, and then, enthusiastically, he remarked, "Adams, I've got so much to do and life is too short. I'm going to hustle." Then he began running for breakfast. Edison himself says, "It was in Boston that I purchased the works of Faraday. I believe I must have done everything in those books. His theories were simple. He did not use algebra. He was the master experimenter. I don't think there were many copies of Faraday's work sold in those days. The only people who did anything in electricity were the telegraphers and the opticians who made a simple school appeared." In 1852, Mr. Hall made for a Dr. A. L. Henderson of Buffalo, New York, a model line of railroad with an electric motor engine, telegraph line, and electric railway signals, along with a figure that automatically controls the signals at each end of the line. This was the first example of railroad trains moving by telegraph signals, a practice that is now so normal and ubiquitous that it attracts no attention. To show how little some basic approaches can alter in 50 years, it can be remembered that Hall transported the current across 40 feet of rail to his tiny car, using the rail as a conductor, just as Edison did more than 30 years later in his historic experiments at Menlo Park for Villard, and just as a large proportion of American trolley systems do at this moment. Edison was very much at home with such practical, investigating people like these. Another prominent man of this stamp with whom Edison was put in contact was the late Mr. Charles Williams, who, starting his career in the electrical sector in the 1940s, was at the height of his success as an appliance maker when Edison arrived in the city, and who later enjoyed the distinction of becoming the first producer in the television world as an associate of Alexander Graham Bell. Edison had been a frequent visitor at his studio on Court Road. Telegraph repairs and tests were underway constantly, particularly on Farmer and Gamewell's early fire alarm telegraphs, and with the aid of one of the men, they're probably George Anders, Edison worked out his first invention, a voting recorder, the first Edison patent, for which papers were executed on 11 October, 1868, and which was taken out on June 1st, 1869, number 9. The object of this particular device was to allow a vote to be taken in the National House of Representatives in a minute or so, full lists being given of all representatives voting on both sides of any issue. Mr. Edison, remembering the circumstances, says, "Roberts was the telegraph operator who had been the financial backer to the amount of $100. The late On took that first patent out for him. Carroll D. Wright, accompanied by U.S. Labor Commissioner and a well-known publicist who also practiced patent law in Boston. Through his way, he portrays Edison as uncouth, a chewer rather than a cigarette smoker, but full of knowledge and ideas." Curiously realistic, though creative, Edison's mind required facts to work on, items that belonged to the daily food of human nature, and he soon returned to telegraphy, a world in which he was bound to excel, and over which he was to reign as a supreme inventor. Nevertheless, he did not ignore chemistry, but openly indulged his interest in that direction, although we have no evidence that at that time this work was anything more than the conduct of the experiments described in the books. The foundations were laid for the extraordinary chemical expertise that later successfully grappled with so many knotty problems in the chemistry field, especially the incandescent lamp and the storage battery. He relates the following story of one incident in his chemical experiments. "I read the method of making nitroglycerin in a scientific paper, and was so fired by the wonderful properties it was said to possess that I decided to make some of the compound. We tried what we considered to be a very small quantity, but that yielded such awful and unpredictable results that we were frightened." Around that time, operators were preparing to enter college in the Boston Telegraph Office. Probably some were already attending Harvard University. This situation was not uncommon at one time. As a night operator, The first electrical engineer graduated from Columbia University, New York, pursued his studies, and came out brilliantly at the head of his class. Edison says of these scholars that they paraded their information very openly, and that it was his pleasure to go to Cornhill second-hand bookstores and research questions that he might spring upon them when he got an opportunity. He got midnight lunch with those engaged in night duty from an old Irishman named the Cake Man, who frequently appeared at midnight with his wares. The office was on the ground floor and had been a restaurant before it was used by the Western Union Telegraph Company. It was practically riddled with cockroaches that resided between the wall and the board running around the floor room, and that came after lunch. I placed 2 sheets of tinfoil on the wall at my desk, connecting one piece to the positive pole of the big battery supplying current to the wires and the negative pole to the other strip. The wall-moving cockroaches will move over the strips. There was a burst of light the moment they got their legs over both strips, and the cockroaches went into gas. This automated electrocuting system attracted so much attention and got half a column in an evening paper that I was stopped by the manager. The reader will recall that Edison carried out a similar campaign plan against rats while in the West. About this time, Edison had a narrow escape from injury that could easily have shortened his career, and he seems to have caused the trouble New York office had recorded large wire delays due to operators continually interrupting, or dropping as it was called, repeating words that they had failed to get. And New York believed Boston was one of the worst offenders. For me, it was a very tough position, because if I took the report without breaking, it would prove inept to the previous Boston operator. The findings have made the operator feel very aggressive towards me. He was put back on the wire and thereafter did much better. The office boy appears to have been down on this man. One night he asked me if I could tell him how to repair a key so it wouldn't break, even if the circuit breaker was open, and so it couldn't be detected easily. I advised him to jab a pencil of ink on the platinum points so there was enough sugar to make it thick enough to keep up as the operator tried to break the current was flowing through the ink, and he couldn't break. At 1 a.m. on the press wire that night, while I was standing near a house printer examining it, this operator took out a glass insulator, then used it upside down as a replacement for an ink bottle and hurled it at me with great aggression, only missing my head. It would probably have killed me if it hadn't missed it. The cause of the trouble was that this operator did the best he could, not break but was forced to, opened his key, and found that he could not break. The press matter came along right, and he couldn't stop it. A few minutes before, when the operator turned his head during a lull, the office boy had put the ink in. He immediately blamed me for the cause of the trouble. We later became good friends. He was taking his meals at the same time as I did. The key focus in existence seemed to learn the art of wash pitchers, throwing up and catching them without breaking them. About 1/3 of his salary has been used up in pitcher's pay. One day a letter arrived at the Western Union Telegraph office in Boston from the head of a select school for young ladies to the effect that she would like someone to be sent to the school to show and explain her Girls the Morse Telegraph. Boston has always had a warm interest in the life and work of Morse, who was raised there, in Charlestown, just a mile away from the school. The invitation was accepted by Edison, who was always willing to earn some extra money for his experiments, and was already known in the office as the best informed operator. What happened is described by Adams as follows. We gathered a few sounders, a battery, and a sonic wire, and at the appointed time called on her to do the stunt. Her schoolroom was about 20 by 20 feet, not including a small platform. We set the line between the two ends of the room. Edison took the stage, while I was at the other end of the room. The principal was told to bring in her children all in readiness. The door opened, and 20 young ladies elegantly dressed in came, not one of whom was under 17. I figured when Edison saw them he was going to faint. He called me on the phone and told me to get on stage and explain the Morse system mysteries. I replied that I thought he was right, and I told him to get busy with his dot and dash chat. Always humble, Edison was so overwhelmed that he could barely speak, but he eventually managed to say that since his friend Mr. Adams was better equipped with cheek than he was, we'd change places, and he'd do the demonstration while I'll explain it all. It prompted the bevy to turn around and see where the speaker was. I went on stage, said something, and over the line we did some telegraphing. I think it was satisfactory. We got the money, which was the key point for us. Edison explains the tale in a similar way, but maintains it was he who saved the situation. I was able to say that I was going to operate the device, and Mr. Adams was going to explain it. Adams had been so humiliated, he stumbled over an ottoman. The girls tittered, and so his humiliation escalated until he couldn't utter a word. The condition was so urgent that I started in myself and spoke and explained better than I have ever done before or since for a reason I could never understand. I can communicate with 2 or 3 people, but when there is more, they radiate an unseen source of power that paralyzes my vocal cords. I got out of this scrape, however, and several times later when I chanced to meet some of the young ladies on their way home from school with other operators, they would smile and nod, much to the mystification of the operators who were unaware of this episode. Another event of this time of impecuniosity and financial strain is thus told by Edison. My friend Adams was employed in the Franklin Telegraph Company, which was competing with the Western Union. Adams was laid off, and since his financial resources had reached absolute zero centigrade, I undertook to let him sleep in my lobby bedroom. The gold transactions during and after the Civil War put into use gold indicators, and these were soon followed by stock tickers, the first of which was introduced in New York in 1867. The success of this new, but primitively simple apparatus class was immediate. 4 producers were soon busy trying to keep up with the brokers' demands for it, and the Gold and Stock Telegraph Company was formed to exploit the system, and soon raised its capital from $200,000 to $300,000, paying 12%. Dividends on the latter. In the first year, the revenue rose again to $1 million, and dividends were 10%. Always payable easily on that amount. Needless to say, these facts soon became known among the managers, from whose ranks, of course, the new employees were enlisted, and creating a new ticker was a common goal amongst the more innovative. From the outset, every process of electrical growth, indeed every step in mechanics, has been followed by the well-known phenomenon of the invention, namely, the effort by many to improve and refine and even reinvent where 1 or 2 daring spirits have led the way. The capitalization and income figures just listed were comparatively much greater in the 1960s than they are today, and they meant unlimited wealth to impressive young operators. Edison was, however, about the only one documented by history in Boston to achieve any meaningful outcome in this new art, and he soon looked forward to New York's greater telegraphic potential. His mate, Milt Adams, went west with a quenchless zest for that sort of roving life and goalless adventure that Edison already had more than enough of. Realizing that he must seek more assistance in his efforts in New York, Edison, deep in debt for his early inventions, but with great hope and bravery, has now taken the next important step in his life. He was far riper in his art experience and practice than any other telegrapher of his generation, and had gained no little knowledge of the practical business of living. His invention of a stock ticker in Boston, and his establishment of a stock quotation chain, was noted above. This was by no means all, and as a fitting closer to this chapter, he could be quoted as to some other work and its risks of experimentation. I even set up private lines, on which I used an alphabetical dialing device to telegraph between business institutions, a precursor of modern telephony. This method was very simple, and anyone could understand it. One day I got hold of both of the coil's electrodes, and it squeezed my hand on them, and I couldn't let go. The battery stood on a table. The only way I could get free was to take the coil back off, so the cells would be pulled off the shelf by the battery wires, and thus break the connection. I closed my eyes and pushed, but the nitric acid was splashing all over my face and flowing down my back. I ran to a sink that was only half big enough, and got in as well as I could, and wiggled around for a few minutes to allow the water to dilute the acid and stop the pain. My chest and back had yellow stripes. The skin was completely oxidized. After 2 weeks, I didn't go to the street by daylight because my face looked dreadful. But the skin peeled off, and it was replaced by new skin without any damage. Chapter 11. The Sound Telegraph. Edison spent 1870 to 1874 working on automatic telegraphs. He first developed an improved perforator with a typewriter-like keyboard that worked at about 35 words per minute. The punch tape formed holes corresponding to either the Morse code dots or dashes. The dashes were larger and provided a longer signal. At rates as high as 1,000 words per minute, the perforated tape was then passed through a high-speed transmitter. The stylus would make electrical contact with a spinning drum as the perforations moved quickly under a metal stylus, thus closing the circuit, which caused a series of fast, sporadic signals to be transmitted at the other end of the line to an automatic receiver. At the receiving end, the signals produced an electric discharge that passed through a metal stylus into specially treated chemical recording paper, causing the chemicals to decompose and leaving a long or short mark representing the Morse code's dashes and dots. It then had to be translated for Morse code after the message was received, and the final message prepared for delivery. Edison developed a message preparation printer, which was an early typewriter model. He also unsuccessfully attempted to create an automatic telegraph, which would send and receive messages in Roman letters. Between 1872 and 1874, Edison's automatic telegraph system was used on the lines of the Automatic Telegraph Company and then on the lines of the Atlantic and Pacific Telegraph Company for another 2 years after that company gained control of automatic telegraph. Automatic telegraphs used equipment for transmitting messages at speeds higher than those sent and received by telegraph operators in Morse. Hand operators averaged 25 to 40 words per minute, while automatic telegraph transmission velocities ranged from 60 to 120 words per minute for automatic ink recording telegraphs used in England to 500 to 1,000 words per minute for Edison's chemical recording system. Though transmission speeds with automatic telegraphs were much higher, however, individual messages took longer to prepare for transmission and delivery. Automatic telegraphs, such as the news reports sent by the Associated Press, were most economical for long messages. The more popular short business and personal messages sent by telegraph were more efficiently transmitted by hand operators, as they were able to send the message from the customer's original form and convert the Morse code directly into a final message when they received it. Automatic messages had to be converted into the perforated tape before being able to run through a transmitter, and the message had to be transcribed from the encoded Morse code at the other end before it could be sent to the consumer. Acoustic telegraphy, also known as harmonic telegraphy, was a term for different methods of multiplexing, transmitting more than one telegraph messages simultaneously over a single telegraph wire, using different audio frequencies or channels for each message. A telegrapher tapped the letter in Morse code using a traditional Morse key. The key pulses of a specific audio frequency were transmitted as pulses. A system tuned to the same frequency resonated with the pulses at the receiving end, but not to others on the same cable. Acoustic telegraph inventors included Charles Bourseul, Thomas Edison, Elisha Gray, and Alexander Graham Bell. Their attempts to develop acoustic telegraphy to rising telegraph service costs led to the telephone invention. Some tools from Thomas Edison used several synchronized tuning forks that were tuned to selected audio frequencies and that opened and closed electrical circuits at the selected audio frequencies. In principle, acoustic telegraphy was identical to present-day FDMA, or multiple access frequency division, used with radio frequencies. The word acoustic comes from the Greek acoustikos, meaning listening, as with sound waves being felt in the air. Acoustic telegraphy instruments were electromechanical and produced sound waves in the air for a few steps, musical or ringing or humming. But the primary function of these instruments was not to produce sound waves, but rather to generate alternating electrical currents in wires at selected audio frequencies that transmitted telegraphic messages over long distance electrically. Chapter 12. Introduction of the Edison electric light. In the relative cordiality of the reception offered them, Edison and his electric light were happily more fortunate than other men and inventions. The quality was too clear to remain unacknowledged. Nevertheless, the young artist made its way through extreme animosity and resistance, propelled forward by Edison's strong personality and his unbounded, unwavering belief in the ultimate success of his method. It may seem surprising that a great effort has been needed to implement a light that is so obviously convenient, clean, agreeable, and beneficial, but the facts are a matter of record, and today the recollection of some of the episodes brings a fierce glimmer into the eye and fierce indignation into the voice of the man who has come through it all so victoriously. It was not a fact that the public was against the concept of electric light at any time. The criteria for its approval had, on the contrary, been rapidly maturing. Yet the very vogue of the electric arc light has made the incandescent's arrival harder. The arc had become popular as a modern illuminant for the streets, either as a direct replacement for the low gas lamp along the sidewalk curb, or as a novel form of moonlight, often 150 feet high in groups at the top of lofty buildings. Some of these lights were already in use for large indoor spaces, though they were particularly undesirable for such purposes due to the size of the device, the deadly intensity of the current, and the sputtering carbon sparks. There were several parent arc lighting companies in existence, and a significant number of local companies had been formed for commercial business, under franchises, and for the execution of daily street lighting city contracts. A good deal of money and the efforts of many influential men in politics and industry had been distinctly mobilized to support arc lighting in this way. The industry had made considerable progress under the innovative leadership of such brilliant men as Brush, Thomson, Weston, and Van de Poel. There were dozens of others, and the art had been firmly established. There, however, lurked very strong elements of resistance, for from the outset Edison expected the supremacy of the small electric light machine, and dedicated himself entirely to its refinement and implementation. It can be readily seen that this situation made it all the more difficult for the Edison system to receive the large amounts of money required for its operation, and to obtain as a public utility new franchises or city ordinances. Thus, curiously, the modern art of electric lighting was divided against itself in a very true sense, with intense rivalries and jealousies that were no less real because they were only temporary and that existed in an environment where the ultimate union of powers was inevitable. For a long time, in the lighting division of the electrical industry, the arc was powerful and supreme in all ways, whether in terms of investment, workers, income, and revenues, or terms of the manufacturing side. When the great National Electric Light Association was founded in 1885, its founders were the leaders of arc lighting, and it was not possible to find in its ranks a single Edison company or license, or to ever apply for membership. The Edison companies soon numbered about 300, formed their organization, still kept as a separate and useful entity, and the lines were tensely drawn in such a way as not to make it too easy for the Edison service to succeed, or for an unbiased man to remain friendly with both parties. But the increasing popularity of incandescent lighting, the system's versatility and protection, the ease with which other electrical devices for heat, electricity, etc. could be installed indiscriminately with the lamps on the same circuits made the old opposition attitude stupid and untenable in due course. The 1902 figures from the U.S. Census Office indicate that revenue from central station incandescent lighting had become over 52% by that time. Of the total, while that from arc lighting was less than 29%, and electric power supply because of the ease with which engines could be mounted on incandescent circuits brought in 15%. Much more. Thus 20 years after the first Edison stations were established, and no less than 67%, the methods they involved could be reasonably credited. Of all the country's central station revenues, and the proportion has since increased. It will be readily understood that under these conditions, the new lighting company supplies its customers with both incandescent and arc lighting, often from the same dynamo electrical equipment as a source of current, and that the old rivalry has died out as between the competing systems. Yes, the members of the National Electric Light Association have been drawn almost exclusively from among the executives of the leading city's major Edison lighting firms for some years. Another strong opposition came from the gas industry to the incandescent light. There, the bitterest feeling was also shown. The gas manager didn't like the arc light, but it only messed with his street operation, which was by no means his greatest source of income. What aroused his ire and indignation was seeing this new opponent, the little incandescent lamp, confidently advancing into the field of interior lighting, declaring it on a great variety of grounds of supremacy, and calmly ignoring the problem of quality, for it was so much better. Newspaper archives in the pages of the day's technical papers show the extent to which prejudice and emotion were stirred up, and the remarkable extent to which opposition to the new light was carried. The gas art was quickly supported in two distinct ways by the work of Edison. The rivalry was most salutary and the incentive is provided to develop processes for manufacturing, distributing, and using gas, so that while large improvements were produced in the gas works, the consumer had an increasingly better light for less money. Furthermore, the advent of incandescent light increased the level of lighting in such a way that more gas was required than ever to meet the popular demand for visibility and clarity indoors as well as on the street. For over 25 years, the effect of the action of these two powers working on it entirely from the outside and from a competitor it was sought to crush has been to greatly increase gas output and use. It is true that the central station's revenue now reaches $300 million a year, and that isolated plant lighting still reflects a significant amount of diverted business. But as has just been shown, it would be irrational to view all of this as a gas loss. It is primarily due to new revenue sources created for themselves by electricity. Another significant problem confronting Edison and his colleagues was that all of the equipment required for the use of the lighting system were purchased nowhere in the world. From the very first, Edison had decided to install the initial central station in New York City, where he could personally supervise the installation and then watch the operation. Plans, for this reason, were now rapidly maturing. But among many other items, each existing and different, dynamos would be needed, switchboards, regulators, pressure and current indicators, high-variety fixtures, incandescent lamps, meters, sockets, small switches, underground conductors, junction boxes, service boxes, manhole boxes, connectors, and even specially made wire. Now, not one of these miscellaneous items existed. Not an individual was sufficiently informed about such devices, except perhaps the special wire, to have them on order. So Edison opened, first of all, a lamp factory in one of Menlo Park's buildings, fitted it with novel machinery and apparatus, and began to train men, boys and girls, as they could be enlisted, in the absolute new art, placing Mr. Upton in charge. About the conditions involved in the manufacture of the lamps, Edison says, "When we first started electric light, we needed to have a manufacturing factory for lamps. Because the Edison Light Company did not seem able to go into manufacturing, we started a small lamp factory at Menlo Park with what money I could collect from my other inventions and sales, and some help. This was the sealing on the part bringing the filament into the globe, which in those days was quite a delicate operation, and it took several months of training before anyone could seal in a reasonable number of parts in a day. Once we reached the point that 80 of those experts were working, they formed a union, and realizing that without them it was impossible to produce lamps, they became very insolent. One reason was that one of these experts' son was working in the workplace, and when he was asked to do something he wouldn't do it, or give an insolent response. He was released, and the union told us that the entire body would go out unless the boy was taken back. It got so bad that the boss came to me and said he could no longer bear it. Something had to be done. They reduced the production and taking care of the works became impossible. He got me excited about the topic, so I started to see if the machinery couldn't do the operation. I have got a clue on how to do it after playing around for a few days. Then I put men I could trust on it, and I made the preliminary machinery. That sounded pretty good. Instead, I made a different computer that did the job nicely. So I made a third machine and would bring in yardmen, ordinary workers, etc. And in an hour, when I could get these men and the skilled experts to put together the pieces, I found the machine complete. Instead, I went to work secretly and made 30 of those machines. We stacked those machines up in the factory's top loft, and at night we placed the benches up and got all set. Then we had the office boy discharged. The party then walked out. It's been out there ever since. When we founded the works at Harrison, we split the interest into 100 shares or sections at $100. One of the boys was hard after a while and sold 2 shares to Bob Cutting. Until then, we had never paid anything, but we got around to the point where the board approved a dividend every Saturday night. The importer explained human labor in China was cheaper than steam power. Edison built the machine to respond to the task, placing on it long spokes, fitting it, and shipping it to China. He hasn't heard of it since, though. A building was rented on Washington Street, where machinery and equipment were placed and specially built to make the underground tube conductors and their various paraphernalia. and that branch of development was entrusted to the faithful John Creasy. The task of designing sockets, fixtures, meters, safety fuses, and various other specifics was entrusted to Sigmund Bergman, who had already worked with Edison on telephone equipment and phonographs, and was now producing Edison's specialties in a small way in a loft on Wooster Street, New York. Thus, generally speaking, the production aspect of the implementation issue was taken care of. The Edison Electric Light Company rented the old Bishop Mansion for its headquarters and showrooms at 65 Fifth Avenue, near 14th Street, in the early part of 1881. This was one of the city's finest homes of the period, and its acquisition was a premonitory sign of the surrender to the commerce of the popular residential avenue. The company needed not only offices, but even more such an interior as would be displayed to benefit the new light in everyday use, and this house with its liberal lines, spacious rooms, lofty ceilings, broad parlors, and elegant winding stairs was perfect for that purpose. In fact, in witnessing this violent change, it hasn't stopped being a home in the real sense, because to this day much of the pulse of an Edison veteran is quickened by some chance reference to 65, where a loyal and devoted band of workers focused the work of creation over many years. Here, Edison and a few of his associates from Menlo Park built a small generating system immediately in the basement, initially with an inadequate gas engine, and then with a Hampson high-speed engine and boiler, making up a complete isolated facility. The house was wired from top to bottom and fitted with all the art appliances. The little gas engine impression was rather surprising. At the beginning of 65, says Edison, we tried to light it up with the Edison machine and put a gas engine in the cellar using city gas. One day it didn't go so well, so I went down to the man in charge and looked around. I eventually opened the pedestal, a tool store, etc. We had an open lamp, and when we opened the pedestal it flew off the doors. To the public of that day, when the highest known type of house illuminant was gas, the incandescent lamp, with its ability to burn in any location, its lack of heat so that you could put your hand on the brilliant glass globe, the absence of any vitiating impact on the atmosphere, the obvious protection from the fire, the curious fact that you did not need matches to illuminate it, and that it was under the absolute control. The camaraderie that prevailed at this time was very cooperative, because all were working in a common cause. All were ardent believers in the ideology they promoted and wished to benefit from the opening up of the new art. Often at night, in the small hours, everything would adjourn to a popular nearby resort for refreshments, to discuss the events of today and tomorrow, full of incident and excitement. Edison describes the simple relationship of the moment in a humorous lament about his inability to keep his cigars. At 65, I used to have a box of cigars in my office. I would go to the box 4 or 5 times to get a cigar, but after it had circulated around the house, everyone would come and get my cigars, so that the box would last only about a day and a half. Thus came thousands of people, bankers, traders, attorneys, editors, and writers, influential businessmen, electricians, insurance experts, under whose search and smart inquiries the facts were simulated, and the program, which had solved so many new problems in advance, soon gained general admiration. Edison himself was too busy and humble to be distracted by it in universal request and the subject of much adulation. Once in a while, he felt it his responsibility to go through the ground with scientific tourists, many of whom were from abroad, and discuss issues that were not simply technological, but related to new phenomena, such as carbon action, the existence and effects of high vacuum, the concepts of electrical differentiation, the importance of isolation, and many others that, sadly, remain as they were. Talking of those days or nights, Edison says, "Years ago, one of the great violinists was Rimini. He used to come down to 65 after his performances and speak economics, politics, moral science, and everything else. He was highly educated and had a great mental ability. He would talk to me, but I never asked him to bring his violin. He came with his violin one night, around midnight. I had a library at the top of the house, and there came Rimini up there. He was in a good humor, and for about 2 hours, $2,000 worth playing the violin. The front doors had been closed, and as he played, he walked up and down the house. After that, he used to call his violin at 65 late at night each time he came to New York. If we weren't there, he would come down to the Gork Street slums and play and discuss philosophy for an hour or two. I talked to his music for the good. In those days, after the theater hours, Henry E. Dixie, then at the height of his Adonis fame, would come in and entertain us with stories. 1882 to 1884. Another guest who used to give us a lot of fun and enjoyment was Captain Shaw, the chief of the London Fire Brigade. He was a successful entrepreneur. He'd go out and have a great time among the fire laddies. One day, Western Union's Robert Lincoln and Anson Stager, involved in electrical light, came to make some deals with Edison Electric Light Company's Major Eaton chairman. In the afternoon, they came to 65, and Lincoln began to tell stories like his father. They were telling stories the whole afternoon, and they left for Chicago that night. When they arrived in Cleveland, it dawned on them that they had not done any business, so they had to get back to New York on the next train to transact it. They took an interest in the Chicago Edison Company, now one of the world's largest systems. Talking of telling stories, at the Harrison Lamp Factory in the yard, I once got to tell a man tales while he was leaving. It's been winter, and he's all in furs. I didn't have anything to protect me from the cold. I told him one story after another, 6. Then I had pleurisy and had to be sent to get cured to Florida. The Edison Electric Light Company's operation reverted to 1878, but it had not been engaged in actual business until the time of leasing 65 Fifth Avenue. It had only shared the delights of nervous anticipation and the dangerous pleasure of helping the experiments with Edison. It now demanded aggressive exploitation. Dr. Norman Green, the well-known president of the Western Union Telegraph Company, also served as president of the Edison Company, but the urgent existence of his regular duties left him with no leisure for the nearly responsible management that was needed now. At the beginning of 1881, after consulting with Mr. Edison, Mr. Grosvenor P. Lowry prevailed over Major S. B. Eaton, the leading member of a very prominent New York law firm, to take on the role of vice president and general manager of the company, in which, as in some of the Edison subsidiary companies and as president, he remained active and enthusiastic for almost 4 years, which led to a vital business. Perhaps the fact that Edison met with Mr. Lowry at this stage should be clarified in fairness to the esteemed lawyer, who was the inventor's close friend for so many years, and the chief counsel in all the enormous litigation that accompanied the attempt to implement and validate the Edison patents. As in England, Mr. Edison was lucky in obtaining Sir Richard Webster's legal assistance, then England's Lord Chief Justice, so in America, it relied heavily on his benefit to enjoy the support of such a man as Lowry, popular among the New York bar's famous leaders. Born in Massachusetts, Mr. Lowry was accustomed, in his earlier days of straitened circumstances, to defray some of his educational expenses by teaching music in the villages of Berkshire, and by a particular coincidence one of his pupils was F. L. Pope, then a companion to Edison for a while. Lowry went west to Bleeding, Kansas with Reeder, the first governor, and both were active participants in the thrilling scenes of the Free State War, before they were forced away by the actions of the Border Ruffian legislature in 1856, like many other free soilers. Returning north, Mr. Lowry took up his practice in New York and soon became prominent in his profession, and, upon William Orton's accession to the presidency of the Western Union Telegraph Company in 1866, his general counsel was appointed, the duties of which he was retained for 15 years. One of the great cases in which he thus took a leading and distinguished part was the quadruplex telegraph, and later, in his various grandiose projects, he served as legal advisor to Henry Villard. Lowry thus came to know Edison, to conceive of a deep respect for him, and to believe in his skill at a period when many were unable to sense the fire of the genius smoldering underneath the modest surface of a gaunt young man gradually finding himself. It can be shown that Mr. Lowry was in a peculiarly advantageous place to make his convictions about Edison felt, so that it was he and his father. In this connection, it may well be to quote an article that appeared in 1893 at the time of Mr. Lowry's death. One of the most significant services that Mr. Lowry has ever provided was in furnishing and providing the financial support required for Thomas A. Edison to carry out and improve his incandescent lighting system. Of typical significance, Mr. Lowry stood by the inventor through thick and thin, facing doubts, discouragement, and mockery, before his efforts were eventually crowned of success. In all the lawsuits arising from the systematic infringements of the Edison patents, Mr. Lowry has ever borne the pressure and the heat of the day, and perhaps in no other area has he distinguished himself so personally as in the active defense of Edison's claims to the invention of the incandescent lamp and all hereby pertaining. It was the man from whom Edison inevitably had to make a confidant and advisor, and who by his experience of the environment and affairs offered many things besides the legal path and the financial alliance. There were many critical things to be achieved in manipulating the device that Edison obviously couldn't and wouldn't do. But in Lowry's know-how, ready-mindedness and humor, devotional chivalry, elegant eloquence, and admirable equipoise of judgment were all the virtues that the situation required and that met the requirements. Edison has been an adherent and promoter of the central station theory of delivery, now so familiar to the public mind from the first to the last, but still far from being carried out to its logical conclusion. In this case, demands for isolated lighting plants for factories, mills, mines, hotels, etc. started pouring in, and they had to do something with them. This was a type of plant that the inquirers wanted to purchase and run themselves outright, typically because of the remoteness from any possible source of general current supply. It was not Edison's intention to cater for this customer class until its large central station plan had been drawn up, and he had always discouraged the isolated plant within the limits of urban circuits. But this demand was so insistent that it could not be ignored, and it was considered desirable to comply with it at once, particularly as it was seen that the steady call for supplies and renewals went on. It was deemed appropriate to create a separate corporation for this division of the business after a very short trial, allowing the Edison Electric Light Company to continue as a parent, patent-holding, and licensing company under the original plan of operation. Accordingly, a new and distinct company was established called the Isolated Lighting Edison Company, to which a special license was given to sell and operate plants of a self-contained nature. Such research started almost every other kind in advance. In 1879, at Mr. Henry Viard's earnest request for steamship Columbia, a small plant using the paper carbon filament lamps was furnished by Edison, and it is amusing to note that Mr. Upton himself bought the lamps into the ship, very tenderly and jealously, like fresh eggs in a market garden basket. Most efficient deployment. Another groundbreaking plant was built and began in January 1881 for Heinz and Ketchum, a New York-based lithographers and color printers company that had previously only been able to work by day due to color printing difficulties with artificial light. A year later, they said, "It's the best daylight replacement we've ever known, and nearly as cheap." Mr. Edison himself mentions many cases in which the need for isolated plants needed to be met. One night at 65, he says, James Gordon Bennett came in. We were very eager to get into a printing house. I had produced a writing case for a printer with the expectation that if we could get editors and publishers to see it, we would have to show them the benefits of electrical light. But eventually, Mr. Bennett came, and after seeing the entire process of everything, he told Mr. Howland, the Herald's general manager, to light up the newspaper offices with electricity at once. Another instance of the same type deals with the implementation of light for purely social purposes. While at 65 Fifth Avenue, Mr. Edison remarks, I got to know Christian Herder, then the biggest one in the world. He was a man of high intelligence, and I loved talking to him. He was always railing against the rich people he worked with for their poor taste. One day Mr. W. H. Vanderbilt came to 65. He saw the sun and thought he'd lighten up his new house with it. It was one of the major Upper Fifth Avenue box houses. He put the entire matter in the hands of his son-in-law, Mr. H. McTwombly, who then was in charge of Western Union's telephone department. Twombly has signed a deal for a plant with us. Mr. Herder did the decoration, and it was extremely good. After a while, we finished all the engines and boilers and wires, and the lights were in place before the house was quite finished, and we thought we'd have a light display. We lit up about 8 in the evening, and it was really good. Mr. Vanderbilt came in with his wife and some of his children, and when a fire happened, there were a few minutes. The large picture gallery was lined with fine metallic thread interwoven in silk cloth. 2 wires had somehow been crossed with this tinsel, which became red hot, and the whole mass soon became a fire. I understood what the matter was, and told them to run and shut down. It had not burst into flame and then died out. She was hysterical and wanted to know where she came from. We told her that we had the plant in the basement, and she said she would not occupy the house when she heard that we had a boiler in there. She was not going to live over a furnace. We have had to take out the entire installation. The house has moved on to the Edison system in New York. However, the art was very primitive and raw, and as there were no artisans in existence as mechanics or electricians who had any knowledge of the practice, there was inconceivable difficulty in constructing these isolated plants, as well as cabling the buildings in the district to be protected by New York's first central station. Therefore, a night school was founded at Fifth Avenue and was entrusted with Mr. E.H. Johnson, fresh from his England success. Of course, the most available men for this reason were those who had become accustomed to cabling for the simpler electrical systems then in vogue: telephones, district messenger calls, burglar alarms, house advertisers, etc., and a number of these wiremen were engaged and patiently instructed in the rudiments of the new art via blackboard and oral lessons. Also, students from technical schools and colleges were willing applicants, because there was something that offered a future, and one that was particularly appealing to young people because of its novelty. Such students were also trained in general engineering issues under the guidance of Mr. C.L. Clark, who was brought in from the Menlo Park lab to assume responsibility for the engineering part of the company's operation. Many of these pioneer students and staff eventually became large and productive contractors, or have filled respected roles as central station managers and superintendents. Perhaps the electrical industry may not attract as much imaginative genius as it did then, as automobiles, aeronautics, and other modern arts came to the fore in a quarter of a century to recruit the passion of a younger generation of mercurial spirits. But it is certain that Edison himself, still under the age of 35, was the core of an extraordinary ground at the time of which we speak. With Edison in this lighting system implementation, the process was brutal but not reckless. At an early stage of commercial development, a standardizing committee was created, consisting of the heads of all departments, and the task of reviewing and criticizing all existing and proposed devices was assigned to this body, as well as considering the suggestions and grievances from time to time provided by the workers. This process has been fruitful in two main outcomes: the training of the entire executive force in the technical details of the system, and a steady increase in the efficiency of the Edison installations. Both led to the industry's rapid growth. Gork Street played an important role in Edison's affairs for many years, being the center of all of his heavy machinery manufacturing. But it was not in a suitable area, and it quickly became disadvantageous for other reasons due to the rapid growth of the sector. Edison tells of his frequent visits to the shops at night, with the escort of Jim Russell, a well-known detective who knew all the locals. We used to go out at night to a small, low place, an all-night house, 8 feet wide and 22 feet long, where we had lunch at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. It was the hardest type of restaurant you've ever seen. They used the same 4 clams for the clam chowder during the entire season, and the average number of flies per pie was 7. This was by actual count. Eventually moving from Gork Street was inevitable, and Edison provides a very interesting account of the events in connection with the move of the plant to Schenectady, New York. When our work at Gork Street became too small, we also had labor problems. I seemed to have a radical tendency in me, and I increased the workers' pay 25 cents an hour above the prevailing wage rate, whereupon Hoe & Company, our close neighbors, protested about our doing this. I said I figured this was perfect, but the guys, having gained a little more pay, thought they were going to try bribery and get a little more because we were considered soft marks. Whereupon they hit at a crucial moment. We were short of money for payrolls though, so we decided that it might not be so bad after all, because it would give us a few weeks to catch up. So when the men went out, they formed a committee to meet us, but they could not locate us for 2 weeks, and they were a little more nervous than we were. They eventually said they wished to go back. We said good, and they went back. It was quite fresh to the people that they couldn't find us when they wanted to, and they didn't enjoy it. What with these troubles and the lack of space, we decided to find a factory elsewhere, and decided to try the works of the locomotive at Schenectady. It seems that the people there had fallen among themselves, and one of the directors had started works of opposition. But before he had completed all the buildings and put some compromise into the machinery, and the works were for sale. We bought them very fairly, and all moved there. My assistants and I owned these works until they sold to Edison General Electric Company. We once employed several thousand men, and the works have since been greatly expanded. At these new works, our orders were far beyond our resources to handle the company, and both Mr. Insull and I were afraid that we might get into trouble due to lack of money. Mr. Insull was then my business manager, managing the whole thing, and so when Mr. Henry Villard and his union offered to buy us out, we decided that it was better to be sure than to be sorry, so we sold out for a big profit. Villard was a very violent man with a lot of thoughts, but I never could fully understand him. He didn't have any sense of humor. I recall once we went up to Hudson River boat to inspect the works, and with us was our chief engineer, Mr. Henderson, who was certainly the best raconteur of funny stories I ever met. We sat at the boat's tail end, and he began telling funny stories. Villard couldn't see a single point and laughed hard at all, and Henderson was so disconcerted that he had to give it up. It had been the same with gold. In the early days of the telegraph, I remember going with them to see Mackay in The Impecunious Country Rider. It was very amusing, full of fun and ridiculous situations, but Gould never smiled once. The creation of the Edison General Electric Company involved consolidating Edison's immediate manufacturing interests in electric light and power with a capitalization of $12 million, which is now a related matter. The next move came with the information of today's great General Electric Company, a combination of the manufacturing interests of Edison, Thomson Houston, and Brush Lighting, which holds the ever-growing plants at Harrison, Lynn, and Schenectady, and employs from 20 to 25,000 people there. Chapter 13. The War of the Electric Currents. Nikola Tesla, who was just 26, negotiated his way over the crowded streets of New York City in the summer of 1884. He had been taken to the headquarters of Thomas Edison at 65 Fifth Avenue. Tesla brought a letter from Charles Batchelor, an old friend and associate of Edison, who supported Edison's inventions in Europe. Batchelor remembered Tesla as an exceptionally well-educated and skilled electrical engineer, like many people in European scientific circles. Tesla, at 65, recalled his introduction to Edison several years later. The encounter with Edison was an unforgettable event in my life. I was amazed at this wonderful man who had achieved so much without early advantages in scientific training. At the time of their meeting, 2 years after the successful startup of Pearl Street Station, Edison felt frustrated with his accomplishments in the field of electric lighting. Edison was rapidly expanding his lighting business, but he still had trouble selling its central stations. To make a profit, hundreds of customers within a small area had to be persuaded by his salesman to sign on for his electric service. By the end of 1884, only 18 central stations had been constructed in the United States by Edison's company. Edison took a big personal hit that year, too. Operating within the wee hours of 9th August, he received a telegram that his wife, Mary, 29, had died. She had suffered from various physical and mental illnesses for years. Edison's daughter Dottie later recalled waking up that morning to see her father sitting at Mary's bedside, shaking with grief, crying and sobbing. Not surprisingly, by throwing himself into his work, Edison dealt with his grief. And he knew he needed to remarry as soon as possible as a workaholic widower with 3 children to raise. He attended the World Industrial and Cotton Centennial in New Orleans that winter, where he bumped into a wealthy industrialist from Ohio, Lewis Miller. His sexy, vibrant 19-year-old daughter Mina was with Miller. Mina was engaged with a preacher's son at the time. Nevertheless, Lewis Miller hoped Mina would marry someone with greater wealth and social status. Edison certainly appeared to fit in with the bill. Edison courted Mina, with the blessing of Lewis. On 22nd February 1885, the couple married. They had visited the affluent suburbs of Llewellyn Park in West Orange, New Jersey, 2 months before. There, Edison bought Glenmont, a huge mansion on a hill that he gave to his bride-to-be as a gift. Perhaps the most innovative scientist employed at the dawn of the electric age was a revolutionary inventor in the field of electricity, a genius and visionary, Nikola Tesla. Born on July 10, 1856 in Croatia, Tesla demonstrated a remarkable grasp of mathematics and science, even as a little boy. Upon his high school diploma, he moved to Graz, Austria, in 1875. There, he learned electricity and started experimenting with alternating current. Tesla worked briefly at the Budapest Hungarian Telegraph Office before landing a job at the Paris-based Continental Edison Company. Serving as a troubleshooter at Edison plants in France and Germany, he caught the attention of Charles Batchelor, a trusted associate of Thomas Edison. In 1884, Batchelor sent Edison to New York to work. He sent Edison a letter saying, "I know two great men, and you are one of them. The other is this young man." Tesla built generators and engines for Edison Machine Works for 1 year, but Edison's direct current system irritated Tesla. He suggested that Edison continue using alternating current. The inventor's advice was not accepted, despite his vast investment of time and money in direct currency rent. Tesla left the company after a pay dispute and created his own. By 1891, dedicating all its time to dealing with alternating currents, Tesla held more than 40 patents. His most significant innovation was a motor that used current alternations. Businessman George Westinghouse purchased the patent for this device from Tesla and employed him to work on the AC system he had been designing. Because of the work of Tesla, Westinghouse's system eventually defeated Edison's as the world's most popular electrical calculation system. Tesla was popular, but he earned much less money from his innovation than he deserved because of the terms of his contract with Westinghouse. In the mid-1890s, Tesla was researching radio wave wireless transmissions. Guglielmo Marconi, an Italian inventor, was credited with inventing the wireless radio. But many scientists contended that because of his early work in the field, Tesla was more entitled to this distinction. Tesla suffered after 1900, both in his life and in his work. He had trouble performing the experiments which he envisioned with little money. Tesla also became ever more quirky. He stayed alone in a New York City hotel and developed a series of unusual phobias. He has come up with plenty of strange theories. Tesla believed that on Venus and Mars he could pick up radio waves from the intelligent life. He also said he was able to build a beam of fire that could kill the enemies of the Americas. Tesla received several distinctions from his colleagues given his peculiarities, including the Edison Medal from the American Electrical Engineers Institute in 1917. More than 2,000 people attended his funeral when he died in 1943. To honor the accomplishments of Tesla, President Franklin Roosevelt sent a testimonial. Since his death, several scientists have expressed their great debt to Tesla, including several Nobel laureates. His research is said to have influenced a wide range of future developments, including an electron microscope, a television, a microwave oven, and a machine. Edison had high hopes for his West Orange laboratory. "I will have in existence the best equipped and largest building, incomparably superior to any other for the rapid and cheap production of an invention, and will transform it into commercial patterns with models, designs, and special machines. I expect a vast number of useful technological inventions and devices to come out. Over time, I think it will develop into a great industrial work over thousands of men." Edison was ready to concentrate on inventing again after years of struggling to sell his electric light system. He studied telegraphic and telephony innovations and continued to work on his phonograph. In many side projects, he also dabbled, including designing a cotton picker and producing an artificial alternative to silk. At West Orange, one of his oddest obsessions was talking doll. Edison had been persuaded that the technology would be a moneymaker. Around the time, American parents were indulging their daughters with costly European porcelain dolls, which cost as much as $30 apiece. Edison thought at least as much could be fetched from a talking doll. He dedicated a whole building to making the talking doll at West Orange, hoping to eventually manufacture 500 a day. Yet, his doll was a business disappointment. The initial enthusiasm for the product diminished after the fragile phonograph system inside was clear during shipment eventually broke. Rivals at work. When Edison was working in the laboratory, he presented a new challenge to his lighting power. George Westinghouse, a businessman who made a fortune by inventing a train braking system, started acquiring patents in the field of electric lighting. He was confident he could create a superior lighting system to Edison's. Westinghouse admitted that there was one big flaw in Edison's system. It relied on low-voltage direct current, DC, which could only travel a short distance in one direction. The program, therefore, only made economic sense in urban areas where the population is very large. Too few consumers had to make a profit in less populated areas for a central station in Edison. Westinghouse envisioned a network using alternating high voltage, AC, that is a current flowing in two directions. AC could travel several miles, and consumers could be serviced by a power station distributed over a large area. At first, Edison had expelled the company from Westinghouse. He joked Westinghouse would keep on air brakes. But for a long time, Edison couldn't forget his new rival. He had designed 68 AC central stations by the end of 1886, Westinghouse's first year in operation, making him the largest competitor Edison had ever had. Another of Edison's competitors, Charles Coffin, had also supported alternative then. The Thomson-Houston Company was run by Coffin. Thomson-Houston, initially based on arc lighting, soon began building AC stations. Dismissing AC. One thing soon became apparent for many of Edison's employees. AC was superior to DC in operating electric lighting systems. Nikola Tesla had been among those workers. He met Edison to say AC is being accepted by the great inventor. According to Tesla, Edison answered, quite frankly, that he was not interested in the alternating current. There was no future for it, and anyone dabbling in that area was wasting his time. And besides, it was a deadly current while the direct current was safe. Tesla soon left Edison's company and later went to work for Westinghouse. Edison executive Edward Johnson also made the case for AC, telling Edison that by sticking to DC, he was making sure, we're not going to do any small-town business or even a lot of change in small towns. Uptown was also trying to get Edison to switch to AC. Why was Edison so reticent about switching from DC to AC? His fear of potentially deadly high-voltage AC was part of the reason. Yet his pride was also a part of that. Edison had helped design just about every aspect of his DC program and was fiercely proud of what he had achieved, understandably. Given AC's apparent advantages, he simply could not admit to himself, even less to anyone else, that a better program could exist than his own. By 1887, Edison dedicated much of his attention to one goal: discrediting Westinghouse and its new alternating system. The annual report of his business laid down his case against AC, rejecting it from a commercial point of view, having little value in itself and being highly pressurized. Notoriously damaging to both life and property. Edison received a letter from Alfred Southwick, one of 3 members of the New York State Death Committee, out of the blue late that year. The commission was accused of finding a new way to execute sentenced to death prisoners. The state had hanged up executed inmates in the past, but in a few highly publicized hangings, the prisoners had suffered long, horrible deaths due to the negligence of an executioner. New York now needed a method of execution that would kill instantly and without pain. Southwick believed the alternative was death by electrocution. He wrote to Edison seeking his thoughts on the subject. Edison responded quickly. He had nothing to say because he did not believe in the death penalty. Southwick wrote again, maintaining that it was Edison's duty to help him in society. Science and society need a system more humane than the rope, he declared. The rope is a symbol of barbarism and should be relegated to the past. Again, Edison wrote back, this time saying that Southwick had changed his mind about support. Edison gave him some advice. The most powerful of these are known as alternating machines, generated by geo mainly in this region. Westinghouse. Even by the smallest contacts, the flow of the current from these devices through the human body causes instant death. After some thought, Edison had discovered that the perfect means of fighting Westinghouse had just fallen into his lap. If he could convince the state of New York to execute prisoners with AC, he could make the system of Westinghouse linked to death in the public mind forever. Warning: Edison vigorously upped the stakes in what had become known as the Battle of the Electric Currents in February 1888, and published an 84-page pamphlet, not so subtly titled, Warning. Edison threatened businesses in his first half because he thought his light bulb patents were intruding. Edison had hired an army of lawyers for several years to go after what he called patent pirates. In the second half of the booklet, Edison let loose his wrath against Westinghouse. He accused the program in Westinghouse of being too expensive and dangerous. Even worse, he said that Westinghouse knew he might ruin his present, but did not care, as long as he was able to make some money from it. Edison's side in that battle got a bit of unexpected assistance in June. The New York Evening Post published a controversial article by an electrical engineer called Harold Brown, Death in the Wires. The article repeated allegations that Westinghouse brought by Edison. Brown wrote, "Several companies that pay more attention to the all-powerful dollar than to public safety have embraced the alternating incandescent service current. If the pulsing arc current is dangerous, then no adjective less forcible than damnable can characterize the alternating current." Brown also proposed a solution to this problem. He wanted to ban the use of more than 300 volts of electricity, which would effectively put Westinghouse out of business. There is no evidence that Edison himself had anything to do with Brown's article, but the Post was owned by one of his investors. The article caught the attention of the Electrical Control Board of New York City. The board asked Brown to turn up at a meeting and read his post. The board even asked Westinghouse to write a reply, but he refused at first. Instead, he wrote directly to Edison. Diplomatically, Westinghouse blamed the recent war of words not on Edison, but on some people who want to do a great deal of wrong heading and create as great a difference as possible between the Edison Company and the Westinghouse Electric Company, when there should be a completely different state of affairs. Westinghouse invited Edison to work out their differences in his own home. Edison declined sharply, saying he was too busy to make the journey. When Westinghouse struggled to make his attempt for peace, he chose to abandon diplomacy. He addressed the Electrical Control Board of New York City, saying that the attacks on him were unmanly, unbelievable, and untruthful. Other AC experts sent letters challenging Brown's credentials and competence. Brown was determined to defend his professional integrity by a stunning demonstration. Edison was as resolute in supporting him. The inventor offered Brown access to the West Orange laboratory to create an experiment to show just how deadly AC might be. Brown was willing to show his observations to the Electrical Control Board in July 1888. Before the members of the board and a group of reporters, Brown clarified that he would be demonstrating that living beings are far more likely to survive a direct current shock than alternating current. He left the room and came back with a black retriever. Brown put the dog in a cage wrapped between the walls with copper wires. He connected the wires to two of the dog's paws with the aid of his assistant. Brown then transmitted 300 DC volts through the wires. The dog looked very rattled. Brown has increased the current to 400 volts. The dog yelped and tried to run. It thrashed around at 700 volts, and the dog let out horrific yelps at 1000 volts. Eventually, with 330 volts of AC, Brown zapped the poor animal, and it immediately fell dead. By this time, he was crying out for the crowd to stop. As one writer wrote, "Many spectators left the room, unable to bear the revolting exhibition." Brown tried to explain how he had demonstrated that AC was the deadlier current, but no one wanted to listen. Brown left the room to a chorus of jeers, prematurely ending the demonstration. Yet Brown had hardly been willing to give up. With Edison's support, he campaigned to have AC accept death as its official method of execution by the New York State Death Commission. In December, 2 commission members were invited to West Orange, along with several reporters and prominent scientists, for another demonstration at Edison's lab. Edison attended himself, which made the moment even more newsworthy. Brown sent an alternating current through several animal subjects this time, first slaughtering a veal and then a horse. Instead of reacting with revulsion, AC's ability to kill fascinated the committee members. We decided that shocks of alternating current would carry out state executions from then on, and employed Brown to create a suitable system. In the grotesque demonstration, in his war with Westinghouse, Edison had managed to win a crucial battle. Chapter 14. Edison Portland Cement. Long before his advent in cement production, Edison had held very pronounced views on the importance of that commodity as the one which, because of its durability, would largely be obtained for future building purposes. As the field was new to him, Edison followed his usual course of reading every page of authoritative literature on the subject and looking for details from every corner. Meanwhile, while he was still busy with his new storage battery, Mr. Mallory, who had worked hard on the cement venture, declared that he had completed plans to establish a company with ample financial support to carry on the business, ending with the remark that it was now time for engineers to show the factory. Edison answered that he wanted to do so himself, inviting Mr. Mallory to go with him to one of the laboratory's upper floor drafting rooms. Here he placed a large sheet of paper on a drawing table and immediately began drawing up a plan of the proposed works, continuing throughout the day and away until the evening when it was finished, thus completing the complete layout of the entire plant within 24 hours as it was subsequently constructed, and as it remained significantly in practical use until that time. It must be granted that this was a remarkable engineering feat, particularly since Edison was then a novice in the cement business, and also that no vital improvement would be desirable or necessary if the plant were to be constructed today. Each part was considered and given in that one-day preparation, from the crusher to the packing house. From one end to the other, the distance over which the plant extends in length is about half a mile, and a vast quantity of material naturally passes through the various buildings spread over this area, resulting in the development of over 2.25 million pounds of finished cement every 24 hours, 7 days a week, during the process. In that one-day design, provision was made not only for all important parts, but also for minor details, such as carrying all steam, water, and air pipes, and electrical conductors in a large subway running from one end of the plant to the other, and an oiling system for all the work. The latter deserves special mention, not only because of its extensive lubrication arrangement, but also because of the resulting economy impacting the cost of manufacture. Edison has strong convictions about the liberal use of lubricants, but argued that there is a lot of waste in the ordinary machinery oiling, while a lot of dirt is transferred into the bearings. Therefore, he designed a system whereby the 10,000 bearings in the plant are automatically oiled, needing the services of only 2 people for the whole work. This is achieved by a central pumping and filtering facility, and by gravity returning the oil from all areas of the works. Every bearing is rendered dust-proof, and 2 internal pipes are installed, one below the impact and the other below. The oil flows through the upper pipe, and after the shaft has been lubricated, it flows back through the lower pipe to the pumping station, where any dirt is washed out and the oil returns to circulation. While this oiling device is not original, it was the first instance on such a broad and complete scale of its adaptation, and shows the far-sightedness of its plans. A further instance of his understanding of materials and intuitive insight into the essence of things arose in connection with the introduction of this lubricating system. He thought that too regular circulation of a comparatively small amount of oil would, to some degree, damage its lubricating qualities, and asked his assistants to check this opinion by consultation with the competent authorities. His hypothesis was entirely sustained in making inquiries of Standard Oil Company engineers. Therefore, provision was made to carry a large stock of oil and to give that already used a certain period of rest. A keen appreciation of the ultimate success in the production of fine cement quality led Edison to provide very carefully, in his original scheme, the information that he foresaw would become important, such as sufficient storage capacity for raw materials and their automated distribution in the various manufacturing stages, as well as mixing, weighing, and regular sampling and analysis of duplicates. This clause also included the specifications of the packing house, and its experience, in this case, is well illustrated by the fact that, 9 years later, in preparation of the building of an additional packing house, the company sent a representative to different parts of the world to study the systems used by manufacturers in the packaging of large quantities of various staple commodities. The order was therefore issued to build the new packing house on lines similar to the old one. Among the many inventions that occur in this plant are 2 that stand out in bold relief, as reflecting Edison's large scale of measuring his ideas. One is the crushing and grinding equipment, and the other the long kilns. A description of the giant rolls was given in the preceding chapter, through which large masses of rock, of which individual pieces can weigh 8 or more tons, are broken and reduced to about a size of 14 inches. The profitability of this is evident when it is understood that the maximum of crushing capacity in other cement plants is one-man size. For example, parts that are not too big to be lifted by one man. As Mr. Mallory tells us, the tale of the kiln shows Edison's ability to disturb convention and make a radical departure from generally accepted ideas. When Mr. Edison first decided to go into the cement company, it was based on his crushing, rolls, and air separation, and he had every intention of building duplicates of the kilns that were then widely used for cement burning. These kilns were usually made of boiler iron, riveted, about 60 feet long and about 6 feet in diameter, and had a capacity of about 200 barrels. Upon going through this matter many times, he said, "I believe I can make a kiln that will produce a production of 1,000 barrels in 24 hours. While I was then closely associated with him for 10 years and was accustomed to seeing him do great things, I couldn't help feeling the improbability of being able to leap into an old established industry as a novice. He could not offer any definitive reasons when I asked him for an explanation, except that he felt sure it could be done. In this connection, let me say that many times I have heard Mr. Edison forecast what a certain mechanical device should be doing in terms of output and expense, although his predictions seemed not even among the possibilities. Subsequently, such observations have been confirmed with more or less experience, and I cannot help thinking that he has the ability, not possessed by the ordinary mortal, of intuitively and accurately sizing up mechanical and commercial possibilities. But returning to the kiln, Mr. Edison went to work immediately, and very soon completed the design of a new type, 150 feet long and 9 feet in diameter, consisting of 10-foot pieces of cast iron bound together, and designed to be revolved on 15 bearings. He made a wooden model and tested it very closely through a series of experiments. When we experimentally started the factory, and the long kiln was first put into operation, a production of about 400 barrels was obtained in 24 hours. Mr. Edison was more than embarrassed by the outcome. His close comment regarding my article was, "Rotten, try it again." When we became a little more acquainted with the kiln process, we were able to get the production up to around 550 barrels and up to 650 barrels a day a little later. I would go down to Orange and announce the improvement in production with a great deal of satisfaction. But Mr. Edison would seem to be very disappointed, and always told me that the problem was not with the kiln, but with their method of running it, and he would repeat his first assertion that it would produce 1,000 barrels in 24 hours. Whenever I would go back to the plant with the determination to raise the production if possible, and we increased it to 750 barrels, then 850 barrels, Mr. Edison would still be frustrated every time I announced such increases. I told him many times that if he was so confident the kiln might turn out to be 1,000 barrels in 24 hours, we would be perfect. However, the kiln's eventual success proved his critiques unwarranted. Some of the cement manufacturers, once aware of its possibility, took advantage of the invention, at first without Mr. Edison's consent. And today, more than half of the Portland cement manufactured in this country is made in Edison-style kilns. Old plants are lengthening their kilns wherever possible, and no wide-awake manufacturer could afford to install a new plant other than these long kilns. This invention of Mr. Edison has been recognized by the larger cement manufacturers, and there is every prospect now that the entire trade will take licenses under his kiln patents. When he decided to go into the cement business, Edison was thoroughly awake to the fact that he was proposing to butt into an old established industry, in which the principal manufacturers were concerns of long standing. He appreciated fully its inherent difficulties, not only in the manufacture, but also in the marketing of the product. These considerations, together with his long settled principle of striving always to make the best, induced him at the outset to study methods of producing the highest quality of product. Through this, he was led to originate innovations in processes, some of which have been preserved as trade secrets, but of the others, there are two deserving special notice, namely, the accuracy of mixing and the fineness of grinding. In cement making, generally speaking, Cement rock and limestone in the rough are mixed in such relative quantities as may be determined upon in advance by chemical analysis. In many plants, this mixture is made by barrow or load units and may be more or less accurate. Rule of thumb methods are never acceptable to Edison, and he devised therefore a system of weighing each part of the mixture so that it would be correct to a pound, and even at that, made the device foolproof. For as he observed to one of his associates, the man at the scales might get to thinking of the other fellow's best girl, so 50 or 100 pounds of rock, more or less, wouldn't make much difference to him. The Edison checking plan embraces two hoppers suspended above two platform scales, whose beams are electrically connected with a hopper closing device using needles dipping into mercury cups. The scales are set according to the chemist's weighing orders, and the material is fed into the scales from the hoppers. The instant the beam tips, the connection is broken, and the feed stops instantly, thus rendering it impossible to introduce any more material until the charge has been unloaded. The fine grinding of cement clinker is distinctively Edisonian in both origin and application. As has already been intimated, its author followed a thorough course of reading on the subject long before reaching the actual projection or installation of a plant, and he had found all authorities to agree on one important point, namely, that the value of cement depends upon the fineness to which it is ground. He also ascertained that, in the trade, the standard of fineness was that 75% of the whole mass would pass through a 200-mesh screen. Having made some improvements in his grinding and screening apparatus, and believing that in the future engineers, builders, and contractors would eventually require a higher degree of fineness, he determined, in advance of manufacturing, to raise the standard 10 points, so that at least 85% of his product should pass through a 200-mesh screen. This was a bold step to be taken by a newcomer, but his judgment, backed by a full confidence and ability to live up to this standard, has been fully justified in its continued maintenance, despite the early incredulity of older manufacturers as to the possibility of attaining such a high degree of fineness. For a proper understanding and full appreciation of the importance of fine grinding, it may be explained that Portland cement, as manufactured in the Lehigh Valley, is made from what is commonly spoken of as cement rock, with the addition of sufficient limestone to give the necessary amount of lime. The rock is broken down and then ground to a fineness of 80 to 90% through a 200-mesh screen. This ground material passes through kilns and comes out in clinker. This is ground, and that part of this finely ground clinker that will pass a 200-mesh screen is cement. The residue is still clinker. These coarse particles, or clinkers, absorb water very slowly, are practically inert, and have very feeble cementing properties. The residue on a 200-mesh screen is useless. If Edison measured his happiness, as men often do, by merely commercial or pecuniary rewards of success, it would seem almost redundant to state that he has continued to manifest an intense interest in the cement plant. His value as an entrepreneur usually declines in relation to the approach to pure commercialism. In other words, the keenness of his enjoyment is to solve challenges rather than merely building up a bank account. He is well aware of the benefits of a good balance at the bankers, but that was not his ambition's target. Therefore, although his cement enterprise had entered the commercial stage a long time ago, he was firmly convinced of his capacity to formulate further developments in economic processes of greater or less fundamental significance, and thus made a constant study of the question in its entirety and all its parts. Via regular reports, supported by his incredible memory, he keeps in close contact with the plant every day as if he were there in person, and is thus empowered to recommend a change in any particular detail. The engineering force values the precision of its knowledge of each part of the plant, for it knows the measurements and specifications of each machine object, sometimes to the discomfiture of those around it every day. In connection with this cement plant, a remarkable instance of Edison's memory emerged. A few years ago, when his work was about to be finished, he went up to look at it and to be pleased with what had to be done. When the train arrived at 10:40 a.m., he went to the mill and began at the crusher at one end with Mr. Mason, the general superintendent, and checked every detail to the packing house at the other end. He made no notes or memorandums, but the test took place all day, which happened to be a Saturday. At 5:30 in the afternoon, he took a train for home, and when he arrived at his Orange residence, he got out some notebooks and started writing each object entirely from memory consecutively. During Saturday nights, He continued on this mission and worked steadily until Sunday afternoon, when he completed a list of nearly 600 items. The essence of this accomplishment is more appreciable from the fact that a large number of improvements included all the figures with new dimensions that he had selected throughout the plant for some of the machinery. Chapter 15. Edison and War. In August 1914, the outbreak of war in Europe had a profound effect not only on Thomas Edison, but also on his business and family. On 7 May 1915, a German submarine torpedoed and sunk off Ireland's coast of the Cunard passenger liner RMS Lusitania. Altogether, it lost nearly 1,200 passengers and crew, including 128 Americans. The Lusitania sinking dramatically stressed the role submarines play in modern warfare. Navy Secretary Josephus Daniels, in response to the newly discovered hazard, wrote to Edison on July 7, 1915, inviting him to head a brain trust of civilian experts to advise the U.S. Military Technology Matters Navy. On 7 October 1915, the Naval Advisory Board was officially convened at an organizational conference at the Navy Department, attended by Edison and members of 11 engineering and scientific societies. Edison was elected president, and the appointment of his chief engineer, Miller Reese Hutchison, as his assistant. Daniel stated he was inspired to create the Naval Advisory Board and appoint Edison to head it, after reading an interview with Edison in the New York Times on the topic of military preparedness. In this interview with journalist Edward Marshall, Edison said the U.S. needs to marshal its manufacturing and creative skills to be ready in case the U.S. is dragged into the ongoing European dispute. The board, however, was Hutchison's brainchild, which conceived it as part of an ambitious scheme to sell Edison's submarine batteries to the United States. Daniels first made the claim in his letter of 7 July 1915 that press reports from Edison's interview led him to create the board and invite Edison to lead it. 2 handwritten copies of this letter in the Library of Congress indicate it was Hutchison who inspired Daniels' invitation. The 2 drafts were written on Memorial Day, both dated May 31st. Daniels spent the entire day at Arlington Cemetery, participating in ceremonies, and it is extremely doubtful that he or anyone else in the Navy Department would have had time to address Edison on that busy day. More likely, Hutchison wrote the original draft on a dictating computer. The 2 typescripts are almost identical, and the slight variations were likely the result of 2 separate transcribers reading those words differently on the voice recording. Large sections of these initial drafts were integrated into Daniels' letter of July 7, along with portions of a 3rd draft by Navy Assistant Secretary Franklin D. Roosevelt's secretary, Lewis Howe. Additional evidence of the authorship of the letter of 7 July comes from Daniels himself, who suggested in his diary that on 30 June he updated what he called the Howe and Edison letters, taking different parts from each draft, combining them, and adding a new section of his own on the desirability of a congressional appropriation for the board. His final letter contained around 75% of the original draft from Hutchison. During the 1930s, Hutchison wrote Daniels, and the former chief engineer of Edison specifically took credit for coming up with the idea for the Naval Advisory Board. Hutchison reported that on May 30, he invited Edward Marshall to interview Edison, and that he paid Washington Marshall's expenses to bring the interview to Daniels' attention. The assertion by Hutchison cannot be dismissed as pure boasting, because he wrote to the one man in a position to refute him. Daniels never had his account challenged. It was not the case that the information of the Naval Advisory Board in July 1915 coincided on behalf of Edison's new storage battery with the launch of an aggressive marketing campaign. Hutchison claimed that operating from within the Navy would be the best way to gain a competitive edge against the well-entrenched competitors of the Edison Company in the battery industry. Hutchison was an active member of the Naval Advisory Board, participating in its hearings, sitting on its committees, and reporting to Daniels periodically, at the same time as trying to do business with the Navy and receiving a 5-figure commission on each Edison storage battery he sold. Hutchison's goal was to build Edison storage batteries for the Navy submarine fleet. However, on January 15, 1916, the first submarine fitted with an Edison storage battery exploded in the Brooklyn Navy Yard, killing 5 people and severely injuring 9 others. Daniels himself never lost faith in Edison's submarine battery, but after that tragedy, the bureau chief's resistance was too intense to resolve for Daniels. The Naval Advisory Board proved to be the most successful in achieving the political goals of Joseph F. Daniels, a master politician whose prime political goal was to make Woodrow Wilson the first Democratic president to win a second consecutive term since Andrew Jackson. Wilson had won the presidency only because of a division in the Republican Party in 1912, and his 1916 re-election against a unified opposition was by no means guaranteed. Daniels saw a political alliance with America's greatest inventor, cemented by the Naval Advisory Board, as a way of attaining his goal. Edison and his friend Henry Ford's endorsement, both lifelong Republicans, along with money Ford received at a critical point in the campaign, may well have tipped the balance in one of America's nearest presidential elections. Edison in pre-World War I. In addition to serving as Naval Advisory Board chairman and later president, Edison also contributed to the war effort in other respects. Edison quickly built new manufacturing plants to overcome the shortages of chemicals previously imported from Germany and England, and became a major chemical supplier, not only to American industries, but also to European allies and Japan. Edison wanted carbolic acid to be an ingredient in his phonograph records, and there were no suppliers until England embargoed the chemical. Thus, Edison decided to start his plant with carbolic acid. According to newspaper reports, the plans were finished in 1 week, 163 consecutive work hours for 40 people in 3 shifts, and Edison in 1. 17 days later, his factory produced its first day of product production, which was told by other chemists that it would take at least 6 months. Edison then set up a second plant to meet the demands of others in need of the chemical. Next, Edison discovered that there was also a shortage of benzol, a byproduct of burning coal in coke ovens during steel production, which he needed for his phonograph too. He agreed to build a plant in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, and another in Woodward, Alabama, with the steel industry, and then set up a plant to produce aniline in New Jersey. Edison developed additional plants and manufactured essential chemicals using the same strategy of using a team to design the works. A competent manufacturing engineer, Edison could develop and expand manufacturing and guide design teams to execute the strategy when working out the bugs in large production plants. As other producers agreed, the plants entered the field, and Edison closed down the chemical plants. The First World War, then simply known as the Great War, was the deadliest war in human history in Edison's time. The war against the Central Powers of Germany, Austria-Hungary, and the Ottoman Empire would be waged between the Allied powers of the United States, France, the United Kingdom, and Russia. However, introducing mechanized warfare would make the 4 years of fighting much more horrifying, with new advanced technologies emerging from the current industrial age. New weapons developments like machine guns, tanks, and aircraft all could cause catastrophic battlefield loss of life. Even before America entered the war in April 1917, World War I had been important for the life and company of Thomas Edison. Unlike contemporaries like Henry Ford, who favored a strict pacifist policy in reaction to potential threats against the United States, Edison believed in preparedness. This ideology promoted arming the U.S. military for war, believing that, inevitably, America would be driven into conflict. During this time, numerous prominent individuals like General Leonard Wood, the former U.S. President Theodore Roosevelt, former War Secretary Henry Stimson, and many other influential politicians and businessmen have supported this strategy, ultimately winning President Woodrow Wilson's endorsement. So Edison helped the U.S. military, particularly the Navy, prepare to defend American shores from enemy attacks, especially from submarines. With modern industrial arms, Edison greatly feared the effects of warfare. As he said in an October 1915 interview with the New York Times, "Technology is going to make war a terrible thing, too terrible to imagine. Soon, almost by pressing a button, we can mow men down by the thousands, or even millions." This inspired Edison to help the U.S. military arm themselves to defend themselves against potential enemies. During the spring of 1915, Edison outlined his ideas of preparedness, basing them on the stockpiling of munitions and military vehicles, and recruiting a large army of private sector reservists, demonstrating the notion that military preparedness should be organized along industrial lines. Later that year, Navy Secretary Josephus Daniels acknowledged the value of Edison's technical expertise and offered Edison the new Naval Advisory Board chairmanship. In a letter to Edison, Daniels wrote, "One of the Navy's essential needs, in my view, is machinery and facilities for using the Americans' natural creative ability to meet the condition of warfare as shown abroad." To meet this need, Daniels created an organization that would consist of a group of scientists and administrators responsible for testing the ideas. However, many of the ideas examined were deemed to have very little value, and of the board's 11,000 ideas, only 110 would even be seriously considered, with only one being eventually developed and introduced by the U.S., the Ruggles Orientator, a predecessor to the flight simulator. Edison, preferring to be spared much of the Naval Advisory Board's bureaucratic function, has played a largely ceremonial role as president. His private efforts to provide for the USA were far more important. Navy, particularly for the detection of enemy submarines at sea. By 1917, the year America entered the war, Edison had devoted all his attention to the naval inquiry. Particularly noteworthy are the experiments conducted by Edison at Eagle Rock, New Jersey, where he outfitted an old casino laboratory to investigate the location of gun positions through sound. His service on the USS Sachem on the Long Island Sound was even more prominent. The USS Sachem was a U.S.-furnished private yacht, Navy to Edison and its employees. Edison conducted experiments from August to October 1917, aimed at camouflaging ships and detecting torpedo. To this end, the Sachem was fitted with instruments for the sight, sound, and magnetic field detection of submarines. In all, Edison would spend 18 months in the field, developing a total of 48 different projects, including a hydrogen-detecting detector to avoid the possibility of underwater explosions, Vaseline and zinc anti-rust coating for submarine weapons, and a ship's anti-roll shield to ensure accuracy in rough seas. Despite his various experiments and inventions, however, Edison became ever more agitated with the Navy for failing to implement any of his ideas. The Navy failed to develop any of these beyond the prototype stage of the 48 new inventions and enhancements it suggested. This later prompted Edison to accuse them of lacking the creativity or foresight to see his work's usefulness. As he wrote in 1918, "Nobody in Navy will do anything because of taking risks that an invention will bring about. No training to nurture the imagination at Annapolis." If Edison's work during this time had one significant effect, it is the subsequent development of what became known as the Naval Research Laboratory. Edison firmly believed in the need for a federal research laboratory to produce new ideas and inventions for military enhancements. This is notable because the U.S. federal government had historically only limitedly established such bodies, such as the National Academy of Sciences during the Civil War. Edison's plan for the development of a permanent naval research laboratory was adopted at the very first meeting of the Naval Advisory Board on 7 October 1915. Specifically, the plan included a water laboratory where a ship could be docked, a large city nearby, and would be operated by civilians instead of the military. In 1916, Congress appropriated $1 million, today $21.1 million, for the new lab, which was less than the $5 million, today $115 million proposed. This forced the board to establish a more scaled-back, less equipped laboratory operated by naval officers rather than civilians, with greater emphasis on basic scientific research and testing rather than development. Because of the war, the construction of the laboratory could also not begin until the early 1920s. Despite various issues, including later objections from Edison to the revisions to his original proposal, the opening of the first Naval Research Laboratory in 1923 marked the start of a lasting commitment to research and development. This would launch a new age of government-funded research, contributing to numerous developments that are still in use today, such as radar, jet engines, GPS, nuclear weapons, and the Internet. Chapter 16. Credit for an invention not his. The light bulb. While the invention of the light bulb is generally attributed to Thomas Edison, the famous American inventor was not the only one who contributed to the development of this innovative technology. With their work with electric batteries, lamps, and the development of the first incandescent bulbs, many other notable figures are also recognized. Early research and development. The light bulb story begins long before Edison patented the first successful commercial bulb in 1879. In 1800, the first practical method of generating electricity, the voltaic pile, was invented by Italian inventor Alessandro Volta. Made from alternating zinc and copper discs, interspersed with cardboard layers soaked in salt water, the pile conducted electricity when a copper wire was attached at both ends. While in reality a precursor to the modern battery, the flickering copper wire from Volta is also considered one of the earliest manifestations of incandescent lighting. Not long after Volta presented the Royal Society in London with his discovery of a continuous source of electricity, Humphrey Davy, an English chemist and inventor, created the world's first electric lamp by linking voltaic piles to charcoal electrodes. The invention of Davy's 1802 became known as an electric arc lamp, named after the bright arc of light produced between its two carbon bars. Although Davy's arc lamp was certainly an improvement on Volta's standalone stacks, it was still not a very practical lighting source. This simplistic lamp easily burned out and was much too bright for use in a home or workspace. But the ideas behind Davy's arc light were used in the development of many other electric lamps and bulbs throughout the 1800s. In 1840, the British scientist Warren de la Rue used a coiled platinum filament instead of copper to create an easily built light bulb, but the high cost of platinum prevented the bulb from becoming a commercial success. And in 1848, Englishman William State improved the longevity of modern arc lamps by designing a system for clockwork that controlled the movement of fast-to-erode carbon rods in the lamps. But the battery costs used to power State's lamps have put a damper on the commercial ventures of the inventor. Joseph Swan versus Thomas Edison. In 1850, Joseph Swan, an English chemist, addressed the cost-effectiveness question of previous inventors, and by 1860 he had created a light bulb that used carbonized paper filaments instead of platinum ones. In 1878, Swan obtained a patent in the United Kingdom, and in February 1879, according to the Smithsonian Institution, he demonstrated a working lamp at a lecture in Newcastle, England. Like previous light bulb renditions, Swan's filaments have been put in a vacuum tube to reduce their oxygen consumption, increasing their lifespan. Sadly, for Swan, his day's vacuum pumps weren't as powerful as they are now, and while his idea performed well for a demonstration, it was unworkable in actual usage. Edison believed that the filament was the issue with Swan's design. A thin filament with high electrical resistance would make a lamp practical, as it would only take a small amount of current to make it shine. In December 1879, he showed the light bulb. Swan integrated the improvement into his light bulbs and established an English electric lighting company. Edison sued for patent infringement, but Swan's patent was a strong claim, at least in the United Kingdom, and ultimately the two inventors joined forces and founded Edison-Swan United, which according to the Museum of Unnatural Mystery became one of the world's largest light bulb manufacturers. Swan wasn't the only competitor facing Edison. In 1874, in a glass jar filled with nitrogen, Canadian inventors Henry Woodward and Matthew Evans filed a patent for an electric lamp with various sized carbon rods placed between electrodes. The pair tried to commercialize their lamps, unsuccessfully, but finally sold their patent to Edison in 1879. Following the popularity of Edison's light bulb was the establishment of New York's Edison's Electric Lighting Company in 1880. The firm was founded with J.P.'s financial contributions, Morgan and, of the time, other wealthy investors. The company designed the first-generation electrical stations that would power the electrical system and newly patented bulbs. The first generating station opened on Pearl Street in Lower Manhattan in September 1882. According to the United States, other inventors, such as William Sawyer and Alban Mann, threw in the towel, combining their business with Edison's to create General Electric. Energy Department, DOE. According to the DOE, the first practical incandescent light bulb where Edison succeeded and defeated his competition was in the development of a practical and cheap light bulb. Between 1878 and 1880, Edison and his team of researchers tested more than 3,000 bulb designs at Edison's laboratory in Menlo Park, New Jersey. Edison filed a patent in November 1879 for an electric lamp with a carbon filament. The patent listed many materials, including cotton, linen, and wood, that could be used for the filament. Edison spent the following year finding the perfect filament for his new bulb, checking over 6,000 plants to figure out which material will burn the longest. Several months after the patent was issued in 1879, Edison and his team found a carbonized bamboo filament could burn for over 1,200 hours. Bamboo was used for the filaments in the bulbs of Edison until, in the 1880s and early 1900s, it started to be replaced by longer-lasting materials. Related, what is the longest light bulb been burning? In 1882, one of Edison's researchers, Lewis Howard Latimer, patented a more effective method of processing carbon filaments, and Willis R. Whitney invented a treatment for these filaments in 1903, which allowed them to burn bright without darkening their glass bulbs inside. William David Coolidge, an American physicist with General Electric, developed the company's 1910 method of making tungsten filaments. Tungsten, which has the highest melting point of any chemical element, was regarded by Edison as an excellent material for light bulb filaments, but it was not available in the late 19th century to manufacture superfine tungsten wire. Today, tungsten remains the primary material used in incandescent bulb filaments. LED lights, light-emitting diodes. LEDs are considered the future of lighting due to a lower operating energy requirement, a lower monthly price tag, and a longer life cycle than conventional incandescent bulbs. Nick Holonyak, an American scientist at General Electric, inadvertently created the red LED light in the early 1960s while trying to create a laser. As with other inventors, the idea had been known since the early 1900s that some semiconductors glowed when an electric current was applied, but Holonyak was the first to patent it for use as a light fixture. According to the DOE, yellow and green LEDs were added to the mix within a few years and used in many applications, including indicator lights, calculator screens, and traffic lights. In the early 1990s, the blue LED was developed by Isamu Akasaki, Hiroshi Amano, and Shuji Nakamura, a group of Japanese and American scientists, for whom they earned the 2014 Nobel Prize in Physics. By coating the diodes with phosphor, the blue LED allowed scientists to create white LED light bulbs. Today, lighting options are many, and people can select various types of light bulbs, including compact fluorescent, CFL bulbs, operating by heating a gas that creates ultraviolet light, and LED bulbs. Several lighting firms, like Philips and Stack, are pushing the limits of what light bulbs can do. Philips is one of several companies that developed wireless light bulbs, which can be regulated through the smartphone app. The Philips Hue uses LED technology, which can be switched on or off easily, or dimmed by a flick on a smartphone screen, and can be programmed too. The higher-end Hue light bulbs can even be set to a wide range of colors, only about 17 million, and coordinated with music, movies, and video games. Chapter 17. Other Inventions. Edison not only created inventions as revolutionary as the phonograph and alkaline battery, but he also focused on developing existing ideas, such as the light bulb, and creatively brought them to fruition. The imagination was so rife with creativity that he became known as the Menlo Park Wizard, and the works list goes far beyond what most of us have come to know him by. Here are some of the most amazing inventions which you probably never knew Edison had developed by his research assistants. Alkaline batteries. Edison claimed that electric cars would soon take over the roads, and attempted to manufacture long-lasting storage batteries during the first part of the 20th century. Knowing that lead-acid batteries would be too heavy, he began experimenting with alkaline electrolytes and eventually produced an iron-nickel battery, which in his later years brought him success. Britannica. It's second nature to us now, but there was not always a common way for people to greet someone on the phone. Thomas Edison first started using the word hello in 1877. Before that, telephone users would often pick up the phone with phrases such as, "Do I get you?" and "Are you there?" But Edison considered hello to be much more effective, and the word quickly caught up much to Alexander Graham Bell's dismay. Instead, The inventor of the telephone chose to start a conversation using the seafarer's term, ahoy. A coal mining safety lamp. The mine safety appliance company hired Edison to help fix the problem after hundreds of people died in coal mining accidents during the early 1900s. In 1914, he began working with rechargeable battery packs on the first electric cap lamp for miners. The Edison cap lamp included a battery inside a steel locking case that would allow miners to wear around their belts, maintaining power for 12 hours while they operated. Wax paper. In 1872, Edison came up with paraffin paper to use in the telegraph, or the idea of wax coating paper to prevent it from getting wet. Today, this is a widely used household item, and it started to package candy in its beginnings. Paraffin paper has also been used to help Edison invent the phonograph, his favorite device. Some reports suggest that Frenchman Gustave Le Gray invented wax paper, but that he used it instead of food for photography. Modern research laboratories. During his lifetime, Edison not only invented thousands of objects and concepts, but he also created the spaces to do so. Edison pioneered the Laboratory of Industrial Science, which paved the way for modern institutions of study. Edison's labs have been machine shops in New York, New Jersey for the first 5 years of his career, where he spent time designing telegraphy, the electric pen, and stock ticker technology. He eventually moved to larger spaces, and in 1876, in Menlo Park, New Jersey, he opened his most well-known laboratory. It was here that Edison had his assistants to study carry out extensive work on electricity and invented the phonograph. A decade later, he opened an even larger laboratory in West Orange, New Jersey, and set out to create the first camera and recording device for motion pictures. Although Edison often gets the sole credit for his many discoveries, up to 200 men worked concurrently in his vast laboratories, all contributing to the development of new technologies that would change the world. The first patented invention of Edison's electrographic voting system came to fruition in 1868. The electrographic vote recorder was designed for congressional legislators to vote on issues by switching a device to read either yes or no instead of handwriting each vote. Edison thought this invention would make him rich, according to an archivist at the Thomas Edison National Historic Park, but officials in Washington despised him. Out of concern it would interrupt the voting process, lawmakers quickly dismissed the product, and Edison voted to never again develop something that did not have an apparent audience. Etheric power and the early stages of Google patent radio. In 1875, Edison and his team experimented with new ways of improving the telegraph when they discovered a strange phenomenon happening between the devices. Every time when the device vibrated, it would produce sparks from metal objects that came into contact with it. Edison was curious about this reaction and concluded that it had to be the workings of an unknown force that his team called ethical power. He then created an etheriscope, a tool that would calculate different ways of transmitting this force and closer watching the sparks, but he never fully understood what it meant. Ultimately, it became known that his telegraph produced electromagnetic waves of radio frequency, which later became the basis for radio technology development. The electrical pen. In 1877, Edison invented the electrical pen, which made copies of handwritten documents much easier for workers. A small electric motor operated the pen, and a handheld needle poked tiny holes onto the paper surface as the user would write. The aim here was to create a stencil by allowing staff to roll ink over the holes and to make copies on underneath blank sheets of paper. This invention paved the way for the first ever mimeography, and the precursor to the first tattoo gun is even thought to be. Among the thousands of patents and inventions by Edison, the phonograph was his favorite. In 1877, he developed a method for capturing the sound on tin-foil-coated cylinders. The instrument had 2 needles, one for recording and one for playback, and when it spoke into a mouthpiece, the speech movements would cause the needle for recording to mark the cylinder and hold the audio. The first words ever recorded in this machine were the lyrics of Mary Had a Little Lamb, a method to preserve fruits and vegetables. Indeed, Edison also developed a device to keep fruits fresh. In 1881, By keeping them enclosed in an airtight glass jar that sounds like modern-day Tupperware, Edison filed a patent to preserve fruits and other organic materials. Reader's Digest noted that the last breath of Edison was caught using similar technology in a test tube and is on display at the Henry Ford Museum. A talking doll. He turned his eye to produce smaller inventions that would make a quick profit in 1887. One of these included a children's talking doll. Inspired by his phonography, Edison produced a smaller version of the device, placing it inside imported German dolls. His initial goal was to have the dolls ready for sale Christmas that same year, but delays in manufacturing forced their release back until 1890. The motion picture camera. According to the National Park Service, Edison wrote in October 1888, "I'm playing with an instrument that's doing for the eye what the phonograph is doing for the brain." In 1892, the first video camera was invented in Edison and a team of scientists. And by 1894, the first film theater opened in New York City. During his life, Edison experimented with producing dramas, comedies, and documentaries, and by 1911 alone, in the film industry, he earned over $200,000, the equivalent of over $5 million today. Other inventors contributed to the development of movie cameras in theaters, but Edison is often referred to as the father of movie pictures. A home projecting kinetoscope. Following early success from the movie camera, Edison set out to create film projectors, which he called kinetoscopes, which could be used in homes or schools. But this innovation hasn't been almost as effective. The computers were too expensive and sold only 500 of the original 2,500. An Edison house operated by Off the Grid was a major supporter of renewable energy technologies, and in 1912 he unveiled the 20th century suburban residence, a fully self-sufficient and off-the-grid home. Every part of the house prototype was powered by its batteries and a small-scale generator, which charged a basement bank cell. Edison used a gas-run motor for this first trial, but records indicate that he was interested in switching to wind power. The New York Times wrote to the Green Energy Advocate about the end of his life, saying, "I'd put my money on the sun and solar energy. What a source of electricity! I hope we don't have to wait until oil and coal run out before we address it." A concrete house. In 1917, Edison invented a whole system for the mass production of concrete houses. Edison was involved in developing a cost-effective prototype for working-class homes, with the concept of constructing houses in one swift concrete pour. These homes were 25 by 30 by 40 feet high and were widely considered a failure due to the difficulty of manufacturing the reusable metal molds needed to make them. But Edison managed to build some of those homes near his New Jersey laboratories, and many of them are still standing today. A ghost machine. In 1920, Edison was fascinated with afterlife concepts, and he set out to create a device to communicate with the dead. The device is believed to have come from a time when Edison went head-to-head with Nikola Tesla, who had also experimented with spirits in contact. This apparatus was known as the spirit phone colloquially, and the concept behind it was borrowed from the theory of quantum entanglement and special relativity by Albert Einstein. Essentially, Edison assumed that people's spirits could become energy units after death, and maybe that energy could be packaged to communicate with the natural world. He was excited about this new project and invited groups of friends and scientists to test the tool, but they quickly realized that it was not working. Edison's fuel cell technology was constantly looking for new energy solutions and was even at the forefront of fuel cell technology development. Fuel cells work by extracting energy from a hydrogen-oxygen reaction, leaving only water, heat, and electricity as a byproduct. Since this reaction produces very little pollution, researchers today turn to fuel cells as an environmentally sustainable option. Edison caught on to subscriptions to mail order long before Netflix was created. The Edison Home Service Club started making records and more affordable phonographs in the 1900s so people could listen to music within the comforts of their own homes. He started offering customers access to more of those documents through a subscription service in 1922. If buyers entered the club, they'd be getting samples of 20 records and a monthly mail. Then the buyers would choose the ones they wanted to buy and give back the rest for redistribution. Chapter 18. Legacy and Philosophy. Thomas Edison is the gold standard for creativity and innovation from around the world. No one ever repeated the sheer volume and breadth of his 1,093 patents, practically establishing the living standards we enjoy today. To help those products he developed, both products and systems. His classic inventions were the phonograph, the electric light bulb, the electric power industry, and the pictures of motion. Thomas Edison went on to systematize the innovation process, turning it from a cottage industry into an industrial powerhouse that in most Fortune 500 firms contributed to the modern-day idea of R&D laboratories. Some would argue this was his greatest invention, codifying the invention process, enabling the industry to carry on the Industrial Revolution of the late 1800s indefinitely and scientifically. His work on electric vehicle storage batteries in the early 1900s and his vision for sustainable urban transport predicted the value of electric cars today. Most solar energy companies today are quick to quote how Edison recognized the importance of solar and wind energy in the late 1920s as the future dual-barred issue of fossil fuel scarcity and related air pollution concerns. No wonder Life magazine has called him the Millennial Man. Edison also improved the rotary cement kilns, the production of iron ore, produced cement houses, improved chemical production, discovered 2 scientific results that led directly to the radio. Edison worked on 4 simple principles throughout his life, taught to him by his loving mother. Never get frustrated if you fail. Learn therefrom. Hold on trying. Learn by both your head and your hands. Not everything worth living comes from the world's books. Experience. Keep knowing. Read the full literary panorama. His lifelong habit of keeping notebooks and careful documentation of his inventions and communications leaves Edison at his times a rich legacy. Over 4,000 notebooks and other drawings, sketches, and correspondence leave us with more than 5 million documents from which we still learn about this very special individual. Thomas Edison had the most recognizable face in the world at a time when no mass media, when magazines and newspapers were the primary form of communication. It was success backed by incredible achievement. Imagine what this imaginative guy, if equipped with the resources and communication channels of our time, could have done. We're so much happier that he's gone our way. Thomas Edison's memory and legacy is a bright light in a world where schools and businesses recognize the importance of creativity and innovation for global competition. The thrust of Edison's work can be seen in his patent clustering. 389 for electric light and electricity, 195 for the phonograph, 150 for the telegraph, 141 for storage batteries, and 34 for the phone. His career and his contributions represent the ideal of applied research. He also invented something new for need, with the intention of devising something new that he could make. The basic principles which he discovered were obtained, inevitably by chance, from practical experiments, thereby reversing the orthodox idea of pure research leading to applied research. The role of Edison as a machine shop operator and small fabricator was crucial to his success as an inventor. Edison ran an innovative organization, unlike other scientists and inventors of the day who had limited resources and lacked a support organization. He was the antithesis of the solitary creative genius, while his deafness placed a loneliness that was conducive to conception upon him. His lack of managerial skills was also, in a strange way, a stimulant. As his manager, he pushed forward on ventures that would have shunned more cautious people, instead proceeded to dissipate the fruits of his inventiveness, so he was both able and compelled to develop new ideas. In the positivity of his thinking, few men matched him. Edison never questioned the possibility of doing something, only how. Edison's career, the fulfillment by hard work and intelligence of the American dream of rags to riches, made him a folk hero to his countrymen. He was an uninhibited egotist in disposition, at once a dictator to his staff and their most amusing friend, and there never was a dull moment with him. He was charming and ad-scored, but he had trouble socializing and neglecting his kin. His shafts at the expense of the theorists, long-haired fraternity, often led formerly trained scientists to deprecate him as anti-intellectual, yet he employed many eminent mathematical physicists, such as Nikola Tesla and A.E. as his assistant. His strong personality's contradictory nature, as well as eccentricities, such as his propensity to catnap anywhere, led to his legendary status. Edison was said to be the best-known American in the world by the time he was in his mid-30s. When he died, he was venerated and mourned as the man who had laid the foundation of the modern electric world's technological and social revolution more than any other. Chapter 19. Final Years and Death. The last experimental work of Edison's life was undertaken in the late 1920s at the behest of good friends of Edison, Henry Ford and Harvey Firestone. They asked Edison to find an alternative rubber source for use in car tires. Up to that time, the natural rubber used for tires came from the rubber tree, which does not grow in the U.S. Crude rubber had to be imported and was highly expensive. Edison has researched thousands of different plants with his usual strength and thoroughness to find a suitable substitute, finally discovering a form of goldenrod weed that could generate enough rubber to be feasible. At the time of his death, Edison was still working on that. Edison had been in increasingly poor health during the last 2 years of his life. Edison spent more time away from the lab and then worked at Glenmont. Trips to the Fort Myers, Florida family vacation home were getting longer. Edison was 80 years old and suffered from many illnesses. Edison had died in Glenmont in August 1931. Essentially housebound from that point, Edison declined steadily until the great man died on October 18, 1931, at 3:21 a.m. Thomas Edison died during the fall with a rack of 8 empty test tubes close to his bedside. It was not unusual but symbolic for a man whose real love was chemistry, his son Charles recalled, that those test tubes were near him at the end. Just after Edison died, Charles asked the attending physician to cover the glass tubes with paraffin. Charles later gave Edison's colleague and admirer Henry Ford one of the test tubes. It's been on display at the Henry Ford Museum in Detroit for many years under the name Edison's Last Breath. Ford, who had early been influenced by an experience with Edison. No one until then had offered me any encouragement but here, all at once and from a clear sky. The greatest creative genius in the world had given me full approval. Also paid Edison's famous Menlo Park laboratory to move into Michigan. This was a fitting tribute, as Edison's lab was one of the greatest inventions of the inventor himself. The style of research and development that he pioneered there, putting together the best technical minds, soon became a cornerstone of modern industry. School children are also taught the incredibly large ingenuity of Edison, his 1,000 patents, his phonograph invention and the first practical incandescent light bulb, his telephone, telegraph, and typewriter improvements. More inventions that would make any man unforgettable on their own are lost in Edison's career's big C, like his pioneering work on movie pictures, or his word hello, coining as the traditional telephone greeting. Perhaps the most important accomplishment Edison made today was the one that was most elusive to us, the one that we take for granted most: electrification. Edison's famous quest for the right filament for his light bulb would have been for naught for driving the bulbs without an electric industry. As Tom McNichol puts it in his new book, AC/DC, Edison and his team had to invent a complex system of interlocking systems to replace the incandescent lamp, switches, meters, sockets, fixtures, controls, underground conductors, junction boxes, and most importantly, a central station to generate the power and a distribution network to supply it. When Edison breathed his last on October 18, 1931, on the day of his funeral, some of his admirers called for all electrical current in the country to be turned off for 2 minutes as a tribute. But the plan attracted strong opposition from companies and factory owners, who claimed that reducing power in lost production would cost tens of millions of dollars. McNichol notes, "How few people leave behind a world so deeply reliant upon their creativity. A world of flickering candles and gas lamps recreates electricity into one glow." Edison was one of the greats. Conclusion. No man in history is more synonymous with the term inventor. His eye-popping 1,093 patents reigned supreme for a century. For 100 years, he is the paradigm to which we have compared inventors. He set the standard for how inventions are developed and made, perhaps more significant than any single patent, birthing the idea of modern research and development laboratories worldwide. Yes, while he may have finished inventing 80 years ago, from his death, he still deserves some credit for countless inventions. Thomas Edison has earned a place as the 18th most influential figure in Western history. During, and often because of, the life of Thomas Edison, the world underwent enormous change. To think that 15 years after he was born, the United States was torn apart by its Civil War, while cavalry galloped behind the rifle musket fire, while 15 years before his death, the whole world was in war behind machine guns, while tanks rolled into battle under fighter planes. Edison's youth, born in Ohio in 1847, was sluggish and still. It was a world of horses and buggies, with no motion pictures, sound recorded, or night shifts. However, his life would be a time of great change, and Edison would be a cause thereof. No one had predicted brilliance as young Edison grew up. Formal education lasts 3 months. A reverend who found him addled. These qualities didn't make up the most creative brain in the world. But his mother was his protector, as were so many mothers before and since. It was she who schooled him. She bought him books and allowed him to read the local paper. She had faith in him, and he grew up willing to never let her down. He read as much as possible, and developed a fondness for qualitative analysis, as we all do at a young age. He had worked in various jobs to help the family, including selling newspapers on the Grand Trunk Railway. His first business experiment came as a newspaper printer, the Grand Trunk Herald. He set up a paper printing train car, though he also used it to conduct experiments. Knowing that telegraphy had importance, he concentrated his efforts there. In 1874, Western Union won him $10,000 for his quadruplex telegraph, which could hold 4 telegraphs on a single cable. This cost him an extra $40,000 when he sold his stock ticker, another telegraphic development. He used the money to start a research laboratory in the Menlo Park neighborhood, part of Raritan Township, New Jersey, now named Edison. Despite the impossibility of patenting a laboratory like this, perhaps no contribution from Edison's is more important. The institution became the first full-time research laboratory in the world devoted to scientific innovation. Under his supervision, he recruited contractors and staff to work. Such white coat assistants performed experiments, much like the employees of Henry Ford would build cars many decades later, efficiently and relentlessly. Although Ford will continue to epitomize mass production, Edison was the first person to use mass intelligence. The assistants had expertise in technology, engineering, math, and more, so each of them brought unique knowledge and skills to the laboratory. Edison made them meet until Ford began dreaming of his first assembly line. Edison's research plant, Menlo Park, became the epicenter of the technological revolution of the century. Edison has had his groundbreaking discovery within 3 years of starting the company. His 17th patent was for a phonograph. Audio could be captured and replayed for the first time in history. He toured the country with the phonograph in tow and even gave a demonstration to President Hayes. Sometimes Edison introduced himself by playing recorded sound. Crowds were so amazed that some suspected sorcery, earning him the nickname, the Menlo Park Wizard. The increased popularity and income enabled Edison to expand the Menlo Park Laboratory. It expanded to occupy 2 blocks of the city over the next decade. Edison stocked it with seemingly endless materials and products for future inventions. He and his associates invented hundreds of devices and procedures, including a mimeograph, a microphone, and an electric car battery. All they did was registered, maximizing patentability. Of course, none of these are the inventions he is most known for. Thomas Edison had an idea in 1879 which came to symbolize the very concept of an idea: the incandescent light bulb. It is worth noting that this was not the first means of artificial light, nor was it even the first light bulb. However, what Edison brought to the invention was a way of making the light bulb practical, promising, "We will make electricity so cheap that only the rich will burn candles." Some might not last longer than a couple of minutes. Some were incredibly costly to create. Others still required unsustainable amounts of power to operate, making them impossible for large-scale distribution and service. Therefore, Edison's genius lay not in conceiving the light bulb, but in creating an efficient, long-lasting one cheaply. That is exactly what his 48th patent did. His first patented bulb lasted about 14 hours. More modifications headed up to 1,200 by the next year. Not only were the obsolete light bulbs swept aside due to this development, but also coal, flame, kerosene lamps, and the wax candle. The bulb of Edison turned on and lighting up the future. Just as critical as Edison's light bulb modifications was that Edison found a way to regulate the energy that was going into it. Edison formed the Edison Electric Light Company, which developed into General Electric in 1892, with the aid of financial backers, including corporate titans J.P. Morgan and the Vanderbilts. Then, Edison operated not only the light bulb, but also its generator and feeder system. He supervised the construction of the first electrical distribution grid in history. In 1882, 59 customers in Lower Manhattan had their lights turned on for the first time. Since then, what started there has spread to an almost completely electrified Western world, and there were 1,000 patents left yet to go. Although none of his subsequent inventions reached his light bulb level of electrical distribution, Edison was far from complete. The first commercially successful fluoroscope to aid with X-ray machines was still to come. He discovered the Edison effect afterward. Two wires that were not touching could transmit an electrical current if they existed in a near vacuum. What's obvious is that he excelled at improving existing technology more than inventing new stuff. His research lab benefited greatly from the typewriter, dictaphone, and telegraphy. His carbon microphone had greatly improved the audibility of the telephone. His kinetoscope, the first motion picture camera, was crucial to motion picture development. He founded the studio for the first motion picture. He had more than 700 patents by the turn of the 20th century and his 53rd birthday. He addressed 300 more during the next 3 decades. But Edison wasn't without faults. During his childhood, he had been hard at listening, which might make him an ornery conversationalist. He could be disheveled and was known to sometimes sleep with his clothes on. He was a renowned boaster and swearer, and his bravado was matched by much of his army of assistants. The army, however, earned little praise. With so much support from his lab mates, it was still Edison who received nearly all the praise and money. Edison's money management is also disappointing. His creativity seemed restricting himself to invention. Inept socially and financially, he lost control of all 14 companies that he created, missing much of their potential mega profits. By age 40, he was a millionaire, but he found himself in debt all too often, and he remained an icon in America and throughout the Western world. Lived in its 80s, Menlo Park's wizard has remained a popular American celebrity. When he died at the age of 84 in 1931, President Hoover, remembering Edison's most famous invention, asked Americans to dim their lights for 1 minute in his memory. There has already been a tenable counter-argument to the value of Edison. Many of his inventions were largely developed by those who worked under him. Furthermore, with all the progress occurring in the period, it is reasonable to conclude that many of his inventions, which were often merely improvements to the developments of others, were undoubtedly inevitable. The inevitability of these developments is certainly a warning against its importance, which I found only the 18th most important figure of it in making the most supposedly innovative man in Western history. I also find that few of his 1,093 inventions had any major consequences, and of those few, they were obsolete. For example, the phonograph was amazing, but the record player, tape deck, CD, and MP3 file gradually outstripped him. Also, relative to other developments of the era, such as the radio or telephone, it paled. So why don't I have Guglielmo Marconi or Alexander Graham Bell among many other notable late 19th century inventors and scientists on my list? Simply put, no period scientist, or maybe ever, has had such a sheer range of contributions across many fields. While Marconi and Bell had brilliant genius in other inventions, they were simply one-hit wonders, important enough to make a top 100 list, but not this more exclusive one. Nevertheless, Edison catalyzed change in many ways. His phonograph grew into a recording industry worth $100 billion. The way doctors made diagnosis changed his fluoroscope. His contributions to the motion pictures have introduced one of history's most common art mediums. All told, he feels he has the most important brain ever to have. Upon his death, his companies alone produced $25 billion, the equivalent of $300 billion today. Add in all the successful enterprises that resulted from his innovations, the value he created is incalculably high. About the assistance he provided, we cannot forget that Edison was the one who broke through his early discoveries, which allowed him to assemble the Menlo Park Laboratory. He then had the opportunity to employ the right assistants and coordinate them, and then to direct those assistants to innovation. Edison was the chief executive of his laboratory, similar to a head of state delegating to his staff. Let us not forget the fact that he supervised everything that happened. We should not ignore the importance of his great inventions either. His light bulb transformed the way business was done in the Western world. Factories and businesses were chained to the sunlight or the bulky, expensive alternatives to lighting. However, Edison's bulb permitted operation 24/7 at a fraction of the preceding cost. Therefore, there was not only more time for people to study, but also more time for reading, playing, socializing, or going to an increasingly electric city and watching sporting events, concerts, or that other invention of Edison, films. Edison contributed profoundly to the development of modern Western society. Edison's electric distribution network is critical in the world today. The home is powered by electricity and its many appliances. Moreover, the Edison effect contributed to the vacuum tube, which was crucial to electronics growth, another dominant part of modern Western culture. And yet the man with 1,000 patents could not add to that list his most important legacy. The establishment of Edison's first modern research and development lab at Menlo Park was a precedent that enabled the continued progress that propels innovations up to this day. R&D labs are the standard for big companies worldwide. They, and those who profited from their inventions, owe a debt to Edison. It's as if almost a century after his death, he's still inventing, tacking on new unauthorized patents every day. If someone were to move from the time of Edison's birth to the time of his death, they would not be able to recognize the modern, wondrous place they arrived at. So much has changed in those 84 years, and it has always done so because of the Menlo Park wizard. Thomas Edison is the 18th most influential figure in Western history, owing to his role in modernizing the world.
This video is brought to you by economics-freedom.com. Dive into the world of Austrian economics, libertarian principles, and the pursuit of financial independence. At Economics and Freedom, our mission is to educate, inspire, and equip you with the tools to understand the complexities of the modern economy, make informed decisions, and to advocate for a freer society. Explore our growing library of expertly written books, including The Principles of Austrian Economics, where you'll discover the power of free markets, sound money, and purposeful behavior. Libertarianism, which advocates for individual liberties, self-ownership, and free choice. Then learn how these principles tie into the economy through real-world examples and stock market analysis. Join our growing community as we expose the dangers of central banks, government spending, and bureaucratic control. Learn how sound money, free markets, and individual liberty are the only paths to true prosperity. If you're content with the status quo, this isn't for you, but if you're ready to take control of your future and reject the chains of economic ignorance, economics-freedom.com is your weapon.